Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders, and in case you missed it, we have crowned a champion of the LATAM region. That's right, NIP will be competing at Gamers 8 later this year. And we're back here for another best of 5, this time in NA. We've had a switch in the studio. I'm joined by Jesse, I'm joined by Jacob, and I'm exhausted. Did you see?
You should be. That series was nutty.
That was outrageous. And now we've got 2 Goliath NA orgs to deal with. Jacob, come on, man. How you doing? You good?
Quite well, actually, yeah. There's no better primer for having one game than a game like that. I feel like if you have one best of 5, the best way to get introduced to the next best of 5 is when it goes 5 maps, it goes to overtime match point. When an entire 5 hours worth of games comes down to literally how just one round goes, that's one of the most ridiculous situations in Siege. There's only 2 times I remember it happening, Jesse, and I think the other time was Rogue and FaZe at the Berlin Major. Is that the only other time we've ever had that happen?
To my memory, yeah. Best of 5, 15 rounds on map 5 is pretty rare, but always fun to see them.
We're going to take a look at the NA bracket, and while we do, and we keep you all up to speed of what's going on in the NA region, Jesse, we're going to touch base with the semi-finals from yesterday. As you can see on your screens, we had 2 2-0s, both looking comfortable. So who out of these teams do you feel has the edge?
I mean, really from the semis, I don't think we got a great test of either squad. I think both WGP and Beast Coast kind of folded under the pressure. WGP, you kind of expect that to M80. Beast Coast, certainly a disappointing series against DarkZero. Quick little 2-0 that they got on them. There were some competitive rounds. You know, they had some momentum swings in their direction, but it did feel like, in general, DarkZero very in control for that game. So this will be the real test. I mean, both of these teams finished the exact same placing in the Copenhagen Major. Now they meet here in the grand finals of GWB. They finally get to rematch after they played in the North American League Stage 1 finals. Very close game that was. M80 just coming out on top. So yeah, very fun series between these 2 teams.
So the NA final will be shortly underway because we spoke to the guys earlier this week from M80, and we're going to see how they felt before this tournament began.
My name is David Iconic Ifadon.
Iconic might know. No, he doesn't. Trying to give him some information. Leon gets in. That's Diffuser down, surrendered in the bomb site. But they will gang up on Iconic, who far enough away is good enough. No! Many! Past the point now where the Diffuser needs to be picked up from Cryan. They'll go for the plant. All he needs to do is wait out time, and here comes the run for Iconic. Cryan almost finished! What the hell was that from Iconic?
My journey throughout esports has been extraordinary, if you say. I got picked up right when I turned 18, got into the league, had some struggles then, had to find footing, and kind of grow as a player, as a leader. And then obviously had the opportunity after invite this last year to join M80, and the transition's been smooth. It's a great organization, good people around it, and just people who just want to win. So it's a good fit. My role in the team is I'm IGL Flex, so I'm the primary in-game leader, and then I'm just kind of flexing around to whatever ops I need to bring for us to get round wins. My team's greatest strengths, I feel like it's our aggression, and then just our capability of winning gunfights, and then weaknesses, we have none. The recent move from Astralis to M80 was pretty clean, because Astralis had just letting us go completely, so they had released our contracts, so we were exploring some full team options. You're exploring some package options to other teams together, but in the end I decided to go with M80. The hardest part of that transition was just saying goodbye to my past teammates. We built something great last year with obviously we were a very deep-rooted team, so it was kind of hard going from seeing those people every day to not seeing them at all. But it's life. Just got to keep moving. I think we're completely ready for this year's tournament. We're training hard. Everything we do is learning. So we're gonna go out there, we're gonna play our hardest, and we're just gonna learn from our lessons. I mean, my goal for every tournament is to obviously win it, but life doesn't go the way you want it to. So all I can do is show up, try my hardest in the moment, and whatever happens, happens. We prepared. It was more of internal stuff, just adjusting the stuff that we did wrong at the Copenhagen Major, since we didn't have too much time scrimming, because we had to move, back to Austin, get Willie here. So, it's been kind of sped up timetable, but you know, we've been just doing a lot of internal adjustments and then just getting ready on our side mainly and just going out there ready to play. Message to the other teams competing, you know, I don't like to say too much anymore. I feel like the talk is cheap, so we're just gonna see you guys in the lobby, so it's gonna be fun. Message to the fans, you know, thank you guys so much for the support. You know, we're working hard to just get back to winning again, so you know, just stick with us, keep supporting. We're gonna work hard. And then to the haters, I don't really care what you guys say, so.
To the haters, I don't care. So that's cool. Yeah, fair enough. Don't worry, keep your eyes out of chat if that's what you want to do. But, you know, something that we touch on quite a bit in this virtual studio in between games is we talk about roster changes. We talk about have teams had enough time to gel. We talk about experience. So how do these categories fall under M80 as a whole for this year so far? Jacob, let's start with you.
For the most part, I mean, you want to say it's maybe a little bit too early to say if it's going to work long term, but right now, I actually really like the way that M80 have opted to structure themselves, because Iconic is the kind of player who you know will perform on any role really, really well, and having him in the primary IGL position is, I think, the kind of leadership that a team like M80 has been lacking a little bit in for quite some time to really push them over the edge. Their results at the Copenhagen Major notwithstanding, I personally believe that this is the kind of direction that they could go in and could lead to a lot of good things long term, but they need the results in the short term to really help them show up for it. So if they can brush off the way that Copenhagen finished and then they can get a really good result here and go to Gamers 8, I think they will be looking really, really good. But it's a matter of how other guys step up in the absence of Iconic's fragging power. So I'm looking to guys like Gomez to really do a lot more. If Iconic's not the one playing a primary fragging operator, then a lot of that onus is going to go on Gomez to work with the boy wonder himself, Spoit, in order to make this team really gel. So right now, it's looking really, really good in my opinion.
Jesse, we're gonna. Yes, actually, you go in because I have something for Jacob after. Yes, you go.
Sure. Well, listen, I think the coordination between Iconic and Spoit have been incredible. And it didn't really start all there at the very beginning of the NAL. You know, they were kind of disconnected. But what we've seen, I think, probably midpoint through the NAL, and then I think we even still saw it in Copenhagen. We saw it yesterday as well when they played against WGP, was they really do work together well. Spoit and Iconic as an entry clearing duo are just phenomenal. Their attacks have been really, really helpful, or really useful on the attack to be able to have so many good entry picks. I thought yesterday Iconic, particularly on the Dokkaebi, was crushing it, calling somebody, walking in, finding the frag, very, very consistent with that. So yeah, I think M80, you know, they're starting to find their groove. Really, they are kind of hitting their stride. And I agree with Jacob. Like, despite the fact that they didn't really finish where they wanted to in Copenhagen, this is a very strong team and they're looking quite good right now.
I love this. We're already talking about individual performances, standout people, and then this culminates over here in a head-to-head because we have Spoit on one hand. We have Gavini, who was putting up outrageous numbers yesterday. Jacob, why don't you take us through these stats, my friend?
So this was a comparison I was thinking of just based on the roles that we are accustomed to seeing both teams play. I think this is a way that we can see Gavini get utilized a lot more on DarkZero, and he will flourish in it the more that he gets put in this entry capacity. And he's right next to Spoit. These are their stats just from yesterday specifically. This isn't any other numbers aside from what they did yesterday. Spoit's, you would think, would be a lot bigger because M80 destroyed West Garfield Park yesterday far faster than DarkZero beat Beast Coast. But the difference from the way that Gavini was playing was a lot more late round explosion on attack, and he got to a point where he was the highest rated player of the whole day. A 1.81 rating in a best of 3 is uncanny in Rainbow Six. That doesn't happen very often, and when it does, we have to highlight it. So putting Gavini's numbers up against Spoit, I'm not saying he's the next Spoit by any stretch of the imagination. It just goes to show how incredible you can have one day and how you need to keep that kind of performance going if you want to have a chance to beat somebody like Spoit, because DarkZero are not facing Beast Coast today. M80 is a completely different opponent, and this is basically a rematch for first place in the NAL. Gav needs to have a performance like this and needs to be activated in a very similar way if they want to have a true opportunity to beat M80 in this series.
Yeah, Jesse, do you feel the same way? Because I feel like Gavini essentially carried that entire team. It's not to say that they wouldn't have beaten Beast Coast without him, but with him, they absolutely, you know, they were on a tear. So if we don't bring that same energy into this match against a better team, against M80, then it could be, as we say in the UK, it could be curtains.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to find that fragging power somewhere, right? Pamba is the kind of historic fragging leader on DarkZero. He's the young gunner they brought in, really dominated back when DarkZero were at their peak back in the previous North American major. And so, you know, when we see DarkZero, we look at their fragging power, supplementing Pambazoo with Gavin. If Pamba's starting to fall off a little bit, if he doesn't have the greatest of games, Gavin needs to be in there to fill in the gaps. And I think that kind of comparison is great because it's almost a 2-for-2 comparison. We looked at the 1-for-1, but Pamba kind of supporting Gavin and Iconic supporting Spoit has really been the story of these two squads. We talk about the Trident sometimes, teams having 3 big fraggers. These two squads both have 2 really big fragging entry players that have done a ton of work for them in the early rounds. And yeah, I think they're absolutely both going to need to show up, all 4 of them throughout these teams, because if they don't, then you lose that entry battle. You're finally finding yourself in like a 3v5. You're in very rough shape.
As you can see, if you're at home watching this, along the bottom of the screen, we've got the vetoes and we've got the picks. Jacob, why don't you kick us off? What are these decisions? Are they good? Like, who are they favoring? Go on, let's go.
Well, it's a best of 5, which means you won't be able to take all of your really bad maps off the board. There's going to be 1 or 2 in here that you're not the most comfortable with, and you just kind of have to roll with the punches. So Villa and Cafe are both teams permabans. That was something we were already not going to see in this series. I think DarkZero have picked 2 maps that they're actually pretty good on, and they banned 1 map that they're bad on that M80 also happens to be good on. So when it comes to Skyscraper and Bank, both of those picks for them honestly make perfect sense. For M80, I think it's a little bit different because they picked 1 map that they're good at, the DZ really isn't that great with. 1 map that they like, but they haven't won very much in Clubhouse. So if we need to go to a map 4, that one feels like a real wild card to me. That could be a map that maybe bites M80 in the ass a little bit because it's not a map that they've historically been able to capitalize on since adding Iconic onto this team and trying to make those couple of other adjustments. I think Iconic and Spoit with this team and Clubhouse, it hasn't really gelled quite yet, even though they've tried it a couple of times. In my opinion, DarkZero needed every single advantage that they could get in this map ban phase. I think Clubhouse might be it. That could be a bit of a mistake from M80, but again, this is a best of 5. We'll see how it works long term.
It is indeed a best of 5, and you know what? This spaceship doesn't really have the best record when it comes to predictions, but we're going to do it anyway. Come on, Jesse, kick us off. Predictions going into this match, M80 or DarkZero?
Happily. I think while I like DarkZero a lot, and I do think they're a very strong team, I just don't see it right now for them. M80, I think, are playing better Siege at the moment. Gavin's great, but I don't think he puts up that type of performance twice, so I got to go for Iconic and Spoit.
Ooh, Jacob, you agree?
Yeah, but I do think it might be a little bit until we get there. I think if DarkZero are showing up the same way they showed up yesterday, then we might need a map 4 or a 5 on this one. Not to give you like an early night, like on purpose. I swear to God, we're not trying that. But I definitely think DarkZero, from their own map picks, if they're feeling confident and they play the same way as they did yesterday, we're in for a long day. So it'll be M80, but it'll take a while.
Well, we have had our say here. Blue and Stokes are waiting in the wings. They are your casters for our Gamers Without Borders NA Grand Final Best of 5. Let's do it.
Thanks very much, and it's a pleasure to be back once again, ladies and gentlemen, here for the North American Finals, our very last final here for the Gamers Without Borders event and our 2023 Rainbow Six tournament, of course. Stokes is with me once again on the comms. Stokes, how are we feeling about this matchup, having seen DarkZero play it out yesterday and the relative dominance that M80 was able to bring against West Garfield Park?
You already know what I'm going to say. We're going to be here a while. We might be in for the full 5, especially with these 2 teams. I'm feeling like it's going to be a pretty fiery back and forth. And with the way the DZ have been playing, especially in the series that we saw yesterday, I think that it's going to be neck and neck. I just think these rounds are going to be grueling, really. You know, especially with some of the maps that we have here. You know, you get into these later maps to see Clubhouse coming up. That's when things get a little worrisome, especially when it comes to that clock management. So excited to see what we have here today, man.
Even right from the very beginning, I feel like Skyscraper is going to be a very, like you said, chaotic affair between both of these teams here. We have the hyper-structured playstyle that DarkZero like to bring to bear against the somewhat unpredictable, but when they need to be, also somewhat structured play from M80 here. And I'm going to be very curious to see which side of that, for M80 specifically, comes out and how DarkZero is able to work against it. They showed us great capability to adjust to their game versus Beast Coast yesterday, but they're going to have to more than likely do a heck of a lot more than that and pick up the pace individually if they want to compete against M80. So let's see who tops it out as we go live into our second best of 5 of the day now for North America to see which team is moving onwards to Gamers 8 and, of course, who is taking home the lion's share of that charitable prize pool.
Yes, indeed. Let's jump in here on Skyscraper, see what we got going on. The ban phase already done, and some strong bans taken off the list here. Love what we're seeing, especially with the Monty ban coming out, making sure that they can't try and get any aggressive looks off of some of the balconies and some of these doorways. Monty just clearing things across the board, especially when it comes to like tea karaoke, a heck of a lot easier.
Defender ban's coming up here now. It's going to be first choice in from DarkZero, and they will choose to eliminate a zombie. It's been a common pick when it comes to Skyscraper specifically, and just overall here in our North American bracket as well. She has been pretty heavily banned out, so it makes perfect sense. Solus, very much for the same reason as a zombie, didn't go too much into the specifics, but basically on a solo level of play, both of those operators are way too proficient right now on their lonesome without even really needing a teammate to assist them in any sort of combat situations, so makes perfect sense to ban them out in pretty much every map, especially those like this one here, which do allow for heavy presence from those roamers to show up in the early round. With that out of the way, though, we'll go live into the first actual round here. It'll be M80 on defense, DarkZero on attack. They're going to start downstairs, actually, in Barbecue, which will have that natural extension upstairs into the usual starting sites for a lot of teams anyway, although it's been a little different for this event of T-Ru.
Well, John, I hope you got your popcorn because we're getting into round one and we could have quite a few of them ahead of us. A possibility of 15 per map, 5 maps potentially as well. That's quite a few rounds, guys, for the quick math folks out there. Iconic and the rest of the gang, though, here for M80, set for war. And I'm excited to see what they can do, especially after some results that they probably wanted to improve upon at the previous major. They're back and ready to get back into this competition, especially up against a pretty feisty DarkZero, right? Especially from what we saw yesterday. Iconic choosing to send the team to Barbecue initially. Love this strategy, just throwing a curveball at DarkZero right off rep.
We saw a few other teams in APAC specifically choose to do this as well when we saw them play into Skyscraper, although it only popped up once or twice. It was a common occurrence there for, if I remember correctly, both teams inside of that game. So we'll see if DarkZero will choose to go the same direction with things when they pick things up, of course, on that defensive side. It is a DarkZero game, so important to note as usual that while this map may bring a slight exception to under certain scenarios, DarkZero is a very, very slow team. They love to use the entirety of the round timer that they are given for the beginning of the action phase, and it's not uncommon, especially looking at yesterday's game, to see them execute with, like, for a lot of teams, it's usually around 20 seconds where we're going to get stressed about their capability to make it into a site. For DarkZero, it's more like 10 seconds with how willing they are to push the envelope on that. So don't be surprised if we're like another 30, 40 seconds deep here and DarkZero haven't done anything yet, or at least doesn't appear as though they have. That's all part of the design for this type of team here.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't get too worried about DarkZero when it comes down to it either with that strategy. It works out way more often than not. And honestly, with Rainbow Six, it just is a welcome strategy, really. You're seeing what your opponent will do. You'll see if you can get any of those free picks just by people getting overly aggressive. You know, a lot of teams don't really share that same pace, so it messes some people up. They try and get a little too aggressive, and you can end up getting some kills just simply based off of timing. So see if that benefits DZ in this round, but definitely sticking to the strategy that we know and love for now.
Let's see Spoid over there popping the smart glasses to take the challenge initially against the Candel, but it'll be Iconic that frags first. Spoid will get his chance, but no, Gavini turns the deployable shield against his opponent. Thankfully, there's a quick revenge from Iconic down below. He's able to strike back relatively fast and keep the advantage in M80's pocket, bringing DZ down to just Canadian, who does have a cross, or at least did a moment ago through soft breach on what I believe was Iconic falling back. Achieved also trying to see if he can capture that player, but he's a little late to this angle. That was the one that Iconic used about 5 or 10 seconds ago now to pick up an additional frag here and trade out the advancement from DarkZero into Drum. Beautiful trades from M80, great containment of the aggressive scenario from DZ. Now DZ has to quickly come up with a plan B with only 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, this is asking a lot of Canadian squad. 4 versus 3, but all of this verticality in the hands of M80 still. DarkZero have to try and strip it. I mean, that's an opener. That's one way to get it done. Achieved with some guesswork and works out for them, so it's working for us. Logic bomb out. Canadian will begin creeping in through the pantry, feeling as though the wet bar will be a better avenue for himself. Well, 10 seconds remaining. As John said, this is high tide for them. They got to swing through, but they're both dead. It's up to Achieved upstairs. He'll drop down to the hatch to his demise. M80 with the first round.
That's going to be the big issue for DarkZero over the course of this series. That very complex, huge matrix style of defense that M80 set up into. That's also pretty hard to predict when they're potentially going to jump out from those positions and try to get in the way of your executes, such as the play from Iconic down below that countered out the drum push. That actually went relatively successfully for our Buck player. Gavini just couldn't do anything though about that very quick trade because Iconic held his own ground down below, just on the outside of the actual site. And that unfortunately killed most of the forward momentum the DarkZero were making, primarily upstairs there. So M80 lock that first site away, and they'll rotate over here towards the, like we said before, the usual expected first site for a lot of teams, or at least what historically has been the first site over in Tea Room and Karaoke.
Solid start for M80's plans, and this will be a continuation of that. This is definitely playing into the Monty band that we saw from earlier as well, as we usually see that come in from the north balcony, as the offense usually tries to exploit T. We end up moving in for Karaoke to get a simple plant that rotation is made over near Black Stairs. As for M80's strat, though, things very straightforward. They got the traps going on, especially with Iconic and Diaz in here. A little bit of a difference in between the two. Iconic mostly for the delay. Diaz hoping to pick a few people off that just end up practicing things incorrectly when hopping in the windows. DarkZero, though, be out and about now, and you're ready for things. Have a couple of the standard ops that we're used to seeing. The Ying especially coming into play. Hopefully it'll stick around this time, though.
Once again, slow wind up from DarkZero, but all in good time here as they look to try and figure out the best strategy to clear out, at least initially, this extension over towards the office that M80 are playing into. Not just inside the office, too. You can see below it, once again, is going to be Iconic, really supporting that extension and being the key player to outlast that extra bunker they've set up for themselves in the office itself. Office still going to have quite a bit of heavy contention being played directly against it, though. You can see Gomez, of course, defending things over here at the other side of it in Exhibition, while also trying to do double duty to defend this breach that had just been made by the Ace on the attacking side, currently being taken up by Gavini. Gavini, of course, I mentioned a little bit about him, as he had a fantastic game yesterday, absolutely kicking butt under pretty much every scenario, and he's going to continue to do so here as he gets the opening entry of the round for DarkZero. Unfortunately, that's not going to be for free. Once more, Iconic is able to strike from down below as he continues to maintain prominent positioning, or at least was up until that point. Achieved now able to trade him out, and it's DarkZero with the edge here going into the second half of the round itself.
Yeah, Achieved working a little magic so far through these two rounds. Seems like he's always finding people through these panels. M80, though, will still be able to chill out in these more extended positions. Easy looking to reassess, even though they do have the man advantage at the moment, but don't want to try and get too aggressive without that info basis to work off of. Two people inside of Dragon for the time being. Gomez and one more. Trying to make sure that nobody can try and progress through there easily. As for the rest of DarkZero, though, just trying to get the wrap onto the site. They'll get the paneling open for Geisha. Trying to get some more lines of sight, making it more difficult for M80 to try and rotate back.
Gomez and the rest of M80 still patiently waiting out this time now that they've been forced into a disadvantageous scenario. Don't really seem too keen on taking any additional risks, but now that we reach the pivotal 30-second point, all right, now they're at least trying some things. Gomez, a bit more successful than the push we see there from the Frost being played by Diaz. Although Diaz had one heck of a game yesterday, so that prompts the confidence from him. Engineers move forward, but he has been spotted by that default that unfortunately has been left up until this point. Once again, it's the late advancements from DarkZero that often has some negatives to it, such as that, not having fully cleared out these parts of the map. Diaz primed to cover out the push from Gavini and will succeed in it, but that also prompts Canadian for the trade. He'll pick it back up. DarkZero will try to make this push work, but Canadian is now all that remains with that one Candela moving in. He's blinded out Gomez, brings it down to a 1v1, but Kino may have just barely escaped around the corner, and with that escape, it'll win M80 the round.
Solid game plan so far from M80. It's working swimmingly up against DarkZero. They're playing out this clock perfectly. They're playing up against the pacing of DarkZero perfectly as well, John, especially some of those later trades right around like the 30-ish second mark where M80 is just holding on to those fringe positions. They get their pick and they immediately rotate it back to site. They maintain their man advantage after they equalize, and they force DarkZero to try and clear out that last remaining portion of the building. With such low time, they don't really have a chance to reassess things if they go wrong. So that's the big exploitation that M80 are going for there. And it works perfectly for them because they get it down to the 1 versus 1. And instead of having to go for the plant, Canadian has to try and chase down the lone M80 member. And there's just simply not enough time to do so. So once again, M80 just pulling a rabbit out of a hat up against DarkZero. Looking for the perfect sight triangle now as round 3 is in front of us.
M80 looking good. And once again, bringing that consistent variability to their play that is able to throw off even a pretty well-prepared team like DarkZero. It's been an improvement that M80 have been making over the last few months, starting off during the phase 1 of the NAL season just about a month or 2 ago now. Obviously going to be continuing to improve on that. Wasn't able to echo forward the best results from the major, obviously. But I think in time, personally, we're going to be seeing some more good results boil out from this team and the advances that they have made over the last few months. We'll have to see. This will be a nice step forward if they can outlast against DarkZero yet again to earn a slot at one of the biggest tournaments of the year at Gamers8 coming up in just a few months' time. A massive prize pool for them to potentially claim there. But of course, they'll have to work their way past DarkZero, as we were just explaining before, to earn that slot. Slow play as usual, though, from DZ as they build themselves up and build up the confidence to try and trap out those 1 or 2 members of M80 that are going to be priority targeted here in the early round. Have not been able to find the right way to move about them just yet. We're probably going to see some progress made soon as they try to force back any play on the inside of T-Room, which we commonly see teams extend at least a little bit into on this current site hold that M80 is playing. Once again, the repel action working its way forward here too, as DarkZero look to force their way forward in against M80. M80 in the meanwhile as well, not moving an inch here as we're down to the final minute and a half. It's been relatively quiet all across the map. Selma's trying to be worked onto the interior walls of the site as well. Might get popped back off. We'll have to see, of course. It looks like they'll actually go off with a relative amount of success. M80 just once again, not really challenging all that much on the inside of this round. DarkZero forcing a lot more respect to them than we had seen before, but still, that does give DZ their capability to set things up for the push, and they'll start it out with a nice entry from Panba.
Immediate recon mode applied from DarkZero. We'll do at least suss out a few positions, but Spoit will find Canadian. And this is where the wheels could fall off the wagon. Nice cross being developed here from the likes of M80. Solid position in behind the desk, and really no way. He's just going for the gunfight here for Achieve to try and dislodge him. He'll get one, but that prone position, so very dangerous. Iconic's just going to hold the cross for him as well, making this so much more difficult for DZ to try and naturally figure out, as he's not going to have to actively play this. It's going to be down to Diaz and Spoit. Oh man, Gavini with the read behind the desk. Diaz will get one. NJR can still play the cross. He's on low HP. The plant's about to get stuck, but it doesn't matter. NJR will clean it up for DZ, and they'll get their very first round.
DZ finally mark their footing here, as usual, in a very tense way. Not really looking like they had any realistic access to the site coming down to those final few seconds, but it's all the process of then boiling out every possibility and then centering in on the best one as they knock out those players one by one. A few scary trades in the midst of it, but it's free picks like that that Achieved are able to get. And then Gavini's beautiful push against the prone player we had just watched a moment ago there that enabled their capability to win out rounds. Winning those crucial key fights would give them that capability to move further and further into it and just barely squeak off the plant that we saw them get at the end of the day when it was down to that 1v3 clutch attempt. So M80's first bump in the road. They will, of course, now be able to immediately return to the barbecue. They did already have success back on round 1, but we'll see if it'll stay that way now that DZ gets a nice little confidence boost from their own first win. Maybe they figured out something critical here that they can use on a round-to-round basis, but we'll have to see, as of course they're not going to be given as much of a direct access route to the site this time. Have to work a little bit more for that initial interior control, and that was part of where they were getting tripped up back when they played this site before.
They no longer have the keys to the castle. That's going to complicate things just a tad bit. But doesn't mean DZ isn't good for it. I will tell you this, though. That round a lot closer than DZ really wanted it to be. Not exactly the most confident round, as there was still a chance, surely, for M80 to try and take that in the clutch. But as we said before, NJR just a little stronger with that cross. Round 4 now, though, for DarkZero, as they're progressing along nicely for now, looking to link these rounds together. The air jabs for the flank, little knowledge still for Canadian, but a big trade here achieved. Been so solid so far in this series, 4-2 and 0. Leading the pack for achieved, or rather for DarkZero, as Gavini will go down. M80 will also lose Spoit.
Pretty decent sized loss for M80, but also again oftentimes is that frontline player, so he's going to be the expected first one to fall in quite a few situations. M80 on these offsites, though, have been quite adventurous with their positioning, so he's not going to be the only domino that needs to fall before DZ have the confidence to try and shift themselves into the barbecue itself. Iconic should still be out and about somewhere. Potentially Diaz as well. Never mind for Diaz. He'll fall second here to Achieved as well, as he strikes it with True with his 5th kill of the game. This one coming from a nade, as you can see there, right on the inside of Drum to knock him down and give even more control over to DZ. Still haven't fully cleared out the tier, and more specifically the main staircase here for Iconic to play around, so that will be the 2 remaining issues here. But theoretically, they could brute force the site from downstairs at this point, given that the 2 out of 3, in fact, almost all 3 players are really holding full off-site position just to play for the retake at this point.
A lot of respect here for DarkZero. Knowing M80 can switch this pace on a dime, don't want to get caught off. We're seeing that in a couple of rounds, especially these victorious ones for M80. This could be the change of fate. DarkZero trying to mess with things just a tad bit. Making sure M80 are not on the same page as them, and it's a big pick from Canadian as he patiently awaited on the window. Gomez now with a nice find of his own, but the advantage still going over to DZ, and the map advantage as well. You can see the control upstairs starting to build, and so much time still remaining, especially on DZ's clock, in order to get this done.
It's got to be somewhat frustrating for DZ here. They spend a solid minute or so hunting down a single kill, only for a member of M80 to just randomly swing out from the inside of Barbecue to trade it right back against them. Still works to maintain the slight advantage DZ have, but now is when it comes to shove. 10 seconds left. No one has even entered the site yet. Phone call is going to go out, but here comes the retake with perfect timing there onto the inside of the kitchen, and Gomez to slay out the last member, as we did see a second member of the assaulting team fall on the inside of Barbecue as well. DZ cannot make it happen with the limited time they leave themselves, and M80 go right back into pretty much full control over this map right now at a 3-1 scoreline.
M80 are always so vicious when it comes down to the site play. You're always going to lose bodies on the entry, and unfortunately enough for DarkZero, this time around they didn't really have an opportunity to try and get a refrag. Everybody kind of had to do their own thing given the circumstances of what they had to go for in the situation. So unfortunate for them, but M80 once again proving just how defendable Barbecue is as a site. Taking that round and running this score back up by 2.
Well, as M80 continue to exercise their control, DarkZero are going to have to consider potentially a change up or some other way to make these earlier pushes work for themselves. We've already talked about team is more than used to excelling inside of these late round executes, but M80 with the way they're shifting up their pacing and even anchors are kind of being able to make these random pushes work for themselves. DarkZero may need to look for even more security onto their pushes, which is going to be pretty difficult to achieve in a kind of spur of the moment switch up. So we'll see what else they may have in their pocket to make these types of plays work. Out and about now for them. We'll see what they build it up to, of course, as I do believe we've seen M80 go over towards the tea room yet again for their 5th out of 6 rounds here on the defensive side. And it's going to be mainly that top horizontal clear that DarkZero go for to start things out. Elements will be in play down below, including Spoit, of course, messing with it directly below the current DarkZero clear in the bedroom area of the building.
I'm looking for some Spoit activity. I need to see him get into the nitty-gritty here, jump in the trenches, get some more frags on the board, as he's dredging the bottom right now.
Yeah.
You know, on top of that as well, but Keno, completely different position, right? He's on the support game, on the support gig. That's all the heavy lifting stuff. He does all the off the scoreboard activity, which is like the worst part of Rainbow Six Siege. So really appreciate Keno and anybody that has to don that mantle. Your guys' valiant effort does not go unnoticed, trust us. So see what M80 can get done with that effort, as well as what Spoit can get done in these coming rounds. That's quite the weapon as well. A fan favorite of the fraggers in recent times, John, the MPX with that 1.5 of Wardens.
We're going to continue to see Spoit try to harass players out with that one. He has backed up from his initial aggressive positioning over there on the first floor, so don't expect him to come into play in huge fashion until later on in the round. He may have actually noticed the Capital coming into play for Canadian as well, and that may have prompted him to kind of play a bit closer to the site in case those smart glasses become a make-or-break situation for him. That utility rarely gets used kind of in the moment unless we're countering out Ying play, but for smoke counters as well, it can find its real moment in the limelight there. It gives credence to why we're seeing so much Warden play as of late. For those if they should happen scenarios, he is a great direct counter to some of that execute utility. Now we're going to see DarkZero try to open their way directly into one of the sites here by using the Ace Selmas. Electrical did go out, but unfortunately, like we said before, it's been EMP'd, and let's see here. Terror Drone nearly pushing Gomez out of position entirely. He takes the fight directly. Has generally had a good track record for these. It does some really decent damage to Gavini. You have to make him fall back and respect the position, but can't shoot out the Nitro quickly enough, even though it goes right in front of his face. It blows up close enough to it that it knocks off the remaining HP he does have and eliminates him. Iconic potentially under threat from down below, but he may have realized it. We'll have to wait and see. Canadian, though, has struck gold elsewhere, closer to the site execute itself. Well, Panba desperately tries to hunt out Iconic, but Prey becomes the predator, it seems, and Iconic takes down Panba instead. M80 retake their player advantage by +1, and now DZ are out of time. They don't have a choice anymore. They've got to force the issue, meaning they're more than likely going to walk directly into this setup, hoping they can get some entries into their favor. There was a Chiefs opportunity. Unfortunately, he's missed it. So now Spoit's going to continue to sit back, relax, and just wait for the kills to come his way. Iconic downstairs finally getting dealt with, but as you can see, that's minimal consolation at this point. His time is up, as we can see NJR trying to make his last-ditched effort push work. It does not pay off, and we get a 5-1 lead for the M80 roster at halftime.
We got one more round.
Oh yeah, that was round 6, my bad.
That's okay, it's okay. 4-1 though, we're getting there, and honestly, it does feel as though M80 is already there with how dominant these defenses have been. DarkZero have at least gotten a bead on what these situations provided from M80 have looked like, but none of their plays have really worked out that they've went for to try and counteract what's going on for M80. You know, we have the clear downstairs up against Iconic that doesn't really work out. They don't really have too much angle work going on site from, you know, real cross sections. We have a lot of things going on from the kind of center hallway over towards like Drum as well as Shrine. And it really just makes it one-dimensional for DarkZero and something that is extremely manageable for M80 at the, you know, at the end of the round. So we'll see if DZ can potentially get something changed up for round 6, but they more than likely will be looking on to what they can get done on their defenses.
Yeah, M80 continuing to show the strength of the kind of individual responsibility they're willing to give their players, letting them have that freedom to make their own choices and really play their own positioning as well, as long as they're able to complete their assigned task or two for whatever that may be on a round-to-round basis. One of the most effective players in those roles so far has been Iconic, continuing to dominate at a 6-3 scoreline and wasting oodles of time away from DarkZero's attack.
He can't fool us. He can't fool us, Blue. He's only IGLing so that he can make himself look good. Let's be honest.
Yeah, true.
Let's be honest. We're on to you, Iconic.
It's alive and well here. We'll see, though, as Iconic is still topping out the boards. Or actually, no, excuse me, Gomez still has that slot for him now. Gomez continuing to contribute to those kind of in-sight positions and doing a pretty darn good job at minimum, going 1-for-1 in every single one of those situations. Oftentimes better, as you can see from his own personal score there. So 2 major thorns in the side of DarkZero continue to harass them on a round-to-round basis. Iconic wastes out the time, and then Gomez just proves himself to be too difficult to take out. However, DZ have a trick up their sleeve. Pamba's going to hop up, but he will be partially blinded by his team's own Candela. Kino strikes first. Panba nearly takes the head off of his teammate there, but realizes it is indeed the Ying pushing forward. Kino has been restricted now after finding that initial kill against Achieve, but no, Iconic now jumps into things. Gomez will make a fatal mistake, hopping out the wrong window or doorway there to take him down at the hands of MJR's pre-placed Claymore. Another 1-to-1 goes off, but that's still into the favor of M80, keeping them at what is now a 3v1 advantage as Diaz is struck again from inside of the site. Gavini is all that's left. He was a hero yesterday. He's got to be a hero now inside of the 1v3. Otherwise, it will be that 5-1 scoreline that I mistakenly called out a few moments ago. Won't find that entry opportunity on the inside of the office itself, but he will find it over by the check-in desk at small door. Diaz falls, 2 to go, and he still has over a minute to make this play work. It's a very rare thing we see DarkZero in this situation, but we'll see now if that earlier paced execution is going to give enough pacing over to Gavini here to allow him to clutch this one out. He'll basically have to go for the kills as well. You can see where the case is down, but no, crosses Spoit's crosshair, and he won't miss the shot. So 80 close in on that massive lead, and now we're at halftime.
So you're just clairvoyant. You could have told us you had the script. That's okay.
I mean, to be fair, it was kind of the way it was going, so.
Hey, a fair assessment.
Didn't require like an oracle to predict that one, but.
I mean, you are in Vegas. Those are some betting odds I would probably take if you would have gave me those about 3.5 minutes ago. So, fair enough. Fair. Round 7 now. This will be switching sides. M80 with a dominant showcasing of how to defend Skyscraper. And I like what you said earlier on, John, what you said about M80 not keeping their players on a leash. Everybody has their assigned task, and as long as they're doing that, they don't really care what, people are doing besides that. But the key thing is about that is that they still keep it synchronized. And that's the beauty of M80's play, and something that I've always really, really respected about Iconic and the, game style that he kind of has chosen for Rainbow Six overall. So we'll see if M80 can kind of get some more of that action going on their offensive side, or it's going to be a little bit more solo dolo. Who knows? It could be high flying. You never know. They're quite creative with the way that they go about things, just like we had seen previously. So excited to see what they have in store for us for round 7.
DarkZero throwing everything and the kitchen sink at M80, and unfortunately leads to minimal results. Just one round picked up over the entirety of their attacking side. This is a map that can favor the defenders, especially inside of the NA region. So don't count DarkZero out just yet. We'll take a peek at how this first round or two goes and make a more solid judgment of things. They start on the safe sites upstairs. Try to see if they can find some footing to play off of here to maybe swing this map back into their favor. It's a long day, though, so if it is indeed a lost cause, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility that they kind of resign themselves to it and focus up for the next one here, as a long, drawn-out map could potentially start to show issues on the individual side of things, as we saw earlier with that full 5-map series for the South American finals between NIP and Liquid, where the Liquid curse, unfortunately, struck them yet again against NIP.
And they really cannot get away from that, can they? It's a sad, sad day. And we were there for the start. Well, technically, we were supposed to be there for the true start of the curse over the recent times.
Yeah.
you just happened to get sick that day, unfortunately. But Parker and I got to see the downfall of Liquid versus
the
BDS,
which, or whatever it happened to be at that point.
Very unfortunate. Perfect timing on that. Achieved will go down, and M80 start off strong yet again on round 7. Achieved feeling as though he can get away with the positioning there up close to the single panel, but surely not.
It is unfortunate,
Panba?
too, as Achieved,
Panba?
taking a look at the scores, Panba gets caught by
He was trying to get cheeky.
Know if the Buck has realized it yet, or if he just doesn't have the angle to take him down. Either way,
I don't think that wasn't on purpose. They just did that to open the wall, and Bambazu just got down.
I was like, all right, guys, just forget that happened. Don't mind the 80 missing HP. I'll figure it out.
Since it started casting Siege again, I'm like, man, I really want to start playing the game again. But Pambazoo is exactly what would happen to me. That's my life in Rainbow Six Siege. They don't even mean to kill me, but I'm dead. M80 bowling over DarkZero. You want to know why we're kind of just sitting here chilling? Well, that's why. M80 are in the driver's seat, and John.
Look at that replay position. Like they didn't even execute really. They just DM DarkZero on that round and won basically.
Yeah. Yep. They just
There was
were
only like
hey.
1 or 2 people in the vicinity of the site, because I'm pretty sure that was a tea room hold right there. So
Yeah, M80 did a really good job of across like their entire roster figuring out where the remaining members of DZ were, and they just happened to swing them all at the same time. Funny how that works.
we're going to get the DZ timeout, but realistically, probably a bit too late for this. I mean, we'll see what kind of changes they can make. Even if they come up with like the strategy to counter out what we just saw from M80 in the last round, though, you got to do it 5 times in a row. That's the problem here. So well, I'm hoping for something great from DZ. The odds are very much against their favor currently.
Yeah, and like, you know, if you were putting jerseys in the rafters of Rainbow Six, Canadian's one of the first jerseys up there, but like, all due respect, I don't think it's happening. I don't think it's happening. We will see. We will see what they have in store for M80, but M80 are looking damn good, man. This is a very, very solid team right now on Skyscraper. I can tell you right now, I don't want to play against them. That looks like the least amount of fun. You know what I mean?
If you want to talk about anyone's ability to predict these matchups, you should be giving Jesse credit right now. I think if I heard him correctly before we went live, he said that this map was going to be like a 7-0 or something like that. So he's not far off with the way things are currently going.
He's doing better than Demo yesterday. Demo, anything that came out of Demo's mouth, the exact opposite happened. And I was just having such a gay old time with that. It was amazing.
So we'll see here if M80 can complete the set and give us that shutdown to start the series off. Push them that much closer to the 3-0 victory. If that's what they're going to be looking for, of course. Like we said, it's a best of 5. It's a long road to victory here today, even with the map won this quickly from M80. Still 2 more maps potentially need to be picked up by them. So we'll see if they can keep this type of dominant performance up, or if DarkZero maybe just needed a warm-up map or 2 here to really awaken themselves. Skyscraper, I was a little bit worried for DZ going into it, so it's not too surprising for my personal sake that we're seeing this scoreline come out. I think this just may have been a bit too much of an overwhelming map for the type of way they kind of play Siege here. With that said, we have a few more of those in the pool, so I'm a little worried for the longevity of DarkZero in that respect as we get into those maps, and I think that DarkZero's map strength doesn't really come in until later in this series. They do need to find the capability to win at least one of those more chaotic maps here before we get towards the end. As we're going to see, though, Garhook might be coming in hot off the small tower platform here as well. I don't even know if we have a comm for that, but here we go. It leaps into the site, and it's not going to work out, at least initially, for our attackers on M80, but Spoit pushing through, down below. This shotgun is so fun to watch. We'll see if Spoit can get himself another one here as he's trying to open up the crossover into T-Room, but that player, currently stalwart, is also panned, but is able to hold things from the inside of Karaoke, and unfortunately goes missing by Kino there. Diaz gets the intel, and I believe it was from Geisha, immediately trades it out against Pampa. M80 are giving us everything and a heck of a lot more to keep themselves in the scope of winning this round. 1 in T-Room, 1 on the back supply rotate here from Gavini, and I do believe Canadian is very much out and about right now, so we'll see if they can track him and the other 2 down, as they still have a minute and a half to go for M80's attack.
Only half the round, this thing's turning me into a soundboard. This is ridiculous. M80 with the refrag game, DarkZero on top of it with the opener. Love the swing we saw from Spoit there as well, the Gara hook. Very creative way to clear things out for Geisha. Trying to make sure that they cross their T's and dot their I's. Spoit's going to get caught off guard by a long angle here from Canadian. Great read from him, but once again, they are so solid at maintaining this man count, man. And it doesn't even matter if it's across the map. It just seems as though M80 are aware of where these engagements can go down and are ready to hop to whenever necessary. You know, they lose that man advantage and they immediately capitalize on another piece of information that's still floating and active. You know, it's so very strong. Gavini's going to get smoked out, though. This might be high time for M80 to start working their way onto site.
Canadian's position is somewhat revealed at this point, too, because of the kill he went for. I do believe that M80 are aware he rotated downstairs, but M80 don't have a huge amount of confidence in this play right now. As you can see, they're very hesitant, especially over by that stairs play, to try and make this one work. So they may be trying to use Diaz as the initiator a little bit more, but he has the case in hand, so that has some risks with it. Regardless, Iconic gets dropped, and Diaz attempts to find at least one trade onto Gavini. Finally, their capability to stay in the round falls short here in the final 2v2, and it is DZ that maintains presence, winning the first of those 5 rounds they need to come back into this game.
quite the road ahead of them, but doesn't mean that DarkZero can't get it done. Able to at least keep things equal, especially when it came to a lot of the top floor play. Just making sure that they maintain the map control as long as they possibly can and benefiting off of that because of it. A lot of those kills starting to streamline in for them near that middle portion of the round based off of the fact they were maintaining that map control. M80 though with a lot of opportunities still in their backpack. They'll carry this along here into round 9 to see if this will be the deciding factor instead.
Direct here in play once again from DZ, as I believe this will be a rerun back from the first round of this half. We'll see if they're able to repeat success on it. Like we said before, wanted to play a lot of players in off-site positions on this round, however, did not work out. In fact, it just very much turned into a game of T-Hunt for M80 after the first minute or so had gone by, and they quite literally did not need to execute into that area in order to complete the set. Just took down every member of DarkZero, like I said before, in a matter of the first 2 minutes or so. So expect a much more contained level of play, or at least that's what I would expect from DarkZero this time. We'll have to wait and see, as it does look like there's at least going to be a few players primed out on the kind of natural extension on the other side of the map in that office as well as exhibition area.
M80 doing the hard lifting, heavy work, blue collar on the wall. Getting the hard breach done and start drawing things out on this portion of the map. Do have a couple receivers here for DarkZero. Waiting in the basement. There's one over here. Actually, screw that. Upstairs instead. It's going to be Pambazoo over inside of main office. M80 wrapped around the building currently. This will work on Geisha, but still try and maintain some other advantages that they've found, as well as some crosses for DarkZero. They could just waltz on back to site near that middle portion of the round like we did see on the last. Although M80 trying to commit to the drone game. This is the difficulty of Skyscraper. Trying to compartmentalize things and clear it out in time is so very difficult.
Loading back.
Let's see who's nearby.
DarkZero continuing to wait this one out. Much more patient in their style of play. Pan with a good realization, though. He knows a drone zipped by him a second ago. Was not able to originally find his position, but the problem is he spent too long looking for it. Now he's trapped on the inside, locked into this duel. Panba ends up taking control of that first fight, but Kino does trade right back onto him as the drop shot fails from our initial attacker. Canadian now reascends the living room area stairs and is able to retake the advantage against Kino here. 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. M80 still moving right along schedule here, but now down a player. But DarkZero still maintaining some of that off-site pressure that's going to come back to bite M80 if they try to ignore it and go directly for a site play. But Gomez has his own level of insertion that DarkZero may not be expecting. Thankfully, barbed wire in the way, and he has no safe way to cross that. So we'll have to spring this trap, potentially if his teammates act as a distraction before he can truly do anything here.
DarkZero starting to build a case to make this comeback. Skyscraper, a home for defense, but doesn't seem like one that M80 are exactly scared of working against. They've been in positions like this before, individually on separate squads, but this one has came together to be quite a force. And one that still has a lot of work ahead of them. Minimal time. Iconic with a big pick. Gonna go for the plant here. NJR can't stop him. No smokes in the tank. Iconic with another big kill. This might be it. NJR has to stop him. DS knows where the kill's gonna come from. The swing. There's two potentialities. He'll get the one. It's down to Iconic. Low HP now for NJR. 1 HP in a dream for him. As he can get closer with the shotgun. This might be it. Has to hope for it at range, but Iconic with the info swing will find him instead, and Skyscraper will go the way of the green and black.
Beautiful play from M80 as they lock it down. 7-2, as you could see there before. For the most part, domination, especially as far as the Skyscraper game is concerned. Beautiful stuff from them, and specifically, beautiful work out of Iconic inside of the game. Absolutely amazing game sense from beginning to end from him, perfectly playing out all of those situations, even on the defensive side when he was acting as that kind of off-site distraction, almost like a tertiary roamer in some senses of the word. He was able to waste so much time and oftentimes pick up a player or two in the process. And then we see there, even on the attacking side, he's able to bring plenty of great play to the table there. Smartly backs away from that final 1v1, switches over to the long-range weapons so that he can close things down against what was more than likely going to be a shotgun peek, and indeed, it was the case. Map 1 is done, ladies and gentlemen. We have plenty more action around the corner, so stick with us. We'll be back in just a second with your desk to break down map number 1 and get you ready for map number 2 here.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. DarkRelief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now DarkRelief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what DarkRelief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of DarkRelief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We are one map down, and M80 kick things off with a bang. DarkZero definitely have some work to do if they're going to catch up, but it's only one map, and it's a best of 5, so chill out, guys, okay? Jesse, you thought that M80 were going to take it, and boy, that was a little bit of a showcase on DarkZero's map pick, nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Your map pick in a best of 5 is like sacred. The enemy team could only ban one single map before you got to choose whatever you wanted. It should be an auto win. It should be a lock. This should basically be a best of 3. Best of 5s shouldn't exist because each team should get like an auto win to start things off. You stay chill out. You stay calm down. I'm not going to calm down. DZ went 1 in 5 on their first half attacking onto this map. You've got to be better than that when it's your own map pick and you're trying to beat a team like M80.
Yeah, you've got more historical context too. It's weird too. It's like this was their permaban for a really long time. They would not play this map. They specifically refused to play this map as often as they did. And now they're starting to pick into it a lot more. Not just because it's a best of 5 and you can't ban all your bad maps at the very beginning, but they started actively picking this at the beginning of this year. And to lose it in such bad fashion is really, really weird for the rest of the context of the series. Like, their other map pick is Bank. We're guaranteed to at least play Bank if we have to, like, in 3 maps. That will happen. But why not play that first? Why go for Skyscraper if you very clearly couldn't do much on it? Would it have been better to go to Bank first? Questions abound for this kind of performance, Bank. So I really don't know what to make of this.
Well, let's dive into that, that map a little bit more then. What was the most notable hole in DarkZero's game this point, Jesse? I mean, can they fix it before map 2?
I mean, I don't think it was any individual player that wasn't stepping up. We have the stats in front of us. I actually thought Canadian was a problem player for them, despite the fact that he was the very top of the leaderboard. His Ying plays were not landing. So often you saw him on the executes 10, 15 seconds to go, throwing his first Candela, popping his first Capitao Firebolt, whatever it may be. Utility was coming in super, super late. And even the one round where they finally went for a rush, round number 6, it doesn't really feel like the Ying plays were getting anything done. They did the classic Amaru up the hatch, which we see a lot of the times, but the Amaru didn't have the defuse kit. Canadian did instead, and he didn't try to plant. He didn't get anything with his Candelas. Just really felt like there was a lack of impact there coming out from him. I think stats sometimes don't tell the whole picture, and this kind of felt like one of those games where DZ, a lot of problems throughout this matchup, even if it wasn't all recorded in the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, M80, they were off to a hot start, weren't they? And it just didn't stop. 2 players that we spoke about in the pre-show, we spoke about Iconic, we spoke about Gomez. They didn't even really seem very phased during that map. Jacob, it just seemed like they were on cruise control.
Definitely. I think on defense, that was where they shone the most because that was just how they had to play out the first half and to begin with, right? But the big thing for me was their trade game. For every single person that DarkZero lost, there was usually 1 to 2 kills that M80 had in response. It's a really weird thing to see a team like DarkZero with the amount of very capable players that they have somehow always have one angle that somebody on M80 is just able to slip through and find one frag before getting taken out of the picture. So they kept on losing too many bodies before the execute. And it might seem weird because even if DarkZero had one player advantage, if it's a 4v3 for DarkZero and the last 3 players for M80 are all sticking on the bomb site, somehow they'll still lose it. There will be one clever rotate from M80 that'll catch somebody on DZ off guard. There will be one flank spot that just isn't watched, and one small mistake like that on a team like DarkZero that is known for meticulously trying to make as few mistakes as possible, that still happens more often than not. And for it to be a 5-1 half is probably the most worrying thing about the whole thing. If that's a much shorter half, then we're looking at a very different game.
I mean, we talk about this quite a lot in the virtual studio. We talk about pace being an issue because, you know, we know all too well here, Jesse, DarkZero, they were having pace problems, I believe, during that. We've got a little clip that we're going to show, and Jesse, you're going to take us through it. And let's just say it's not looking good for DarkZero.
Usually with my clips, Banks, I like to show real action-packed clips. You know, a lot of kills, a lot of frags. Not this time. We're really going to showcase what was happening in this match for DarkZero and their attacks. They'll get one pick at the beginning, achieved, and then sit back, relax. It's going to be a long time before you see another one of those come through because DarkZero, despite being in a prime position, you know, they've cleared the entire east side of the map. All they have to do now is push into that west side, take top control, execute downwards, all right? There's still a few steps to do, but they're right there. They are just outside of Drum. They're getting on their drones. They're taking their time. All right, you got about 5-10 seconds to get on those drones. And then what? Then you're sitting still. Achieved Canadian Panda all back on drones, taking their time, not yet entering into Drum. Yeah, you're looking at it, you're staring at it, you're getting your drones from way back in the day, you're posting up your air jabs, awesome. You're not taking space. It takes forever for DarkZero. It will be over a full minute before they get into another gunfight. Pamba's below, who cares, fine. He's gonna push down on one angle, but these top floor players just are so afraid of getting in and taking a fight, and when they will eventually get this pick, you've got about 10 more seconds now. It's not even a direct push in from Drum, not from Dragon. No, it's actually Canadian on the trade or on the Geisha window. And how long do you think before a trade comes in? Trick question. It was immediate. 5 seconds after that pick, immediately M80 get a trade come on through. That 4v2 advantage that DarkZero had, they lose it. It's one of 2 rounds where they go into that final couple of seconds. They have massive man advantage. They throw it away because of this time. The clock is the reason why DarkZero are losing this game, and the clock is the reason why, I'm sorry, Banks, it seems like you might be in for a 12-hour shift tonight.
DZ, look what you're doing to Jesse, guys. He's gonna blow a casket or something. I don't know. That was a very American saying for a British guy, and it didn't sound right. So we have a head-to-head graphic that we're going to show you of the 2 players that really kind of pulled their weight the most during that map. And it's probably not going to look too good on the side of DarkZero, but look at that iconic putting up the numbers, Jacob.
Oh, I love seeing it like this, especially when he didn't have a performance like this in Copenhagen. To do this against another NA, like top-tier team is a great sight to see. The problem is just who the top player is on DarkZero. It shouldn't be Troy. If Troy is IGLing, he typically shouldn't be at the very top of this list. We want that to be a Gav or an NJR or a Panba, but instead we get Troy. That's a bad sign for DarkZero fans going into the rest of this matchup. For Iconic, I think it's fantastic. I think if he's up here, totally okay, but Canadian needs to have a much better response on these next couple of maps, especially from a strat and timing point of view, if DZ want to have a chance in this series.
Okay, Jesse, next map, it's Border. What can we kind of, what can DarkZero pull out of an orifice to get into this map again, or to get into this series? We need to see something.
Well, Banks, they're gonna have to dig deep. DarkZero on a 7-game losing streak on Border. They the last time they won it in Tier 1 competition was the Charlotte Major Grand Finals over a year ago now. We're coming close on a year. Not sure if we've exactly passed the date, but it's around a year ago now. That was against Astralis. Since then, they've lost it to Space Station, Astralis from the rematch, Heroic, FaZe Clan, Sonics twice, and then Liquid for their first game in Denmark. It's not a favorable map for DarkZero, so you've lost your own map pick, and I don't know if it's going to get a whole lot better for the purple.
Okay, very quick prediction. I mean, I'm assuming that, given what we've just watched, I'm assuming both of you might just lean into a 3-0 here now, right? Jacob?
It's getting really close, and M80 are also considerably better at Border over the past couple of months than DZ have been. And I find it really funny that Jesse was like, oh yeah, it was Charlotte Grand Finals. The last time DZ won this map was against Iconic when he was on a different team a year ago. So yeah, I'm giving it to M80.
Jesse, what about yourself?
Yeah, it's 2-0 at the very least. DarkZero, they're going to need an NIP-style comeback if they want to win this series.
Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Don't worry, I'm a gamer. I don't need to sleep. It's fine. Well, like I said before, get the popcorn out, guys. This is a best of 5, but if M80 keep this up, then it could be a short night for you. Blue and Stokes waiting in the wings. Let's go for map number 2.
Thanks very much. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 coming up here, and I have to agree with the desk in saying that things look a little bleak for DarkZero at the moment. Maybe some salvation on map number 3, but for map number 2, it is going to be a toughie. Going over towards border, we saw how prominent, especially from the defensive side, M80 was when it came to their early game play. Those very aggressive stances they were trying to take. While it'll be a little bit more predictable in the ways they'll be going about it here, it will still very much be a problem that DarkZero have to deal with. And that on top of a bunch of other factors, well, in my opinion, make it very difficult for them to tie this one up into 1-1. Stokes, what are your thoughts on it as we get ready to load into the map here?
I think I also agree with the desk and the fact that Banksy is probably going to be here for 12 hours. I think it's going to take some time still in order to figure out a victory here, but I definitely have to agree as well. I think that coming into border here, this is definitely an M80 map. I mean, you can practically paint it on the side of the building with the way that they play this game. So we'll see what DarkZero can do, but my eggs are in the M80 basket.
It's obviously, again, M80's own pick, so there's that benefit to it as well. Kind of goes without saying, but just to mention that one final time. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be up to the challenge of striking true and giving themselves the 2-0 lead to start the series off. Maybe giving our production and host a little bit of a break as well if they can push that over towards a 3-0 victory. We'll have to wait and see as we're going live with the map now. Like I said before, it's on border, so let's hop into it. Let's get into the bands and see if M80 is as destined to dominate as we've been teeing them up for. If DarkZero will come alive once again here for our second map and to make this a true comeback series, just like we saw over in South America earlier by tying it up at 1-1. Bands are up. DarkZero has the first and final ban, so let's see their choice in just a moment.
Well, it's border, very small map, handful of walls that go to the outside of the building, something you want to be quite fast acting on as well. Ace is quite helpful with those, especially from Repel, so it'll be removed. I mean, also going to ban out Yang. You could have seen that one coming from a mile away. I mean, not only has she been a very prominent, operator for the ban list, but also border, she is just downright annoying to play against on the defense. So a very, very strong ban coming out here with the Ying getting removed. Mira will also be taken off the board by M80.
Mirror making perfect sense to depart from the triangle a little bit here just because of the angles that the mirror windows can specifically set up for this map. And then the same can be said for a Azami or something like a Valkyrie or a Solus pick. Solus probably still going to get used quite a bit just because you need to replace that Azami with something ultimately. But I do agree with the choice of the Azami over the Solus or potentially even the Valkyrie on this map, just when you consider what her play inside of security up on top or CCTV can potentially do in terms of delaying out the attacking rounds here. So smart choices all around. And we'll see how it all plays out now as we go live with the first round of the second map here. And we will have to wait and see if DarkZero can bring this one back under their own control. As they'll have the defensive start. They'll go for a Teller's defense, interestingly enough, to start things out.
Definitely going to make things at least a little easier for the Claire, for M80 especially. So DarkZero won't exactly be the happiest that they'll be starting things off on the defensive end with that, but we'll be happy with the ace ban. See what they can get going on here, at least initially. M80 starting things off on the offensive side, obviously. Iconic will be moving away from the Nook, picking up Doke, and quite the line shift coming in here from M80, actually, as it's going to be a full team exchange. No Yana actually coming in, and funny enough, no grenades, especially with how often we see those in the common meta.
So with that out of the way, we'll get ourselves into the round, and M80, of course, spawning into it. Like Stokes mentioned, no grenades to be seen, which could cause problems when it comes to kind of clearing things out on those extended positions, but DarkZero not committing themselves too heavily towards any of them, so more than likely going to be an all-right choice from M80 at the end of the day, especially if they find themselves needing to kind of drain things out when it comes to the insight positions. They'll have more than enough when it comes to the flashes specifically there. We don't even really have any real mitigation for the defense, so it's a bit overzealous in that regard. But generally with the way the map is played and the way DZ likes to play things, it is a still nice kind of pre-picked choice there to try and get in the way of that. Speaking of getting in the way of things, Iconic immediately cuts off, achieves rotate back from his previous position, and is able to knock him down outright to give M80 a brilliant start once again to this game.
Where the hell did he even kill him from?
I think he was falling back from like East Main. I don't know where the pick came from M80's POV, but I think Achieve was like falling back from like East Main or something like that. Maybe?
Yeah, I think he was on top of the metal structure out here. Oh, wow.
Out here? Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if he caught him through the security window or what have you, but what a shot. And so far, M80, they've been so accurate. Dunking all over DarkZero, but finally Gavini attempting to give them something else back. It's Spoit on the rappel. These long-range engagements from M80, they are going to win this round come hell or high water. And JR knows one's going to come inside a radio, but he's still got to account for 3 others with a ringing phone in his back pocket.
Beautiful angle work from M80, and that's pretty much the sole reason why they win the round right now. That and DarkZero's inability to kind of note that and try to work their way around it. By the time they did, they were already trapped was the problem. And when they tried to rotate, they rotated directly into those angles, which have been preset by M80. So perfect spring of the trap as well by the defense there that unfortunately for them works pretty heavily against their favor. 1v4 still alive and well here as the members of M80 try not to tempt fate too much against NJR. He did seem pretty on point with the way he was playing over here towards East Main. So if they take this 4v1 too lackadaisically, could set himself up for a near clutch, but there we go, he's been found out. Now gets a slight little peek onto one of the players over here by the east staircase, but doesn't pull the trigger on it just yet. Once more, that's that caution from him being exercised, but not cautious enough. Gomez still finds the shot from outside in the hallway there in a pre-fire, and finally ends the round in M80's favor.
Oh, pretty quick answer, I'd say, to M80's first round there for themselves. Able to quickly find a answer to that equation that DarkZero was presenting, and like you touched on, it was mostly the angle work from M80 that delivered there. DarkZero caught off guard in quite a few different circumstances, all except for really the East player that ended up picking off a DZ member out, or rather an M80 member outside. Past that, though, it was definitely M80 with full control over round 1. Round 2 now, though, DarkZero aren't feeling nearly as spry as previously. We go into armory lockers for this one. Rook and Doc on top of some Warden play as well. So DarkZero definitely recognizing what M80 are bringing to the table, right? They want to take a lot of these gunfights. They want to open up a lot of these angles and try and apply pressure across the entirety of the map to DarkZero. And DZ now ready for it. They're set for war with these ACOGs for the most part coming in here. A lot of 1.5 work as well as the potential 2 times on Pamazoo.
Also, they try their luck, of course, with the Teller's sight, and then very quickly realize it's not going to work. Goes fine, M80 will play into the usual default. Back upstairs they go here. Try and take control of this one. Even giving themselves the Rook bonus, too, to maybe give them that extra bullet or 2 of impact they can take for themselves against M80 if they try to set up for those crazy angles again. Won't be able to get them as freely, I don't believe, as DarkZero will be setting up a bit more passively across the map, but that's not going to slow M80 down a bit. They'll still be moving right along schedule here, as you can see them already moving in through Passport to establish a topside angle over towards the balcony over there, as well as the East Main fallback. So we'll see if they can take advantage upon that at some later point in the round when DarkZero starts getting shuffled a little bit and their players start getting forced back. Iconic already with a very deep insertion as well, carving his way through server as well as maintenance there to quickly take control down below here and maybe prime himself for a depth charge from below. We'll see if he can line those up. That's where his teammates have to come in with their own drone work to spot out a few of these silhouettes from up on top.
Can Gomez deliver? Oh, so close. No cigar. Ooh. Canadian, though, he surely can. Take down one. Walk his happy self right back into Fountain. Oh, he goes searching for it. Oh, Gomez wanted it so badly, but Canadian instead on top. He'll get picked off finally, though. Iconic with a nice nade, but unfortunately enough for him, that top-end character will not double back, so Iconic won't be able to find anybody with either of those frags. He's going to maintain a 3-4 disadvantage for M80.
Canadian, of course, finally dealt with. No more stair peek shenanigans from him. He's on a revenge tour of his own. trying to make up for the losses in the previous round here, and has certainly done so. Put the fear at a minimum into M80 here, making them second guess their own advancements forward. Kino, a potential missed player just to his left side. Indeed, but Panva! Oh no! Panva fumbles the spray. Thankfully, will at least trade onto Kino. They go 1-1 against each other and is able to take that. Kino congratulates himself on the nice shot as well there, it looks like, as Iconic now pushes forward for the equalizer. So once again, M80 refusing to give up the fight, regardless of the circumstances. Time is going to get a little bit low here. We'll see if Iconic's own heroics will once again save the day. Achieved, potentially going unnoticed over here on Fountain, but it is noticed by Diaz, and he's allowing himself the opportunity to fall back. Nitro out and triggered to knock down Diaz, leaving it all truly onto Iconic to try and trade it out, but Achieved too smooth in the Fountain position. He picks it up instead, and DZ get their own response round.
Smooth operator for sure. Did he actually hit fire him?
Was it? It was a really weird trade, to be fair. I thought he was dead to rights, but
yeah, I didn't see the bullet that actually ended attack. Oh my!
Yeah, see, okay. it was weird.
All right. Valid, fair enough. A little wonky. I was mostly paying attention to what Achieve was able to pull off there, and then that nice little 1v2-esque moment for himself. But I mean, heck of a shot there from Kino. I mean, little hip fire luck never hurts. You know what I mean? So nicely done from him. But that's going to be the tying round there from DarkZero. After they're able to kind of take the teeth out of that bite from M80. Nothing really for them to work off of except for that security control that they had. We're able to at least muster a pick, but DarkZero, not only with the prime positioning, but also the recognition of the play, the potentiality from Achieved really coming out there to shine.
10 seconds to go.
Achieved, once again, giving us some good stuff. Was one of the few shining lights for DarkZero back on map number 1 as well, even though it was a very M80-sided map. Seeing some good heroics out of him every once in a while, and he was a large part of the reason why they won at least half of the rounds, or one of the rounds they picked up in that previous map at least. So good to see that continuing onward here into map number 2. Where hopefully he's going to be able to contribute a little bit more to quite a few more one rounds to get DZ back into not only this map, but this series here. And even take the lead on this round. The ventilation hold is up for DZ, so we obviously are going to still have quite a few shenanigans played into security, as well as the archives and lockers area directly next to that. Spoit is ready for this counter if the peek comes in. It is not looking like that player will take the bait on it. Spoit trying to tempt fate and eventually does get it. Nearly gives himself up there as well on the drop down. But Panva unable to control the spray himself. Only gets that one bullet off onto his opponent.
Drone deployed.
M80 looking to deliver on their promise. Taking security, translating this into top floor control. Oh, huge moment for DarkZero as they'll take down 2. Kino and Spoit both off the board. Most of the soft destruction, still some breaching charges in the likes of Gomez, but so far so good for DarkZero. Although this might not be their map choice, starting to make it look like it could be their map. Iconic no logic bombs either, so just looking to see if they can get these big picks now. End up helping them in the later portion of the round. So much solid info game still left to be had from DZ, though. We saw some of the Valkyrie cameras getting utilized there. A Canadian also on the Solus. Trent's out of stock too. E1D out. Gomez has to try and push forward. Knows he's here, but Canadian. Oh, very strong. Has another one waiting on the cross as well. He's ready for it. Has a little time delay, has a grenade in behind him. Knows Iconic can potentially pressure. Does he have the door work though? The SMG-12 gets away from Iconic. Has to pressure DS. Instead, will shut him down. That was a 2 versus 4. 45 seconds remaining.
Canadian pretty much nearly ends the round right there. If he'd picked up one of those 2 kills, it would have been a 1v4 trying to be worked. Iconic, though, certainly not helping his chances with that missed flash. Thankfully, no one immediately in the area from DZ to punish that. And he does still take down the gate, but everything is said and done. With only 30 seconds to go and still 4 more players to knock out on DZ, the odds, even from the get-go, aren't looking that great to try and recover here for M80's sake. DarkZero with a fantastic hold and fantastic timing on their aggression as well to get right in the way of M80. This is something that was surely missing on the previous map, but has not really come alive, especially for the sake of Canadian. Really get in the way of these executes so far. M80 trying to get positioning for the plant, but already losing 1/2 of the remaining roster. It's fallen all down to Iconic, who misses the drop from Panba, and as such, Panba will open up that final kill to lock in round 2 for his team.
DarkZero getting things done with a lot of these delay strategies going on around the map. Not only that, but M80 kind of forced to respect what was going on the top floor initially. So that was already a time sink, but then you have also these adjustments coming out from DarkZero to maintain that top floor control, as well as Canadian sitting over inside of stock and having that little moment there with the M80 roster. There's just so many different time sinks that M80 had that ended up making it really, really difficult for them, even past the man count. So very well done from DarkZero, as the clock kind of seemed just like their best friend for the entirety of round 3.
DarkZero starting to forge their way ahead, maybe getting themselves back into this series. We'll have to wait and see, of course. It's M80. This will be the first real time that they themselves have been tested to a major extent by losing outright control of that lead. So how do they potentially change up the play style? Do they force it in, or do they slow things down, try to bring a more measured approach to the table so as not to get tripped up by those wild advances from players like Canadian, what we were seeing in the early round as well from guys like Panda and Gavini. Time to find out, of course, is now prep phase is over and M80 are on the board. No huge surprise when it comes to a lot of similarities to the previous rounds, more than anything here, as you can bring a pretty similar composition to most of the attacks on this map. Things don't change up hugely with regards to the steps you need to take to get control of the site, and so because of that, there's going to be a lot of similarities on that round-to-round basis. With that said, though, M80 still looking for their initial point of entry and are not going to be able to find it so easily. Like we said, DarkZero now been awakened. Their aggression has been triggered, so M80 need to double, if not triple check those entry points before committing themselves to anything here in the early round.
One of the more important angles being adopted in from M80 at the moment. Iconic with another unlucky flashbang there for himself, not going to be able to swing as aggressively as he may have wanted to off of that, and here it comes now. Sploit will get one, a nice swing in from Iconic, but he'll meet his demise immediately as Gavini from half will take him down, and yet another as Diaz will quickly be relocated to the afterlife. Gomez to follow suit too. Sploit, well, needs to try and assist M80 as they are falling apart at the seams. This offense seemed so dominant in round 1, but ever since that moment, DarkZero has pulled ahead and they have stayed ahead constantly through these last handful of rounds.
Unfortunately, the map just a little bit too claustrophobic to give the lurking presence the room it needs to breathe here. Gavini almost a nice snapshot there going on to Sploit. Still does some pretty decent damage at the end of the day. That is going to be Locker's control going pretty much fully over towards M80. Unfortunately for them, it's not the current site, so a bit more of a ways to go as they'll get transition through office and then down into tellers as well. Canadian tries to spot out some more of the intel himself from the Solus. He still maintains top security positioning. Kino will get hit at least once through the wild spray battle going on the vertical plane, but ultimately Kino will find that player and take them down outright. Achieved to fall. The numbers now even, but with Sploit's HP being considered, wouldn't really call it an advantage to the attackers just yet. Thankfully, they still have plenty of time to analyze the situation, but they need to not get tripped up by this advance from Canadian right on cue as he finds his moment of opportunity to push back out into the office, shuts down one of the 2 remaining players and the one that was at higher HP. So Sploit, really no choice, just has to send it into the site. They'll immediately notice it because of that camera he shot out right there in the corner, but he'll try to commit himself to the plant. Anyway, a little boost to the stats if it doesn't go his way, but even that will be denied as Canadian pushes one final time to lock in the round.
That's the power of Solus right there. Knew he was planting, able to swing it on out and get the kill right through the open hatch there. It's out of office. Very well done from DarkZero, but mostly the Canadian show on that top floor is just a pure exploitation of the lacking drone game from M80. Nothing to really hold the main cross or really anything to hold their flank. So Buck mostly hyper fixated on what was going on in the bottom floor and not really capable of holding his own flank, whilst the drone work was going on for Spoit 2 to try and pinpoint exactly what DarkZero was attempting to provide for the dying moments of that round, but kind of got lost in the ether as things started to come undone. So into round 5 now we go. M80 have to answer for a couple of these sins, man. They're losing out on a couple of these big moments and really not able to strike while the iron's hot.
Full repick coming in as well as DarkZero does complete their first 3-point rotation and is going to move back over towards Armory and Archives for the first time since around 2 or 3, I believe around 3 if I recall correctly, where they will, no, around 2, sorry, where they will look to lock things in for themselves here. As M80 does need to go for a full operator switch up to accommodate that. They're going to change up quite a few things and try to make the OSA push work. A lot of long-range rifles will play into this because of it. Not only that, we'll also have Gomez bring the Capital to hopefully punish some of those more harsh insight positions, such as like the back corner half wall, or maybe the small office, to hopefully allow for those OSA shields to get properly set up at the plant, of course, to come from behind that.
Reloading.
Game-defining round here for M80.
Drone deployed.
Round 5 could be the big difference maker. Yeah, still has a lot of logic bombs still left in his pocket, so M80 will more than likely be looking to add those, at least initially, to this stew. They serve it. Well, drone work going on. Lost 4 of these things already, but that's all in due time. And off the board. A little bit too early for losing this many drones, and especially for losing bodies based off that, but they wanted to try and insert and get a distraction going on for Kino's plants that's going down, but I think Kino's about to get thwarted, and yeah, the nitro cell will get delivered from Gavini. The cross just wasn't set up there to exactly assist with the player that was going to make it to curve, and another unfortunate moment here for M80 on their map.
Surprised we saw it tried so early, considering what you just said right there. I totally agree with you. I mean, you just did not have their position set up to really support that, especially from the back line whatsoever. So very unsurprising that it ultimately gets thwarted by a casual nitro cell toss. And even worse news for M80 if they wanted to try it again, which is not really something they would want to do. They've lost the OSA shields, and arguably more importantly, they've lost the OSA, which could put the shields down in the first place. And there's still that other nitro in Achieve's pocket. So what do you do here? And there's not
it's
a lot
actually in his hand, but
Yeah. True. He did have it ripped. But either way, there's not really a choice, unfortunately, for the attack. They have to go back in through Archives, at least, to pick the case back up again. So they pretty much just have to try the same thing. Pam is going to get caught, though. They didn't expect the sudden rotation from Gomez, and he'll cut pretty strongly because of that one. Knocks one player out. No one else immediately available. I think they have noticed that the case is obviously down on the ground, so they've set themselves up appropriately to counter that. Canadian, don't even think Gomez ever even saw him, but the trades continue to roll back. This is map 1, M80, once again, that refuses to give up inside of the round. Even if the odds look bleak, perfect timing on the push from Iconic as well. Just when Canadian gives up his safe position behind the bomb chassis, the nitro also goes short, it looks like. That or maybe a slightly early detonation. Either way, that opens up room for the plant, and it goes right down onto the ground. Achieve tries to quickly retake the locker's position, and he will indeed knock that player down, creating a bit of an awkward scenario here. Due to the plant position, he has to counter defuse it, I'm pretty sure, while turned away from this window, which is just going to be an easy and potentially free pick for Diaz here. Has to time it, and indeed goes for it, but there we go. Like I said, Achieved unfortunately has to have his back turned, and because of that, M80's setup nets them the round.
M80 focused on the results, not focused on how they get there. And honestly, it works out beautifully for them, mostly because if something sloppy happens early inside of the round, it isn't life-altering to them. They're still looking for paths forward to try and get that dub. They're not trying to continue with the same strategy. They already know, okay, this is out the window. It's garbage. It didn't work. We need to do something else to try and win this round. And them just fighting in that kind of direction is really what we saw in round 5. And boy, was it beneficial for them. So huge round, huge moment for M80. DarkZero now with a little thinking to do. They had quite an advantage there for round 5, but ends up slipping through their fingers. And round 6 could be the tying moment here for M80.
All right. Time to see yet again if DarkZero can keep a hold over this advantage. M80 only with the 1 round to start us off, of course, and then the rebound round just 1 ago on round 5. May prove to be enough if they can bring it together one final time to at least tie the half between themselves and DarkZero. Still leave the window open for that 2-0 lead that they would try to take over them. DarkZero, though, has looked very, very strong, specifically Canadian inside of this game, as the stats will kind of obviously tell you there. At 8-4, 2-0 KD. Other players like Achieved and Gavini also present, but not to the hugest extent. See a little bit more out from them, especially in the early round. Could easily deny that 3-3 tie and give us a 4-2 lead for DZ instead. But M80 moving quickly along here as they take initial control over by East Main and immediately transition that control down through the break room balcony into break itself, where that will open up room for the 2 additional players outside of the south doorway to move forward. Spoit is hungry as well here. Obviously, we've been on his POV the whole time, and he is continuing to look for that opening kill. Unfortunately, has not been able to find a winning angle to actually get it against DZ. And you can see he's not the only one doing this. It's a very aggressive start to this round from M80 as Gomez is also hunting directly through the main west window here to try to find an opening pick, but that window goes 2 ways. Gavini takes advantage on it from the other side by the half wall and knocks Gomez out. NJR did get downed by someone else on M80, but no sign of the actual kill coming through just yet. Looks like it'll be a safe kill ultimately, though. Not really any room for that player to be retaken. So Spoit will indeed finish him off and lock in the 4v4. Gavini tries to take another fight, as does Panba, get in the crossfire. Oh my goodness, one of these engagements, you know, we've got massive health drain going on for DZ that leads to at least 2 kills. Canadian also became a pretty hefty victim of some spray going out there. So M80's patience, once they establish these initial angles, has been paying off in huge dividends as Kino and Spoit immediately slay out the final 2 to lock in a 3-3 half for M80.
Kind of looked like a DarkZero offense there for a split second with some of that angle work coming in. They just slowly choke out the defense, just moving those goalposts ever closer to the site, but not getting too close as to actually have a threat coming back from DarkZero. It was very well done. I think it was a tasteful round from M80 overall. So see what they can get going on their defensive end now, as they're going to be going to bathroom tellers right off rip. They are not one to keep things kosher when it comes up to a lot of their defensive plays, it seems. They really want to try and throw people for a loop, and I got to respect that.
Love what we saw there from M80. Like I said, hyper-aggressive start to things, but immediately as soon as they get like border of the site positioning, they stop it. They hold their positions and take advantage from those spots to be able to push forward with the rest of the positioning they need to get themselves into the site. They don't overplay their hand. They don't go for any over-risky peaks that is like a gamble 1v1 that they'll try to swing into there. That still leaves room for the defenders to quickly trade it. They hold together there. Then they wait for DarkZero to give them the peaks they need to push that advantage even further into the actual site. Beautiful play from M80. Exactly what we needed to see to get a solid round on the board as well. That'll be a big confidence booster for them now going into the second half, where they are able to dictate the state of play a little bit more here with the defensive start.
What we're seeing out of M80, he's off rip. See if it works out for him. The strategy, at least sound. Angle work on this top floor is beautiful. DarkZero is going to have to break down quite a bit of this. Love this castle barricade that Spoit's playing off of, especially for break. Gomez will be in tow for Horseshoe, and since they don't have a zombie, so he'll be playing the Oryx. Embazu will get underneath, and this is going to be the biggest threat to the top floor players inside of security, as these frag grenades from Pambazu will be worth their weight in gold. We'll see if he can deliver on this positioning. Looking to potentially see if there's rotation coming out from M80 or really any sort of threat. There is one, and it's going to be Spoit with an identification of a player down near Passport.
Let's see what I can find.
Oh, Gomez.
Yeah, Gomez getting shredded here as he tries to make an advance onto the inside of security. Just trying to see if I could figure out where that damage was coming from, but it's not immediately obvious. Either way.
It was a nade out of Pamba.
Okay, it was a nade. Cool. Because I was going to say, it was a pretty quick drain of his HP, but there we go. Yeah, we can see that little bit of damage to the floor.
Bomb located by
So indeed, a nade hitting him directly and head on, and they'll try to go for a second one here. Oh, that one banks off the ceiling a little bit too much there. Earlier explosion might have gotten Spoit. Would have seen the angle work, would have gone upstairs. Either way, DZ strikes true with the first kill, finishing off the rest of Gomez's HP. And knocking him out here, but they're not going to give up on security control completely off of that loss. Spoit is still in the area, despite the fact that he's at 50 HP. He's going to try to play this out against the south main or the window clear. He has some support from down below, as you guys can see as well, specifically to stop some of the south main pressure from coming through.
I got a ping on a player upstairs, too. Spoit's going to reinsert into security. He'll get one. In from break. No, he's going to be playing around the hallway. NJR. High quality player, high quality chance, and he gets it. Spoit down, and another kill will fall into the basket of DZ. Kano at least fights off one, but Canadian's going to be able to stick the plant. They've got so much overwatch for the bathroom, and JR will take him down. It's just up to DS. He'll drop in. They're both directly behind him, aren't they? He'll get one. Oh my God, DS! He has a chance. There's no way. I completely thought this was going sideways. There's no way. And JR, he has the verticality. An opportunity still for DS. If NJR overplays his hand, he swings in. DS gets tagged. 18 seconds to play back and forth, but really 10 as it continues to tick down. NJR is just going to wait it out. DS has to try and stick it. That's going to be all she wrote. But what a moment from DS there with that double kill. NJR, the patience play in the lead for DarkZero.
Bit of an anticlimactic end to the round. Diaz actually giving himself up there on the angle for a second. Could have been a bit scary, but I think both players kind of resigned themselves to the timer at that point anyway. There's a world where we could have seen a stick right there, potentially with how passively NJR was playing it, but more than likely NJR kind of just counting it inside of his head. Would have gone for the peak at around that 6 or 7 second mark anyway. It's very well played by him as he just does not take the chance on losing out on the clutch right there. Nice start to things for DarkZero to make sure that the potentially trickier side on the attack of Border does not get the better of them. They take that initial control with a solid plant. And although there's a valiant retake attempt, as you see there from Diaz, it is not enough to come back into the round there. Ends in a 1v1 in the favor of DarkZero, and they take the overall lead at 4-3 with that.
Crazy, crazy moments. M80, especially for DS. Wishing they could probably have that one back, but still plenty in the chamber for them here. Still waiting for the day that they change up the diffuser, Blue. They make it more a little bit more like Counter-Strike, where you just get that initial beep. That's it. That's literally it. That would provide so many crazy, crazy things in Siege. But absolutely love that. They definitely have to make it a little bit louder though, because the one in CS is just like beep, beep, beep. Like you definitely need a little volume to that.
That's part of the point. Is you're not like halfway across the map hearing it. You know, it's like.
I feel like in Siege though, with all like the holes and stuff you can make for audio, you'd want it to just be a tad bit louder so that when it did go off,
you're talking about the Siege
actually hear it. Yeah. Like if they did do that to Siege and like replicated that that sort of moment at the beginning of the diffuse, that would that'd be pretty awesome. But I digress. We're into round 8 now. After M80's failure to launch on their initial defense, DarkZero with another one in the bag and a lead that they're not looking to give up. Pambazoo be on the Finca this time around. Canadian will be providing the Lion. It could be also on top of that. So a lot of utility to clear out some of these harder positions that are built up from M80, like what we're seeing from Iconic on the bookshelf and security.
Well, as usual, it's a slow day on the field from DarkZero while they look for the first pinch they can successfully make against M80's hold. M80 with a decent amount of presence on the inside of, as you might expect, security. By extension of that, over to the site too, but Iconic just goes for a shot on the timing, and it works out, despite the fact he's obscured by smokes. DZ now trying to force the issue deeper into the actual site, but it's not working. Pamba can't find that entry, and he's realized this is a bad call, so he's gonna back away from it. The smokes, unfortunately, not working out here for DZ's attack, so what's plan B now as they back away from things? Again, making this play early, which is kind of unexpected for DZ. Now Pamba on the retake, though, strikes true, but at the same time, he's left far too much room open for Iconic to analyze the situation. He gets away with a 1-for-1 as NJR trades him out, but also leaves him at about 50 HP. And where one falls, another shall take its place. Gomez still standing in the way here by security. He's realized, though, that he may be overplaying his hand by committing deep to that security position. So he'll fall back over towards the shelves where he has the safe rotate out from 90, because DZ have taken nothing across the map other than that west main positioning so far. Only just now you can see Achieve working his way up over here by east main to try and cut off that rotate.
Silence across the battlefield until a few, well, irons will get dropped on the floor. A little bit more brass added to the pile. NJR with a find. He'll get on top, stand tall, take down Gomez. Immediate transfer to metal. Nobody home, though, for the follow-up shot. Kino with the lineup. Prepared. Nitro cell in hand. Just needs somebody on the top of East. 30 seconds remain. DarkZero. Guess what? Playing it down to the wire. Utility? Not really. EMPs. Don't know what Canadian's got on him as of now. He is on that drone, but we'll see if he has one more EE1D once he gets out of that. No. 0, in fact. And now a dead achieved, making this a 2v2. We know M80 loves these times up against DarkZero. This has been where they've thrived. You have to try and recognize where this entry point's going to be. It's going to be in box. It's up to Spoit, the European superstar. He'll shut down one, goes for the big swing, and he'll take down the North American Canadian. Very well done, as M80 will tie things up yet again.
Spoit always having a slight advantage inside of that final 1v2 there, because he knew that at least one player was going to have to swing that main west doorway by the end of the round. The case had been down just inside of the doorway, if I read the silhouette correctly. So someone was going to have to go back there at some point to retrieve that, and he was always playing into that. That's why he stuck around by the half-wall area until he got droned out, and even past that, stuck around by the locker's window, because he more likely read into the additional pressure, which would come out by East Main. Pretty safe call at that point to say, yeah, they're probably not going to be able to put someone on this window behind me, so I can just play on the inside of here, shut this down on the swing. Didn't even need their teammate to do it as well, so beautifully done there for M80 to come back and win that outnumbered, I believe it was a 2v3 there in the final seconds of the round, and now tie us up at 4v4. Can they take the lead, though, as they've been chasing it for pretty much this entire game, other than the first round?
Really anybody's ball game here on Border. These teams have been going back and forth. Seems like it's on a moment-to-moment basis as to what either one of these teams are capable of. So they've constantly been on the teeter-totter. These rounds getting exchanged through and through. We have base defense here for M80 as they'll be in events as well as workshop. A lot of info utility at their fingertips with not only Solus and Valkyrie, but also the Echo coming in on DS. I mean, what we're seeing here. Nice drone up top that Spoit almost got a hold of. Good visual check from him there. M80 ready for DZ this time around. DZ gonna take their time initially to clear out a lot of this info game. Try and find some more of these isolated players.
If it runs on batteries, I see it.
Nothing really playable for either entity just as of yet. But Achieve trying to change that with the peak going in through the windows here over towards security. Spoit wants to move in. This Gomez is very much on an island right now, but Spoit's play has been revealed quite obviously as well here. Someone's going to drop down. Pilchy trying to pressure in. Oh, towards Passport, but it's Spoit going hunting. And he will indeed succeed. And slapping Achieved right in the face. Knocks him out. That'll remove the buck from play. Nitro kind of awkwardly tossed here by Kino, but he gets the down anyway. Don't even know if he realized it, in all honesty, but Pamba is sitting on the ground right now, right through the soft breach. See if someone else can. Oh, never mind. Excuse me. That's going to be a different player going back down on the other side. He'll crawl back out. Kavini should be able to bring that one back from the brink. Get back up at least to a 3 versus 5 situation as M80 attempt to recover themselves here for what is still going to be dire straits after the losses they have sustained on this initial push they tried to make.
JR? Question mark? Oh, he gets it. I mean, yeah, hey. And JR creates a escape hatch that he will immediately break. Oh my, Gomez.
That bulletproof was like moths to a flame right there, man.
Wow, that was something, wasn't it?
Diaz one more time as well at the end of the round to shut it all down. I think he gets a slight spot on the player right here. And there we go. Just had the top-down angle the entire time. So nicely done. A little bit of a fumble from DarkZero in the dying moments of that round as they stack up trying to take out that bulletproof. It opens a pathway for Diaz to shut down 2 of them immediately. And from that point, unfortunately, it's unworkable for our lone player that had a nice insertion into the back of Showers there with the self-entry on the breaching charge, but not enough to outright clutch the rounds. Boyd, as you can see, they're dominating on the scoreboard at 10-5 as we head into, interestingly enough, an M80 timeout now as they've taken the lead.
I was going to say more than likely called preemptively, but then I realized
yeah, he just called it.
Also said it immediately after the round. Exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hey, they might be looking to do something a little bit different with their defenses. Maybe they started discussing things near the, or throughout these rounds and want to try and make a big sweeping adjustment. Not exactly the worst way to use your timeouts. And just like in traditional sports, man, you don't want to go to halftime. You don't want to go to the tail end of the game or rather end the game with timeouts in your pocket. That's all moments where you can talk to your team, take a break, figure things out. And something that's extremely beneficial, especially in a game like Rainbow Six Siege. So see if it's beneficial for M80, or maybe they gave a little bit too much time to big old bad Nadian here for round 10.
M80 on the warpath right now. Looking to rotate over towards Tellers and have some success here yet again. DZ was able to find some solid play, if memory serves me correctly. Last time we went onto this site as well, so we're going to be looking for that same thing once more. See if they can tie us back up one more time at a 5-all scoreline. M80 looking to get in the way of that. Their early round play has been increasing in strength, in my opinion, ever since we got into this half, whereas DarkZero, well, they initially started things off well, have had some struggles here with inserting themselves, especially on that initial clear attempt. They've been good at making up for the trades when they try to push themselves directly for the site. And of course, been able to already gain some positioning at the cost of their own teammates, but if they can clean that up a little bit, we'll be in a much better spot to more cleanly take these rounds and maybe still retake the scoreline to win out the map. And of course, give us the 1-1 tie. Away from that, though, spawn has been made. DarkZero on their way to the building here now. And he's still with a few tricks to potentially deploy against this initial clear attempt. So let's see if they're going to be just as effective as the previous few rounds. Animal.
What a grab from Gavini. And onto the biggest operator, Kino. Kino. What were we doing here, son? He was on top of it. They took a timeout, and Iconic said, run out of passport. I want them all dead. I want everyone gone.
Castled and everything as well, obviously with a rotate to go into the... over here.
And then he laughed maniacally. Gone. That's what he did. Ridiculous. I cannot believe that Kino took the Solus and was like, you know what? I don't want to play this round.
I'm just going to go for it and see what happens.
Oh, man.
And he got a pretty quick answer to that. And the answer is he died. No more Kino for this round.
Well, it was either him or me. Come on.
It's not like you could have delayed that play for like 2 minutes or anything like that, but he's going to... Still, it's caused some hesitation on DZ as they've taken up initial positions themselves, but didn't necessarily feel the confidence to push Panba or anyone else forward until this point. Panba has the read on that lower east stairs player, by the way. You can see that player getting hot ping now as well. Trying to force them to panic, and indeed they will miss the play from NJR as he comes in from the top side of those east stairs, knocks out Gomez, and now NJR hits the deck, but that makes his position immovable. Unfortunately, Gavini is able to trade up for one more, but his life is lost to the insight play from Diaz as it now goes to the 2v3. M80 have already recovered from this 2v3 once on a prior round in this half, so that's going to cause some worries for DZ that they can only bring it down to that.
I think the scariest thing, and it gets worse. That's the last active drone that they have.
Yep, true.
It's the last one. And DarkZero is really at their best when they have active information. It looks like they have some solid drone placements, I do believe Gabini is going to be piloting one of those. It's the one at the top of square, but both of these M80 players can just play in sight anyways, and they know for a fact that the site is dry when it comes to active info from DZ. They will at least be able to break up a lot of the floorboards, and this is a crucial time achieved. We'll take down Spoit, a lot of damage. Diaz, can you get it done? He can't. Canadian will shut him down, and DarkZero will claim the round.
Yeah, just a little bit too quick there on the strike against Diaz. So DZ is able to recover, prevents the disaster of a few rounds back, and does successfully convert the 3v2 this time. Locks in a 5-5 tie. One more time here. If either team is able to convert the next 2 rounds directly, they will win the map, but otherwise at a 1-1 trade, overtime will be triggered for the first time in this series. It was M80 domination on map number 1 as they took it 7-2, but now they're having to find themselves working a little bit harder to win their very own map pick. So hopefully predicates a bit of a longer series here now that DZ has awoken and found their footing on a more familiar map to themselves. I believe that will continue to be the case, at least to some extent, as we go deeper and deeper into the series as well, but there are still some troubling ones for both teams here. We can see either one of these squads end up topping it out, taking the qualification slot at Gamers8, along with the lion's share of our charitable donation prize pool here today. Away from that though, rotation for M80 is going to take itself upstairs into Archives for round number 11. They'll try to lock in the first of those 2 consecutive needed rounds now up here.
Usual criminals that we see from M80 when it comes to this lineup. See if it works out. But DarkZero more than likely have a read as to what's going on. Just a slight adjustment from what we had seen before with the castle barricade strategy. So this is going to be even more open for DarkZero when it comes to the angles that they can abuse. Means M80 will probably be a little bit more active on their play here, and that's exactly what we're seeing as Spoit is he is tempted, but NJR, oh, he's just singing his siren song, isn't he? He baits him in and delivers. Spoit down. DarkZero, well, they're way up.
DarkZero continuing to look more and more promising to follow this through. Take ultimate control over border to quickly equalize out the series. Still a bit of a ways to go in that regard, though, even on the inside of this round. Chief going to see if he can pre-place this drone up on top. A little bit tricky to get this jump. There we go. That'll give them some great intel down below into office. That player may have seen the drone out of the corner of their eye, and it looks like that may very well be the case as Gomez is now leaving that area. However, as I correct myself, there is a second player on the inside of this one, too. Kino looks like he's playing inside of here. He's not going to be able to immediately catch on to things. There we go. Spotted it now, though, so knows the intel is still flowing in quite freshly, and will have his wits about them. Hopefully for this nade, too, but oh, what a bank from Achieve. Goes right on top of Kino. Scores some points there for sure. Gomez strikes back against that, at least keeps the numbers at a palatable situation. Still -1 for M80, but at least that causes some hesitance on DZ's clear, considering that they still have a player up on the roof that obviously can't really directly help with this. And oh, now they're going to be even as Gomez just goes for a wild, unpredictable swing. Didn't even kill the drone sitting right next to him there to try and pick up the pieces. His teammate has unfortunately gone back out for another peek himself, and Gomez thought he would have been safe tucked around that corner right there. Nearly probably was as well, just off by a pixel or 2, so he is knocked down because of that, now finished by NJR. Diaz is all that remains here, but you might be noticing something very important sitting in front of Diaz, excuse me, on the floor right here. He's got the case, and now he's got the potential to clutch this one back out, but Panba is going to shut those chances down. He takes him out instead, and it's DZ up on map point because of it.
Cool, calm, and collected for DarkZero as they're constantly wrapping the cage around M80 setup. But past that, really the frag grenades, the star of the show for DarkZero. 2 huge kills coming from those that you're really able to springboard off of and make the round a heck of a lot easier for themselves. Now, with that in mind, though, only one more round separates them from victory and tying things up in map count 1-1. Might be opposite day here as both of these teams have an opportunity to have taken each other's maps. M80, though, feeling as though the run back on Armory is the key to triggering overtime on our second map here.
Still that possibility to save the day, of course. Really have to try and find better footing inside of really every facet of the round. M80 have come close quite a few times, but they're either falling behind in that early round and then continuing to do so throughout the rest of it as they try to make up for it. Or unfortunately giving up an earlier advantage they maintain inside of the late round execute. Was winning outnumbered fights earlier on in the half, but now cannot seem to put it together. As DZ once again has now closed down on 2 rounds straight, both to tie it up and to take the lead back. And may very well be pushing one more in their favor to win the game outright. M80 should certainly have the capability to stop this, but it's all going to be up to them now. DarkZero are spawned out, so there'll be a little bit of hesitance when it comes to M80's positions as they wait to see what the initial festivities are going to be deployed by DZ. You can see them immediately booming out some of the barricades over by Archives and East Main just to open up their options, of course. But the rest of the team is being held back over by the west side of things. They still need to pop open a few rotation points first before they even think about trying to take further map control. It's going to be Pamba to move in off of some of those openings here. And you can see the counter angles being worked against him. He's got a trick of his own, though. The nade going back up on top. It's going to be a little bit late, unfortunately. The player that was targeted by on the other side has since rotated through to 90 pretty late into that one, and Canadian will give out that intel now as we actually see that player rotating right back in through the actual doorway just by breakthrough.
Solid drone work from DarkZero, but they can't deliver on it this time around. It'll be DS instead that picks off NJR. Iconic still holding on to security as well for some time. Has a nice read on the break room door. DarkZero still awaiting a rotation out of M80 to see if they can potentially get their first pick off the back of that. Nothing really coming to DarkZero easy for this round. About halfway through here. Back to the drone game. Vini has to try and at least set up the push for DZ. So we're looking to see if they can dislodge any of the M80 players over near break room.
Big nade hit against Spoit as well, and now captured by Gavini. Beautifully done to snapshot him just before he works his way into the relative safety of the office. He's going to take up a different position over by the balcony to see if there'll be a repeat attempt, and there's certainly one brewing. As you can see, that other office player just waiting right around the corner. Chief going to try and go for his second nade toss now, but the angle's a little bit off. It will actually do a bit of damage to Iconic, and that'll cause him to shuffle once again. DZ have gotten 2 kills after forcing rotations from their nade plays now. And that may very well set them up for outright victory here if the one trade against NJR was not enough for M80 to set up their site defense. With that said, DZ once again pushing the timer down pretty low. And while their attacks have been a bit faster paced so far in this map, it's looking like once again they're going to be relying on the good old 10 to 20 second execute to try and make this one pan out. We're going to have to hope that the last few moments have been heavy on the drone intel. Only half of them have been depleted, so there's plenty in excess. Not to mention, of course, they brought a Twitch. They get a bonus 2 drones as well. An opportunity to entry shown for Pamba, and he takes it. One more down in the site. Leaves him alive as well to bait out another one, and it'll work out. A triple on the round for Pamba. And they get the job done here now to lock down map number 2 in their own favor and tie up the series at 1-1. It's DarkZero, that's our victory here, 7-5.
No matter what M80 try to do on border, DarkZero maintain their pace and maintain their stride, really, not really getting off of their own tone. And that's what I really like. They kind of marched to the beat of their own drum and were able to make it work on border. A map that was actually M80's choice as well. So very well done to them.
Match the pacing of M80's play to a decent extent as well. They're getting aggressive when the need arose for it, just to make sure that M80 wasn't getting away with as much as we saw back on the first map of Skyscraper. Either way, that closes out map number 2. Plenty more action still to come, ladies and gentlemen. A quick break, and then when we come back, our analysis will get you guys ready for map number 3.
Every day, it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Jesse, I think that DarkZero were listening to us, and now it feels really awkward. But I'm up here in a spaceship, and they can't get to me, so it's okay. Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. 2 maps down in this NA Grand Final, and we are all tied up. That was a very different DarkZero, wasn't it, Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, it was a close game. I thought DarkZero definitely showed up, played well. We had a lot of back and forth rounds coming through at the start of this. I thought that we saw Gavin starting off really, really well, very much hitting his shots to start things off. I thought we saw Spoit also battling back, having some great rounds. I thought even Achieved really did have some very impactful moments. His nades were really, really good this game. But, I mean, we're looking at the stats. For me, the MVP of this map is not on the stats board because it's the guy on M80's bench that called attack timeout when they're up 5-4 and let DZ get 3 rounds in a row uncontested.
That is exactly what I was going to talk about, you know, the well-timed timeout for DarkZero. And you know what, Jacob, I don't think we see enough timeouts used. You know, even throughout this broadcast, throughout the past 4 days that we've been doing this here at Gamers Without Borders, I feel like it's vital to give breathing room or to kill your opponent's momentum on the map. So why not use everything that's on offer to you?
I mean, that timeout specifically is actually an M80 classic. That's a Bodega classic. He did that back on Xset with this roster, trying to use it when he realized there was something specific that a team was doing that he thought his guys could exploit. So even if they were up, which is basically what happened here, he decided, let's use the timeout. Let's try to adapt to what these guys are doing quickly because we have an advantage, and then we can win a map based on that. It completely backfired here because DarkZero shut down Spoit completely. I was making a comment like, oh, Spoit looks like he's having a lot of fun. He's everywhere around on defense. He's unleashed. Suddenly, that timeout gets taken, and he doesn't get a single kill for those last 3 rounds that enabled DarkZero to come back in this game. So whatever Bodega and M80's plan was in this game, throw it out the window because it backfired utterly.
Speaking of going back to square one, I feel like, you know, Jesse, they've both lost their map picks. So now we're kind of, it's all square now. That's it. We're back to 0-0 effectively in your mind, or 1-1. It doesn't matter whichever way you look at it. So what has to be done from here on out? Let's say that M80 want to gather that momentum and put it back on them. Like, what do they have to adapt to do against this DarkZero team?
Well, I mean, it's basically a best of 3 now. So you've gotten the map picks out of the way. They didn't go exactly how I expected them to. But yeah, as you said, you know, we're here now. I think momentum is an important factor. I think when we get to the second picks in the best of 5, the team that chose the map is less vital than when you get your first pick because you've had so many bans. It's already, what, we're at the 4th round because you go ban pick. So there are a lot of maps out of the way at this point. It's going to be a pretty even map for both squads. It is Bank coming up next, if I am correct. And you know, this has been a pretty strong map from both teams. DarkZero 2 for 2 on the year. For M80, I believe it's a win and a loss through stage 1 and then a Copenhagen tough loss to NIP. So we'll see through this one. I definitely think that DarkZero will have a bit of an edge coming into it. I think NJR loves this map. On the defense, he can pop off some crazy clutches, but yeah, time will tell.
We've got our head-to-head graphic ready for you to see which 2 players came here to play today, and they need to keep this momentum up if either of their teams are going to continue persevering through this best of 5. Jacob, I want you to take us through the statistics, tell us what we're missing, tell us who's really putting it up. NJR's got some great stats.
Yeah, which is normally how NJR plays. I think he didn't really show up and have a great performance in Copenhagen, and I think yesterday he didn't need to show up because that was mostly what Gavin was doing. DS Lucas, this is like to find him in a 90% cost rating is just par for the course for DS Lucas. I love the fact that he's continuing to perform like this, and for NJR to have it to find a little bit to find his form, it was really only a matter of time until he had a chart-topping game like this, and it was still really, really close. I don't even think for anybody on either team, based on the previous scoreboard, that they had a crazy difference between how many kills and deaths they had. It might have been like 3 or 4 either way. So it really genuinely was a super close game, especially with how often it came down to a 1vx scenario for somebody in some form. So if we see stats that are deadlocked like this for the rest of the series, we will go to map 5. We will have a ridiculously long 10 map day overall. But I don't know, man. It's looking really, really interesting. I still stand by thinking that if we will have a map 4, so that Clubhouse actually might be where DarkZero really, really pull ahead if they can win on back here.
Yeah, do you feel like M80 kind of need to pull something out of the bag in this next map? Were they lacking anything? Was any individuals lacking anything there, Jesse?
I mean, I think last map was kind of streaky. I really don't think that it was too big of a problem. I think Jacob hit the nail on the head. Like after that tack timeout, Spoit getting shut down was kind of the big problem where things started to fall apart towards the end of it. I think the bigger thing is just like refocus. You're onto a new map now. You're going to Bank, which both of these teams played yesterday. So there's a VOD footage coming through from there. DarkZero, if you remember, that's where Gavin dropped 19 kills in one map. So you've got to shut down Gavin. You cannot let him have a performance like that. And for M80, I thought that when they played it against West Garfield Park, I thought it was a strong map for Iconic. Again, that's where he really thrived in the roam clear, coming through with that Dokkaebi play. So I think making sure you shut down those aggressive roamers ahead of time, making sure that your roam clear is as strong as it was yesterday is going to be super important for M80. But as far as last map goes, I don't think there's any big red flags you got to worry about. Just don't take any more tack timeouts like that, please.
In our last analyst segment, we were really heavily leaning towards M80. And DarkZero weren't even getting a look in. We were extremely one-sided. Now, it's level pegging. You basically said it yourself, Jesse. We're at a best of 3 now. Jacob, what are you saying now? You're going to say 3-1? You're going to say 3-1?
Well, 3-1, well, I mean, yeah, that's on the cards for either team. But I still definitely believe that because M80 picked Club and we're playing Club as map 4, then the way that this map goes is going to be determined about map 5 more than anything else. If DarkZero win here, they're the team that I'm looking at to probably pull a 3-1 out of the hat because I really don't know how Clubhouse is going to go. So M80 need to win this map pretty badly, especially considering they were so close to doing it on border. They're right there. They're on the cusp of knocking it out. So just win on Bank and then don't worry about map 5. Come on, boys.
Okay, M80 have to come out swinging to regain some sort of momentum. So let's head over to Blue and Stokes so they can take us into map 3 of the NA final.
Thanks very much. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for that third pivotal map. Who will take the initial match point of this series and set themselves up, let themselves breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as they work their way throughout the rest of the series? It appears like this one could be a long one. DarkZero working their way through M80's own map pick and bringing it back from the brink now to tie us up at 1-1. Let's get into our third map to see who can take the advantage. Like I was saying before, towards our first map, the deeper DarkZero are able to get into this series, the better things tend to look for them and the more controllable these maps become. Bank is up on the docket next. Stokes, what do you make of M80's odds to potentially swing back themselves now to take this, as we got the bands rolling, of course?
Well, it is Canadian on Bank, so I don't really have an answer for you. I think anything could happen, really. I'm obviously going to give a slight advantage over to DZ, but both of these teams have put it on full display just how neck and neck they really are. So we'll see if that continues on here on Bank. I definitely think it will, and the bands looking as though they are going to stick around from what we're used to seeing as well. So I don't expect too much, honestly, to change in, the story of what we've had so far in between these two teams. So I think it's going to be neck and neck, but I do think DZ is more than likely going to take this in either max regulation or overtime. We'll just have to see what time has in store for us.
Basement site first for DarkZero. It makes perfect sense, obviously. We've got a pretty defender-sided lineup here, too. Not a lot of necessarily pointed aggression going to be coming out in those first and second floor rows because of what they brought to the table here. Canadian will be the one, probably maybe 2 exceptions to that, depending on what we want to see out of Panva as well. But either way, once again, a lot of delay and intel in the site is what they're trying to build up for themselves. And that's especially so when we look at Gavini on the Echo as well. Possibility for him to play out aggressively in Garage and counter some of that initial pressure from M80. M80 may not necessarily need to use that route all that much. They're not going for like the Osa take or anything right here. They've got as well a pretty typical way to approach things when it comes to the basement assault. They do have a few wrinkles of their own, mainly in the form of that Capital to potentially block out some of the retake pressure if they try to force the plant against DarkZero's own hold on the other side of security.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Secondary hard utility built up for Gomez, or rather Kino, as well as Spoit. Be making sure these hashes get open for M80. We'll see if they go for the full clear to start us off. Have a lot of soft destruction in order to assist with that. The Sledge and the Buck especially going to be able to break up a lot of the floorboards down to the second level. Reaching charges along for Iconic as well, just in case somebody does get picked off. Plenty of hard breach on top of that too with DS. So making sure, guaranteeing for the most part, that all of the areas that they want to try and open up will be guaranteed. No real way for DarkZero to slow it down in the first place, minus killing somebody. We're going to have some roam committed here as Pambazoo will be over near the kitchen side. It's going to be the Goyo sticking around for now. Nitro Cell out, but nobody home for it. Not even Iconic's drone going to get tagged off, so DarkZero will miss at least their first check on the list.
Still slow build up here from M80 because of that uncertainty, especially when it comes to the open area clear. But certainty is the play now from Iconic. Now he's got the hot ping to boost his advance forward. Knocks out Panba. He's still on the hunt for a potential second or third member of the team coming back for revenge, though. And Canadian is going to find that member, but it'll be Kino coming down the main stairs instead of a retake from the open area. Canadian now's kill number 2 is going to be found here. They keep trying to challenge him in individual 1v1s, and he keeps winning them. So that's all the more power going over to DarkZero because of that one. Easy now retake the player advantage. The initial pick from Iconic has made a moot point because of the 2 trades from Canadian.
On top of his game, and not going to take this first round handedly for DarkZero. M80 do have control over the office space now, though, so they'll be able to get open the hatches in open area. DarkZero, I mean, playing this one pretty close to the chest downstairs, awaiting M80's arrival. Still have the hard destruction in Spoit's pocket, but a majority of that's already taken care of. I do believe he's looking around for some potential cams or something along those lines. I don't know if he's looking for the yokais or what have you, but either way, a little searching along the bookshelf. M80 not looking to immediately try and jump into the abyss, seeing if there's still a few potentialities they can work out, and they'll at least get Canadian, but not before Achieve takes down Iconic with that nice Nitro Cell. Another great fight here from Spoit as Achieve tries to trade things back on the main stairs. Goes into a 2 versus 2 with very minimal time. DS does have an opportunity to put this plant down, but he's going to have to push deep for it. Past this last smoke nade of NJR, Spoit will get taken down. He might as well just go for the kill. He knows he's on the backside of the van. Very minimal time. Navini will take down Diaz, and DarkZero, by the skin of their teeth, will make it out with the very first round.
It's that deep echo cut that unfortunately comes back to haunt M80 at the end of the day. Never really even being given access to that player, unfortunately, because they ignored Garage mostly for their execute. And ignoring things as well, like this position from Canadian, is what ultimately ended up costing M80 the round for themselves. A great effort from Spoit specifically to try and bring it back as he picks up 3 of the entry kills into the eventual basement. Taken is the only one that allows a plant to be even a remote possibility, but still, it's not enough, unfortunately. DarkZero control the opening round instead, and they move right along to their open area hold. Those early aggressive players like Canadian are going to have their day in the sun even more so here with the natural extensions that'll come from this site defense, such as the expected upstairs play we should get in areas like Archives, Tellers, and then eventually upstairs into the CEO and Janitor areas too.
Gomez rotating operators like church clothes right now. Trying to see what he wants to wear. Looks like he's going to end up on IQ. Flash blitz there just for a split second, but doesn't seem like M80 wants to keep that one around, and in fact they won't. Iconic will bring in Twitch as well, and majority of Twitch players nowadays playing the 417 over the F2. So much recoil in that F2 nowadays in comparison. The 417, well, that thing just does so much damage, so it's a strong grab for a lot of people that end up playing that op. What a find here from Iconic as well, as he'll get rid of at least one of the Goyo canisters right off rip. Does a little bit of damage to Gavini as well.
Slow and composed opener yet again from M80. Make sure they don't trip up in this style of play. DarkZero have grown that little bit more of a confidence over the first 2 maps. They're starting to find their own capability to get a bit more aggressive here. Panba will be hotspotted, unfortunately, by Twitch drones, so he'll have to fall back relatively quickly from the 3rd floor. Advance is already made for himself. Goes down to the 1st floor. So DZ going to try to play this extension completely horizontally. First minute's already been burned away, too. So in terms of time wasted, they've done more than enough from that 2nd floor spot. Can waste out the 2nd minute, of course, over in Archives, and then play out the final 60 seconds in the site itself. I do believe that is the kind of state of play that DZ is looking to execute upon here over the remaining 2 minutes. And M80 moving uncharacteristically slow right now, trying to get in the way of this one. Achieved, potentially being put into a hot position himself. He's losing all the top-down disadvantage that he would have to play against here. Unless that's being opened, of course, by the Buck, and immediately it's going to be found as well. Achieved Temp's fate, sticks around, hoping he can find timing to use that nitro cell, or his gun, of course, but ultimately comes back to bite him, so he'll become the first victim in this round instead.
We've seen this play out in similar circumstances before, but it always seems as though DarkZero was able to stand tall on their defense. Although M80 started to build this case, aren't they? Another frag grenade here for Spoit. He knows where one is. Won't get close enough to Pam, though. Pam, oh, he'll turn it back on him, won't he? He'll take down Spoit.
It was just an alarm.
Oh, so very unfortunate. Gomez, no real chance to recoup here either. This timer starting to eat at M80.
40 seconds to go. M80 don't seem to have a clear path forward to get into the site as of yet, but they may find it anyway. Kano, a second kill on the round, being a real menace on these top-down angles right now. Been so long since he found his first kill. DarkZero may have honestly forgot about it, but he's been maintaining the same exact position ever since he found that opening kill. However, he will now be countered out directly by Gavini, who makes his own forward play here and stops the harassment from upstairs. Gavini is just going to continue to take this place as well. Iconic finally changing up the fate for things on M80 a little bit, but he too has only got a limited amount of gas in the tank. It's ultimately brought to a 1v1 with 10 seconds to go. Canadian now going to get pressured for it. The swing is in, and it's successful this time from Diaz as M80 fire back to take their own round.
1-1 in between these two squads after M80 get the ball rolling on this offense into open area. Some highlight moments from Pambazoo, but it was really the M80 show at the end of the day as they were able to bully their way into the site. No need to even try and get that plant down. Executive Lounge and CEO Office up next for DarkZero. Zilla send to the sky, try and defend the top floor. This one requiring a little heavy lifting, especially when it comes to the hallway and top square. Might see some competition around Spiral or the red stairs over in lobby as well. You do tend to see a couple of people trying to play around Laxing or the elevator at the far end at the top of E3. The panel's getting reinforced by NJR at the moment.
As far as DarkZero's setup here, pretty heavy on the intel play yet again, as well as just kind of countering out the attacker's advance. It's a minimal amount of utility mitigation here as they just have the magnets from Gavini. Other than that, they want to scope what's going on in the site with Canadians' cams. But will give them hopefully a few more aggressive peaks to work against the take attempts. And then Achieved is going to be put into the hot zone, of course, on that Warden. Engineer maybe feeling something similar, of course, once he's been able to throw out those two electric claws. But we'll see at least one of those rear window angles being used, at least now on the inside of Janitor, kind of the more straightforward of the two. Going to peek more than likely at where Panda has set up that second one later on in the round. Away from that, though, and getting their first spot at what the actual setup is going to start to look like. Tries to steal away one of these Evil Eyes and will indeed do it. So that'll be some good intel. Immediately scopes over to it. Oh, no! And they didn't even notice it as well here. So pops the eye open to open up the mirror window. That's the entire J setup going to be vulnerable now just off of one piece of utility. Beautifully done here. Gavin finally realizes what he needs to do and impacts out his own team's Evil Eye there.
Now off the board now for M80. Doing a lot of this work from the windows of lobby. Have a few bodies over on the other end for now. Trying to hold things down inside of stock, but both of his Selmas are going to end up getting eaten up by some of my discs. A lot of the cams gone here for the first portion of the round two. We're going to lose another one off rip, so only 4 drones to try and gather as much information in the last half of the round. Now, Iconic does still have a few of those Brava drones as well, so I'll at least be able to fill the gap just a tad bit. But nothing to strike on just yet here from M80 as they will continue to dwindle drone count. That one just skipping by the laser before it gets tagged out.
Yeah, not going to let the second Evil Eye also get taken out by a Brava drone. As you can see, the pretty hard counter that comes in there as Brava against the Maestro hold. So all the intel they would have been gaining on the inside Janitor is now gone, and they can't even really safely hold the angle. With that said, though, M80 just doesn't seem to have the confidence to make this play forward just yet here. There's good reason why. A lot of very strong positions. They don't really have a secondary angle to properly approach this with just yet. They try to pop out against it, and while they lose the first fight, now we'll see Gomez successfully insert himself to top spiral for only one trade achieved. Goes peekaboo right into his face, though. Converts that right back under the control of DZ. The threat's temporarily gone, as now Diaz just takes the very same place of his now dead teammate and picks up another kill aside from that one. Wasn't expecting such an immediate retake of that top spiral position. That may very well be the thing that throws DZ off their game enough to lose it. Panba, though, with good timing on his own personal peak, catches the repel spin from Spoit, turns away around the Brava play against him as he uses that open mirror window to find it, but now he'll be alone as his only other teammate has been traded out. And Diaz finds one final kill as well. Diaz has been a monster in these late round situations and does it yet again here with 2 more kills to close out the round.
This little drone work there from M80 to discover the last remaining member of DarkZero sitting in the corner of CEO. M80 able to get a lot of the big pickups off the initial engagements that they took onto the site. The info game initially working pretty well for them as they had quite a few crosses coming in from those lobby windows, but it was really the physical engagements that we saw once they got towards the site that really were the change of fate for M80 in that one, especially as we saw the Capital will swing into checkers and make some big sweeping changes to what the outcome would be for round 3. So job well done. It's round 4 right around the corner. DarkZero not feeling as though that top floor defense was something that they can build upon. So instead they're going to head back downstairs after that unlocks itself past round 3.
10 seconds to insertion.
Tense moment for DarkZero, having lost their edge. Things were seeming promising in the rounds that were lost relatively close, even that last one there, but M80 being able to squeak by for a second consecutive time, going to make things a bit more tense here on the defensive camp as they try to control yet again their second basement defense here. It would be the only site they've locked away so far. Won it in a 1v1 as well. Not going to be able to necessarily rely on the fact that Gavani will be kept in the side pocket of the site towards the end of the round as well to try and win it out. And Manny will be well aware of that potential play condition. Iconic's going to panic a little bit here, just some bad timing as he sends his Twitch drone in directly on top of what I believe is NJR. And as a result, we'll lose said drone. One of the 2 pieces of the utility is gone. It's not necessarily the reason you tend to bring this operator. It is more so now, of course, the nurse the F2, but still, plenty of other things that Iconic can contribute to inside of this round, even if those Twitch drones are going to have minimal effect.
Well, things clear in admin. Really going on inside of Tellers. Archives clear. He's kind of chilling right now for M80. They'll finally be able to discover someone in kitchen. It's going to be the Goyo Pambazoo. Off on his own island now as he's claimed this land. Staked his flag and now trying to fend M80 off. This is his, but, you know, well, I guess it's his now, as he'll take control of it, kick over that flag, and plant his own. M80, full control of the 2 floors now, just looking to try and descend into the basement and see if they can deal with DarkZero's remaining members. I don't think Canadian's got the timing on that. In fact, he doesn't. Hey, I mean, he's still committed to it. No, every once in a while, those will work out, but just unfortunate for him there. Now M80 with a good opportunity to see if they can potentially take round 4.
Not really with anything else he could have realistically thrown the claw on at that point in the round anyway, I think. So not too much wasted utility at the end of the day. Slow play still from M80 to try and work themselves into positioning downstairs. Canadian's like, okay, cool, the claws are gone. That means it's time to swing. And he works himself halfway up the main stairs there. A bit of a pre-fire too, but nothing comes from it. Something has drawn out at least one of the toxic babes from our smoke playing in the red hall position. It's going to draw the attention of Canadian momentarily as well, but I do believe it's still preserved for M80. They're not trying to throw themselves at this just yet. They need a few more seconds of prep time to get to that point, and Canadian has finally overstayed his welcome there on that main stairs lurk. He goes down, and one more on top of that as well here. Canadian finally just now finished off. That's after Achieved also traded out Iconic on the advance forward. Achieved now trying to make his own big play. The Nitro in, his teammate backs away, but no, the Nitro looks like he got shot. Gomez with the drop and spin after he takes down Achieved. Gavini to trade one out, but now he's got to commit. It's the option opposite situation of the previous play here. Now he has to retake. He can no longer sit in the safety of garage and won't even have it to play from. Spoit gives him a nice skeleton key to the face, and it's an M80 round on the revenge tour down in basement.
So solid on the offense so far from M80. Is throughout history, DarkZero has really been the most scary on bank when it comes to their defenses, but as of now, M80 standing the test of time. They've gotten 3 rounds on their offense. Things only get easier when the coin flips, at least from when it seems like in between these two. DarkZero, though, with still a lot to be said. It doesn't mean they're out of the race just yet. And, I mean, still a team that is quite dominant when it comes to their offensive side as well. So it doesn't mean that they can't try and pull this back across the line. They are just definitely making it harder on themselves.
DarkZero, another potential difficult map for them here being played on bank. They're failing to find their footing. Everyone except for Cavini, of course, doing all right there at 5-3 still. And that's been a continuing storyline even from yesterday's games as well. He's been on a heater here the past 2 days of competition and is looking to continue that reputation into this final as well. A little quiet on map number 1, but he's certainly coming to play in a big way on maps 2 and now even bigger here as he's getting himself warmed up, it seems, on our 3rd map. We need to see potentially someone else on the team step up to that challenge as well here. And overall, DZ come together in a bit more of a cohesive fashion as M80 certainly dictating the state of play so far here for their attacking half of bank. Going to look to continue that interesting lineup to start for the attacking side. We got to wait a few minutes as DarkZero have gone for the Teller's Hold, which may have not been an expected choice for M80, so we're starting to see some shifts. And unfortunately, those shifts mean that the operator lineup is starting to become a bit less interesting to talk about. So may not end up having a whole lot to discuss anyway.
We have Bravo, though, and Bravo does cool stuff, so we can talk about that, I guess.
We just saw that, in fact, against the upstairs hold a few rounds back, how it just completely countered the janitor hold right from the get-go. Snuck in there, no one was watching that evil eye. They steal the evil eye, pop open a mirror window, and boom, there you go. Doesn't even matter if that drone takes the other 2 pieces of utility at that point. I'd say it's worth the trade in itself.
Absolutely. Even just getting the evil eye, it's, you know, dang near worth its weight in gold. The difference there, so see if M80 can get away with something so dastardly again with these drones. It'll be iconic piloting them as it looks to try and deal with stock. Tosses out one of them, probably looking for top square, see if he can get back into janitor, see if the situation goes with similar circumstances. The Frost, they'll find at least the first one. So Iconic will have to try again later on. I won't try it again immediately as Amazon will probably just immediately dispatch that one as well, just like Achieve does with this drone. Some soft paneling for M80 to play with actually on the top of squares. I'll begin opening that up, so it could be dangerous waters starting to come to Achieve shores here soon. And speaking of, oh my goodness, look at this drone count. 1 active, 1 in the pocket. We've been here for a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, what's your down there? Oh my God, they're down to 1. I mean, obviously they still have the Bravo drones. I think that counts as an extra one, but
that's only 1. I kind of got one of those. There's 2 active drones in the whole map right now.
That is not good for M80. Hope that this is a one and done clear.
This man goes, that is not good.
I mean, yeah, it's there's still half the round to go. How are you going to clear? You don't have any map control yet, as far as I can see anyway. And you have no real, like, executes being built up as well. This is going to be very awkward for them to try and work, but still should hopefully give them something off of the drones.
But it's going to work.
It's working. All right. I'll shut up now. It's good.
Oh, my God.
3 kills, no trades. I'm okay with the current situation. So as long as that now lack of drone count doesn't get in the way and allows, like, Canadian to sneak up the stairs here and give us a crazy, like, flank or something like that, then we should be all good. And those drones hopefully went to a good cause.
They burned the Church of Rainbow Six down just for one fundamental, and that is play together. They played together, and they've made this work. That is just... wow, what a round from M80. That's all I have to say.
Hold on,
even though DarkZero still has an opportunity, and even if they do take this round, I'm still impressed.
Hold on, though.
From both ends. I'm not even lying, man. The round 5, we're gonna be talking about this for a long time. This is something else.
Who's got that drone? Let's use it.
Oh my god. Yeah, DS, get it in there. Let's see if we can find some info. Canadian is the most busted guy to have any op that gives you free info. You give him a Solace, you give him a Pulse, he'll give you the world. And I think he's going to do it again here. He's found him. Is he dead? I think he's dead. He isn't dead. Kino gets it off. The crossbeam. The crossbeam saves his life. NJR will get one. That's the stairs player. Does Diaz have the cover?
It's not a pretty angle for me. He's going to have to swing beepers in order to stop a counter defuse, but they're going to swing him first. NJR down. Diaz will back up. Respect needs to be given because of that one. Flash as well to try and prompt the blind on the player on cross, but he's too late for it. Rez not going to be coming in just as of yet here. Canadian going for it now, though, and he's going to get him for the looks of things. Nope. Hopped off it. It was a bait attempt to bring him over, and it hasn't really worked. Diaz now with the cross. They know he's there. Only finishes off the Maestro, though, with a peek from Canadian. Not going to be enough as Diaz holds the line yet again for the final kills as M80 just barely squeaks by on that round.
So round 6.
A few more drones might have made that a bit more straightforward for M80. That was the main point we were getting at there with the low drone count.
I just only know why they decided to put every single drone they had into a mulcher. Like, that was...
Yes. To be fair, it led to a pretty decent execute onto the upstairs position. But again, that goes back to the point of like, okay, but what about the downstairs players? Like, you couldn't have kept like one more? Like, really?
I'm just going to put this out there, and then we'll move on to round 6. What about the remaining minute and 50 seconds of the round? That's really it. But listen, it works out for M80 because of what we touched on. They played that together, really didn't panic. They knew the general vicinity in which DarkZero going to be playing these things because guess what, guys? They're professional players at the end of the day. And you can only play so many spots that make sense. You get what I'm saying? So there isn't too much prediction work that they really have to have at the end of the day. And M80, I mean, they just have that dog in it when it comes to gunfights. So I'm not even worried about it when it comes to that front. And they show it yet again, especially for Diaz here on Bank. He has been lighting the world on fire. 7-1-1. M80 put another round in the bag, looking to steal Bank away from DarkZero. Seemingly no one can win their map choices here today.
Certainly struggling in that respect. Maybe they traded choices or something. They wanted to mix it up. Like you said, it's opposite day or something like that. So maybe they just gave each other their band selections before we went into it, and then they just flipped it to throw us all off. Who knows? But either way, things are going swimmingly for M80 here on map number 3 as they look to take the first match point of this series. Still a bit of a ways to go, of course. 3 more rounds needed at this juncture. Could become 2, however. Only 1/3 of the next half if they're able to close out on this round as well. Drone presence is being drained pretty quickly, although not at the rate it was of the last round. However, it does seem as though M80 have enough to at least make their first bid forward here. Spoit moving into top square, watching out for the player in archives. There is one on the inside of it for DZ. We're not going to be able to get that player to peek just yet. It will be Canadian, though, so more than likely, unless he's adjusted his kind of role for this round, he'll peek it eventually. It's just about finding the right time. But does Spoit have the patience to wait that long? That is now the more important question.
the ultimatum, Spoit's patience. He's a young gunner, too. I mean, the ADHD probably just flowing through his veins. He's more patient than me. I would have already moved. I was already getting angsty. I was already like, why are you sitting still, Spoit? Oh,
something in my brain is like telling him to move right now. I don't know what it is.
I mean, but this is really Rainbow Six Siege just at its core. It's just like you are gonna sit here and you're gonna stare at this door and this window for a minute and a half, and then eventually DarkZero is gonna rotate through there, and that's when you strike.
Problem right now is M80 have not been super active on other parts of the map that may have prompted Canadian to like take the bait on this peak and the angle work that Spoit is holding at the moment. But yeah, like I said, only just now we're starting to see M80 like,
super smart
hatch work. That's going to be going.
It didn't work. I don't think it did.
Too far away. Yeah.
Oh man.
Canadian as well strikes. Oh no, and he gets Spoit. It works out. Like I said, he was eventually going to jump at the right time, and he apparently found the perfect time. Nearly gets a nitro kill there as well. Chucks it out above him, but finally Kino gets the exchange against him. It's a little bit of revenge for that damage on the Gomez too. Iconic has also found a very much needed entry in the site against Panba, but only limited time to go here, and more than likely not a perfect drone on the interior of the site achieved. NJR, Gavini, all getting involved for DZ's sake here. It's a 2v1 for Gomez, the dying moments of the round, but only about 2 seconds left. Not enough control to make this work. The round's gonna end on timer, and DZ will take it for a 4-2 scoreline off their defensive half.
Hard fought for them in this last round as M80 seemingly had it with a lot of the initial picks, but it's the site players for DarkZero that press back against it, especially for the engagements that we saw going down inside of Small Office. Strong round from them. Locker CCTV as M80 will be switching things up, switching sides after the 6th round marker has been hit. So we headed back downstairs for their very first round to see if it's successful here of the Warden in play as well as Castle. So expecting some roam game here from DS and M80.
Either way, 3 rounds to go for M80. Half of the remaining regulation rounds are theirs, and they can take the 2-1 lead in the series. DarkZero, though, looking to battle back a bit more, see if they can exercise the same amount of control, especially when it came to the early round game, as M80 were able to capture back on the first map, of course, which is playing the most similarly to this one here. Will be a difficult task, as M80 was able to get away with a lot, especially Iconic inside of that game. Now, Iconic's been a little bit more hit or miss when it comes to this map specifically, but the second half, as usual, could always reignite some greater individual possibilities. We'll have to see if he can find that ground to stand on alongside some of the advances that pretty much the entirety of this team is making. The real star of the show obviously has been Diaz, the kind of late round warrior here. I think he's picked up like 2 to 3 rounds where he's been like the sole player cleaning things up, getting like 2 to 3 entry kills to win the round on each one of those in order to win out those rounds for M80, but still, either way, we see plenty more of that out of them here in the second half as well.
Oh, Kino.
Unfortunate.
I thought he had it. I thought he managed the front of it, but he didn't. He's going to want that one back, John. That's only 40 seconds off the clock. The first Rotero that rolls in, you let it get the shield.
Like, he's pretty much got a...
Oh, Canadian, you son of a... Yeah. Oh, bro. Man, I almost had to finish it there, John. Oh, what is he doing? He's in. He's ready. This is scary. He's so deep right now. He's in gold vault.
Great positioning, too. It's time to see here as he tries to work this position. No one taking the bait on it, a peek against him just yet. They know how safe a gold vault hold is, and he's not even going to be alone here. Obviously, Panba with him. Panba's got the angle work to take out Gomez with a nade. So very quickly, we're starting to destabilize that inner sight setup here. It's not enough to make the outright play forward just yet, but like I said, Panba and Canadian, they're safe here. M80 can't really make a play against them at the moment. It's too tight of a chokehold here, and as you're going to see, Spoiton walks his way through the doorway, right into the waiting arms of Canadian. Panba cuts off a flank, it looks like from the other side of the vault, in through the main doorway. Beautiful play from DZ, and it's basically been a 2v5 up until this point. They haven't even needed any help from their teammates. Now they're going to come in, obviously, because the odds shift so heavily into the attacker's favor. Kino fends off the first player and should be in good positioning to potentially get a second. Iconic as well, though, striking for the other end of it. Means that M80, despite the odds playing against them, are still holding on to these positions strongly, and that's why we haven't seen Panba, along with, of course, Canadian, play things forward. Canadian now, of course, finally being countered out, so it's just Panba holding that back angle. Kino patiently waiting for the repick. The Panba may go for it any moment here as well, but Kino definitely in the hot seat, as he's got to watch out for a potential sight push at any moment as well, having fallen back from what was previously a blue stair spot. Panba completely rotates out of the vault as well, takes that locker's control, but as you're going to see, Case is down in red hall. They tried to move Canadian with it over towards the site, thought it was a bit further back, and Panba might have had control over it instead, but that wasn't the case, and now Panba even on the ground. This is turned against them in a bit of a rough way here. Iconic still going to have to close it down, though, as the only other member of the team, Kino, was eliminated. 10 seconds to go, and Iconic with very minimal room to play with, but he does have eyes on the Case pickup spot. Missed the opportunity to shut down that very same pickup, though, and DZ very cautiously recover off of that very interesting attack they used to get themselves in the sight between Panba and Canadian.
That's what I was touching on when I was talking about Canadian and the creativity of DarkZero. They can really get things going, and especially when you're more than willing to make an aggressive play like a Selma hatch drop, then you're more than likely going to be able to catch somebody off guard. M80 ready for the standard line in that round, but DarkZero obviously thinking a couple chess moves ahead. It works swimmingly for them. Round 7 nicely in their back pocket now. Round 8 probably going to be a little bit different than what we saw there. I don't think they're going to have the nearly the same circumstances to try and go for Selma drop into the basement. M80 going to be holding onto the mid floor now. So have open area to deal with.
Game's getting tense here as DarkZero slowly works their way back into it now. Successful initial attacking round. It's going to cause some second guessing on M80's defensive strategy, but they go to arguably where their own play style should theoretically work out the best, just due to the amount of room they'll have to play with going up even to the bitter end of the round. It's open area they'll rotate into for their second defense. Hopefully won't be able to be tripped up by a heads-up move that DarkZero would try to make as well here. Caught them once on the basement hold. May not be able to deploy something similar yet again in order to steal away the open area site, because it takes a bit more map control to work as a full attacking roster here. Even M80, as you can see, still setting things up as we're now 30 seconds into DarkZero having been spawned in. So thankfully wrapping that up nice and quick. Sploit will now set himself up for play on the inside of the first floor elevators.
DarkZero might have the answer to this though. You do a bang-up job of droning things out early, and they do have somebody in the area to try and dislodge him from the elevator position. NJR will apply a few X-Kairos right to the lone office wall and continue to try and play things out upside down on the rappel from a distance. Nobody trying to give up the goods, though, just yet. I don't even know if he ended up getting that wall there, or if Sploit ended up breaking them off, or what have you. Didn't really look like there was a break in that for the at least first part. No, ended up just shooting them off. That's actually a soft panel there instead of being reinforced. So at the end of the day, any DZ member can just spam through that if they do want some visibility.
Once again, very slow and measured approach, as you might have come to expect at this point from DZ. They continue to wait for the first perfect opportunity to snap those aggressive jaws shut on one of the waiting members of M80. M80, thankfully, for their own sake, kept themselves quite composed out of these first 2 minutes, not really trying to get in the face of DZ, giving over a lot more respect than we saw previously after what they dished out on that first basement attack. Certainly trying to stay in as default of a position as possible, so as not to suddenly have a heads-up play get the better of them. Like I mentioned at the beginning of the round, Panba makes a play through the beepers over here by Tellers. Will be, of course, prompted to the members of the defense. They immediately fire back, but it's a limited angle for both sides. Neither one really able to mark any serious damage, but at least Panba takes the Tellers control itself. However, time is getting low here, so where's the rest of this pinch going to come from? Sploit is at least trying to make something work on the inside of security as he realizes that there's a player already bottom blue ready to peek him. Whether or not he'll be able to back up successfully. Gavini finally does go for the peek, but it's way too late. It's missed the, oh no, Panba! Okay, thankfully he left a little bit more of a fuse on that one. That would have been a last-minute throw. Could have very easily killed himself right there, but lucked out by the timing of his throw. There is an opportunity, though, to pick up an actual kill, and it'll be prompted behind another teammate as well. NJR goes for 2. Panba gets a personal second for 4 overall. Dead on M80. Diaz is all that's left, but Diaz has been so clutch on the inside of this game. He's going to look to try and close it down. The sidearm kill against Panba 2, but it's not enough. He's locked into a corner with no hard paneling to play behind, so DZ will eventually be able to battle him out, and they take yet another round on this attack because of it.
What else would you expect but on both of these teams being at the exact same scoreline throughout all of these games? Not a single one of these squads has been able to make a measurable lead. Everything has been just something another squad could simply walk away with. And, well, it's like we'll have a very similar circumstances, or very similar circumstance befalling us here on Bank. Round 9 now in between these two. M80 are going to head back downstairs because they have to get a successful defense here soon. Things are starting to look a little dire, especially with how solid DZ has seemed on offense. Looking as though this is going to be yet another successful round for them if they have anything to say about it. M80 is going to have some extended holds going on, though, with these castle barricades now being brought by DS. They'll lock things down inside of kitchen as well as open area. Have some hatch play to go into this, too. So we'll see how long they can hold on to this strategy before they're forced to peel back this layer.
M80 going to be kind of betting that DarkZero don't bring anything crazy like that hot hatch drop we saw out of Canadian in the last round. More than likely correct. Look at this as well. The the motion detector strat to play into the garage here will allow for that player to pay a bit closer attention to the actual stairs push if DarkZero do end up going for that, while still having the audio cue for the potential late garage push. Nicely played there. Will hopefully prompt for a bit more of a successful hold for Diaz, or whoever's going to be the player backed into there. That does mean, of course, that the Echo is not going to be brought into this one, as we were seeing DarkZero do on their own personal holds. So that'll have some limitations into the late round play. Spoit does see this drone working kind of towards him, so we'll back away into the elevator just for safety. Gavini with the good countered angle. No one on M80, unfortunately. That player, at least at the top of blue, does not have the confidence to swing forward and make the direct play. So just a lot of players at close odds with each other, just a swing or two away from their respective opponent, but no one actually willing to commit to that fight at this early phase. Spoit finally getting that drone, scouting him out completely. He knew it was coming eventually. Creates a rotate back over to the front lobby office if he needs to take it. And trying to keep eyes as to where the push might be coming from. No actual phones to be found out here, but Diaz is going to take some of the floor away from below. Pressure building indeed for Spoit, but thankfully releasing a little bit of it by opening up that rotation hatch and now allowing Spoit to escape into the depths of the site set up here about halfway into the round.
Deconstruction of bank will continue as the hatch play will also start to bring in new light. That frag grenade not cooked well enough, and also the ankle from Spoit not really working out for him either, as he'll only tag up Pambazoo on the marble stairs. Canadian trying to assist with the info game now, as the drone will more than likely be pitched in through the hatch, and it will. Seemingly aware that there could be some M80 players around, but nobody quick to the trigger when it comes to Iconic's rotation in towards the red hallway. M80 actually do have quite a few veins of this defense still active, especially with Kino, even though his has been a little more disconnected than the others. Everybody else still connected to the main host, but Kino, he's got that cross in behind him now. NJR playing the hatch, but that doesn't mean that he can't continue to hold on to this. Smoke grenades out. NJR knows he has to make a move. He waits for him on the top door. Canadian with the plan. M80 have to get something done. Canadian already practically done with this now. So it'll get placed on the ground, and M80 will get ran through. Well, the mincer. Be a nice little pasta salad of the entirety of M80 as DarkZero makes mincemeat out of them. And then into round 9, or rather round 10 with round 9 in the back pocket. That'll be the lead at 5-4.
While the advantage built up at halftime for M80 is not going to be enough as they switch over to the defensive end of things. Started 4-2, now down 5-4 as DZ start out the second half with 3 successful attacking rounds in their own regard. Just 2 more to go now, and the map will be theirs, and it'll be them instead that take the edge here along with the initial map point, or match point, that is, of the series. M80 as well, just sticking on to these true and tried sites. 2 attempts back downstairs in the basement, and now 2 attempts in open area for them. Neither have worked out so far. DarkZero about to potentially go 2 for 2 on both of those plays, but M80 don't seem to have another site to fall back on. The second floor, especially in the NA meta, has a huge number of issues with it where teams sometimes just outright avoid it. And the same can be said for Tellers. It's a bit of a like, yeah, I guess we'll play. A lot like the first floor sites on Oregon, basically, where they go do it mainly because it's the only option, not really because it's one they want to take.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Well, the looks that M80 have been providing for us so far in their defensive end, but it's been a puzzle that DarkZero has had no problem solving. M80 not able to get the man advantage that we usually see them procure and really benefit from, is seems to be their favorite advantage to try and garner. Time, yes, sure, that's one thing, but that man count, man, can they get some stuff done with that? Mizzou's going to be droning things out here for lobby. Discovers at least that things are soft on this side. He'll continue on. Red grenade for the top floor. Don't think it's going to land on much. He'll work his way right through the barbed wire. Nobody here, nobody home. Mizzou will continue trucking along. Does have some assistance from the ace upstairs of Gavini. Nobody from M80 around to really stall their process as they continue to take control of Bank.
Like you said, no one from M80 really getting in the way of this clear pressure. The DZ have been able to slowly spread out across the map on all 3 of the attacking rounds so far. M80 trying to keep any pressure they are building towards very close to the chest. Maybe just a 5-second or so rotate away from the actual site. So not taking any huge risks here whatsoever. But the problem is that's very much the play style from M80 is risk-taking, having that forward stance, trying to get in the way of the play setup from their opponents. And that's in large part what won them at least one map of the series. No longer playing into that is going to have some serious issues in allowing DZ to set up their own game style, potentially execute those very clean fashions we've been seeing before. Bit of a tough duel here for Panva, going up against Spoit inside of the elevator. Spoit just refusing to play this in a direct way, but still giving over the slightly more HP from the actual duel here. Eventually ends up backing away down the hatch. Panva, as well as Spoit, sit right around 50 HP, as it'll be an mostly even duel, but ultimately, of course, we do see the DZ member give up positioning. Iconic, though, spawning out quite a bit on the Solus, so see if we can action off of that one as NJR actually grabs the rest of the damage onto Spoit. Oh, and nearly gets a second headshot there too against Iconic.
I haven't seen too many X-Kairos in the Solus vision before, so it's a little wonky to see all those things pop up at once. Pambazoo, okay, DarkZero all over the board, and yeah, you said it, not exactly one that he should have won, but he does anyways, and that's really what matters at the end of the day. DarkZero ahead in the man count, ahead in the round count, and looking to get that penultimate point as well as they'll swing through. A nice trade, and 2 bodies fall for the M80 side. It's a 1 versus 3. Case in the hand of Gavini. We'll start the plant now. The angle's being held upstairs. Gomez has to try and deliver on this, but it's practically impossible. Amazing angles being held from DarkZero as they will quickly get onto this penultimate point through this last round and at least have this extended lead by 2 rounds to have an opportunity to close things out.
Preparation, as usual, on the actual site attack from DarkZero is way too strong and eventually reduced down to that 1v3, whereas we saw, I believe it was Gomez inside of the clutch for M80, just could not find a winning kill no matter how he tried to play that out there. Held the angle against the hatch. No hatch play whatsoever, looks away, and about 2 seconds later, the player at the hatch finally moves in, drops right on his face, and I think does about 80% of the damage to take him down there. Beautifully done, as usual, by DarkZero on the attack. Now 1 more round to go, and this map will be theirs, and a potential 2-1 lead with it. M80, what's your response? How do you get in the way of this playmaking? In my opinion, the passive holds near the site, even these kind of bunker setups they've gone for by the elevator and the tier 1 of the main stairs is really not working out too well. DarkZero is still being allowed to prepare and plan around that. That's what you need to change up here. Mess up that playmaking, mess up that setup that DarkZero always loves to go for. But it'll be hard to do, as M80 have once again returned to the basement, so M80 overall will have limited aggressive options because of that.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Back to what we'd seen from M80 on their previous defense of the basement. It's going to be an extended hold into the open area space. Seeing if they can use these castle barricades to lock things up and make some of the angle work a little bit more difficult for DarkZero, at least initially, before they break it down with some of their own soft destruction. Do you have some grenades for that? A couple of breaching charges, so no downrange access, minus the frags. So it might be a little bit more difficult, at least initially here for them. Pambazoo will swing into the bottom square. They do have 1 in blue. That's going to be Kino on the smoke. DarkZero mostly looking to try and wrap themselves around the area here as being held by M80 over inside of open area. We already have a breach for this. Availability here for the Buck to open things up on the back end of small office as well. There's a castle barricade on the other end of this, so they'll have ease of access to the hatch with no real chance for much to go on if they do choose to keep that castle barricade up. Just if somebody wanted to blow it up, but Gavini will open that up instead as they're looking to try and take this fight, and why not? Iconic already with so much damage onto him. M80 looking to respond in kind as you can see the Jaeger starting to try and work his way up the stairwell.
I do like what we're getting out of M80 right now. Like I said before, don't let DarkZero get comfortable. Don't let them set up in the way that they want to. Force them to play from unfamiliar or unplanned positions and make mistakes naturally come out because of that one. That's how M80 are going to be able to win and close out these rounds and potentially come back into this map, and I think they've realized it. Just trying to play to the unexpected pace once again. Still keeping players up near the top of blue. I believe we still have 1 or 2 players roaming around main stairs as well. Gavini will also be able to pop open these hatches. That should calm the blue pressure down. To see what type of setup that player has waiting on the inside of it. If there's a shield, then maybe some ADSs or something of the like. And oh, there definitely is. This player is going to stick around for a bit longer. This is going to be Kino looking to waste out even more time here. Should be able to do it. The Goyo can probably won't waste out a huge amount of time since they have the hatch open. They can just kind of disregard the stairs entirely and drop down there. Well, that burns itself away. Especially considering that Achieved is going to have the secondary swing from Dirt pretty soon here, too. They've got the pinch lined up against Kino. Now they just need to execute upon it here, but with 30 seconds to go, this is going to eat up a healthy amount of time trying to take him down. Achieved thought he had a moment of opportunity play here. Unfortunately doesn't, and has now revealed himself. But the phone call goes out to try and prompt, and he re-peeks further up that staircase and let his other teams close the gap on this one. But Iconic holds the line for the first defense, but he's immediately going to get traded by Gavini. Spoit picks up the next one here with the Nitro. Utility starting to boil out for the defense. Gavini has worked himself into that back vault position yet again, so going to try to work that, but there's a much earlier flank against that coming forward, but Gavini has still struck true. Another kill has gone his way. He's opened up the plant avenue as well. Panba throwing it down, but with Gavini dead, the retake options are open for the defense, but no, they get it down on the ground. However, Panba is smited out by Gomez here. One more tap from Achieved, and he deals with the counter pressure, but Diaz, once again, always ace in the clutch here. Immediately gets the headshot from Achieved. Does not leave any room open for Gomez to get picked, and with that, M80 survive. One more round to go, and they'll trigger OT.
Still a super scary round from DarkZero, all things considered. They were knocking on the door of victory. M80 are able to pull it right back across the line just at the tail end, but a little scary nonetheless. M80 are going to take their time out now. Is only one round necessary to try and guarantee OT. I love the tone that M80 set initially, especially with how they were able to peel back the layers and kind of keep themselves alive, forcing DarkZero into their execute, especially with the delay that Kino had going on over in stairs. Even though things didn't really work out for him at the end of the day, the amount of time sink that Achieved had there was pretty incredible. So well done from him. Hopefully M80 can use this timeout to its fullest advantage, guarantee this overtime for themselves as they're looking to take this map and try and gather an advantage, see if they can potentially be the team to shut this out in 4 maps.
Pause will end. And now it's time to see, as the pause yielded enough results for M80, can they bring this to bear one final time? Once again, it's confirmed, by the way. They're going to play out this entire half just in open area and basement. They never once are going to touch tellers or the second floor holds here. So that's giving you a picture for how kind of hard-headed M80 are in their strategies right now. Could be a sign of them being a bit more limited with their kind of prep for this map, too. But we won't read too heavily into that. These sites were never locked away from them to force them onto another one. So we can't judge that too harshly when they have better options available, at least in their own personal playbook's opinion, which I would generally agree with that sentiment, as they still have open room as an option. So they'll play into that one final time, and we'll see if DarkZero can go 3 for 3 to attack this one and shut it down in what would be a second 7-5 victory, I do believe, for them so far in this series.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely correct. 7-5's bountiful here today. Seems DarkZero will look to reclaim that fame inside of this round. Out the gates now. Canadian 6 and 10, but it's had some big moments inside of this game thus far. Eventually a few on the horizon here too. We manning the logic bombs for this round is going to be looking to try and get control of this top floor. Going to be an open area defense here for M80, and as we know, this top floor plays pretty handedly into a situation like that. DarkZero with a lot of verticality available to try and break open with the lineup that they've brought, especially for Achieved and his more iconic characters as well. M80 will try and do their damnedest to defend this top floor. It's going to be up to Pambazoo to try and dislodge them.
Panba immediately sounding the alarms as he reaches the top of the staircase. Shouldn't be too big of an issue for him. We'll shoot that out to prevent it from being sounded again if he tries to back away and rotate around towards the elevator, even down the stairs. But still, the sound has gone out. Defenders are very well aware of the fact that he's up here hiding around Banana, maybe further than that somewhere, so they're going to try and set their angles up to counter him. And oh, okay. Panba gets a very awkward spin against Iconic, and indeed picks him up for free there. Spoint is also going to fall to NJR elsewhere on the map. This is not the start of the round that M80 would have wanted. They pretty much have to go into complete aggressive hibernation here now. At least that's what you would assume they would do. However, Gomez is going to subvert the expectations. He'll make the very forward play, tries to knock out one of these players, but no. Gavini once again as successful as ever here in the series today at 11-7, matching the energy from two other members of his team. Panba and NJR both also at 11 kills here. Takes down another crucial member of the M80 roster, bringing it all into Kino and Diaz here to clutch a 2v5 to trigger overtime and prevent a DarkZero match point from going up onto the board here. We'll see. Now that they have been thrown into the 2v5, they're probably going to get a little wild with their movement and just overall play style here. They don't really have anything else to cling on to. Sitting in the site trying to trade off of each other is just more than likely not going to work with the way DarkZero executes. So I do agree with the more aggressive leaning stance that they're currently trying to go for. Smart from Diaz as well, not to immediately shoot out that drone as it's currently inactive. No one on DarkZero is looking at it. As you can see from the lights are off on it. So he doesn't shoot it away immediately in case he wanted to rotate through there and potentially go past the drone's vision pane, which would leave a gap in the intel from DZ. Either way, though, DZ's still able to execute cleanly here as now Kino's fallen and Diaz right after that. It's a flawless round from DarkZero as they lock in map 3, complete the comeback, and now take the lead in the series after dropping the first map. They're up 2-1 over their opponents now.
Well, DarkZero, not the strongest defenses, but they definitely made up for it on offense. And I think you could say that about both of these teams when it came to Bank. Definitely an offensive showcase in between these two teams, and a more successful offense from DarkZero is, once again, really just playing into their favor. Really like what we saw inside of that last round as well, with that fantastic play from the Nook. Getting in upstairs, getting those picks, especially with the paired pick that we saw come out from DZ there as well. Just absolutely fantastic. But luckily enough, we still have a lot of action to be had. We just got an analyst desk first. We're going to send you to a quick break. They'll be right back with map 4.
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here, every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We have crossed the halfway mark here at our NA final at Gamers Without Borders. DarkZero have the advantage, and M80 need to figure out what is missing if they're going to re-enter the chat. Jacob, this is a crucial moment for M80, okay? They can't lose another map. The pressure is on. What do they do?
It's weird to figure out what to do, right? Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong. It looked like the way that DarkZero were playing this one looked like the way that Gavini and DZ were playing against Beast Coast yesterday. So many kills coming at the very, very end of an attacking round, even if DarkZero take a long time to suss out what's happening on the M80 defensive setup. And then suddenly it's just kill after kill after kill in quick succession, and there's almost nothing that M80 can do about it. Like, this looks like DZ from last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you're coming in from M80's point of view. You know, they really have been trying to get some attacks going there. They really didn't find a whole lot after that first half. They got a ton of great rounds at the start of that game. But then the second half, I mean, we saw Spoit disappear. He won a gunfight in round number 5. That was the last time that we saw him. He didn't win a single gunfight from round 6 all the way to the end of the game in round number 12. He did get a C4 kill, but that's not a gunfight, so technically I'm correct. It's tough when your star player disappears from the server like that. And it felt like way too often on defense, he was getting killed as the opening death, or he was dying in sight, wandering around, not being aware of what was going on with the push coming from DarkZero. So that's a tough one from M80. Twice in a row where your star player, Spoit, starts off pretty hot, having a big impact, and then towards the end of the game just falls off the map.
We talked a lot about DarkZero's kind of formulaic setup, 1, 2, 3, go. But you know what? As much as we've criticized it, yesterday they've smashed it out of the park, and today it's working. So you can't knock it if it's working, Jacob.
Definitely can't knock it. I feel like the best part about it was we saw how it works against a myriad of different opponent styles. If it's working against Beast Coast and M80, then very clearly there's something to this. The big thing for me was M80 felt like they weren't getting very aggressive on roams. They opted not to take gunfights very early. They decided to hang back, and if they were trying to get aggressive, it was more to do pot shot damage and just try to get someone to stay in one position before they fell back. The problem is that then leaves a lot of M80 players all congested on a bomb site at the same time, and that's easy pickings for DarkZero actually make that push. So clearly, DZ have figured out how to push when every one of the every member of the defense is on site, and then get kill after kill after kill to make it a really, really quick squeeze. Guys like Panbazoo felt like this was where they were really, really waking up. It took a while for them to get there, but it's finally happening. Gab is right there in the middle of everything. Canadian is where he should be on the scoreboard. Everyone else is doing much better from a statistical point of view. This is the kind of DarkZero that we needed to see, and for their sake, I'm happy that we're seeing it, even if it took a couple of maps to really get going.
Yeah, the cogs are turning now, you know, the energy is starting to raise, but like we've already mentioned, M80 can't afford to make any mistakes from here on out. You said that they've hunkered down, they've waited, they tried to dictate the pace of play, maybe a little bit too much by hanging back, and that allowed DarkZero to apply some pressure. Ollie said yesterday, actually, during the stream, do the basics, do them well, and you win rounds. I'm guessing that's just kind of what their basics are, with DarkZero. Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it really did feel like M80 were giving him a lot of space. I felt like the third quarter we went in through that, we were seeing M80 often fall back to site, playing full anchor strats. They weren't trying to get aggressive, which is weird. That's not what you want to see from M80. You know, iconic on bank. I have so many memories of him just roaming around, getting into aggressive fights. Spoits as well. Like, this is what the guy does. When you force them to play passive, when you make them hunker down instead of the basement, you're not setting them up for success. So it felt really bad from M80 towards that second half of that game. DarkZero, of course, you're not trying to take it away from them either. They do so well when they're given that time to set up. When you're not messing with DarkZero early, when you're letting them execute their game plan, they're such an incredible team. And I think that's exactly what we saw here on Bank today.
Aggression, M80. Aggression. You got this in the next one, right? Anyway, we have an honorable mention, I have to say, because Diaz was just a vital asset throughout, especially, I would say, the first half. Now, Jesse, I think we have a clip that's loaded up for you to talk us through because he had some incredible plays.
Yeah, well, he's an incredible player. 3 separate 1v1s that he finds himself in. He doesn't win them all. First one's on round number 1 where he finds himself here, and it's tough to start things off. He's got very little time. This is played very well by Gaveni. Just runs all the way back inside of Garage, hides behind the truck. Really well done by Gavin. It's a close one. But then the very next round, Diaz finds some revenge. And this from Canadian is a tough one. He doesn't really have the space to run away. He could impact the hatch and fall back. Don't know if he just didn't think of that or if he didn't feel like it was the right call. There was a lot of time on that clock still, so he maybe could have let DS plant. Tough decision there. But then we get into a different situation in round number 5, where now it's not about the defense running away, and it's not about the defense potentially, you know, falling back and playing with that time. Now, instead, we actually have Diaz who can do that exact same thing. So you'll see the kit go down. This is a 2v2. It looks very good. Canadian just barely missing. The bar's going the wrong way. He tries to set himself up, but can't find the angle. The bar, again, so tough. But then watch what happens when we fall back into this 1v1. It's great play from NJ to find that first frag. And then he's going to go down here. And Diaz is going to do a really important frag here. Technically, it's a 1v2, but it's also a 1v1. So inside of open area, finds the initial swing onto NJR. No quick trade from Canadian, maybe a bit early from NJ. Then Canadian sneaks on in, and Canadian's gonna make the call to try to pick up his teammate here. He's sort of leaving it for now. He doesn't want to get on kit. He doesn't want to, go for the swing. Little indecisive. Finally decides to pick up NJ, and he's gonna full commit to it, but that leaves Diaz time to sprint forward, get one kill, get the second as well. So nice to see Diaz falling back there, and I 100% agree. The silver lining, the honorable mention, the good try from M80, because he really did put up a fantastic game today. Just unfortunate he couldn't really replicate that success when they moved on to defense.
Yeah, showing some appreciation on a job well done with our two players going head-to-head. NJR putting up some decent numbers as well. I got to say, though, an even spread for the most part across the board in terms of scores, maybe aside from Diaz. Jacob, I feel like DarkZero are starting to really come together as a team, something that they were lacking in Map 1.
Definitely. I'm liking what we're seeing from DZ, especially when you have a really bad map 1. You've got the space to make that kind of course correction in a best of 5. Some really good experienced teams will do that in a best of 3. DarkZero have already shown all they needed was 2 maps. If this was a best of 3, this thing would have been over already and DZ would have been the ones going to G8. But instead, M80 still have a shot. I just don't know how confident I am about what their Clubhouse play is going to look like after seeing what we've seen from them on these previous 2 maps. DarkZero might be able to channel some of that Oregon from yesterday into Club, but Club is a map that tests your fundamentals to a really extreme degree. So if that kind of timing from DarkZero is going to be the norm, and we're pretty sure it will be when they execute in the last 20 seconds after waiting and spending as much time droning and getting these early kills as possible, then we'll see whether that will work out for DZ on a map like Club, because that punishes you if you can't get that execute set up correctly.
Well, lucky for you, we're doing map-to-map predictions. So, Jesse, let's kick off with you. Does it go the distance? Do they close it out right here, right now? DarkZero are looking strong.
Listen, right now, my hockey team is playing against Blues hockey team, and it will potentially eliminate my team from the NHL playoffs. So I'm kind of hoping that we can get through this one a little bit quicker. That means it's not going to happen. That means we're going all the way to 5. We're going to get all the way, I think. So yeah, I'm expecting M80 to pull this one back. We'll win Club, and I'll miss the game.
Okay, what about yourself, Jacob?
I would go for the really cruel route and say, yeah, we'll go to 5 maps just because you need as little sleep as possible for whatever you're doing tomorrow, Banks. But I don't also mind being a turncoat in cases like this. So just for everyone else's sake, let's go for DarkZero. Let's get a little bit of an upset going here. I'll switch sides. I don't care.
He did it for the viewers, guys. He did it for all of you. All right, map 4 is calling. Can DarkZero close it out right here, right now? Or are we going to go the distance? Let's go over to Blue and Stokes. Let's go into map number 4, please.
That is another big question, ladies and gentlemen. If DarkZero can get it done here and now, we'll be finding out over the next 45 minutes or so whether that can be the case. M80 has shown already, of course, looking back at map number 1, that they as well have the capability to shut down these maps and do so in quite the convincing fashion. The most one-sided scoreline so far of the series has gone to M80, but it has not been the state of play past that point. DarkZero reverse sweeping that scoreline and now looking to pull off the outright shutdown against M80 themselves in 3-1 fashion. Let's see if they can get it done as we go in to our next map.
So, Blue, you're leading 4-2 at the end of the second. How you feeling about that? You feeling good? You feeling like the third periods?
Game, yeah?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
I'm really happy because I have no dog in this race in the playoffs, and like usually I do because I'm a Blackhawks fan, but this year we tanked and then we got Connor Bedard. So it's like things worked out for me, man. I mean, hey, sometimes you just sell off the legacy players and you just do other things and it works out. But hey, we're into map 4 now, and hopefully the third period, we'll see what happens. We'll see if Jesse cries as he literally cannot watch the game as he's watching M80 and DarkZero. But the ban phase so far for Clubhouse making a heck of a lot of sense. I love the Dokkaebi ban here especially. That's really what I wanted to highlight. The Ying ban, everything else. I hope that you guys have been watching Siege recently. All that stuff right along the lines of what we've been saying. But the Dokkaebi ban, that has been a lot of coordination from what we've seen from DZ. It's one of like the core operators that they really enjoy running. So definitely a really smart spot ban for M80 moving into Clubhouse here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
Let's find out if it's all going to work out for DarkZero. They also get the defensive start here. So in terms of the setup, in my opinion, at least going into this matchup, things really could not look any better for DZ here. They have the defensive start where they can dictate the state of play. If they want to roam out on these rounds and slow down the pacing from M80, they can certainly do so. If they want to sit back, play nice and tight in the site, just bunker things out, which will be pretty appropriate considering we're on basement, they have that power as well here. It's all about just executing upon it in the right way and preventing M80 from setting up for success in their own regard. And if they can follow that through over the next 6 rounds, of course, lead like 4-2, 5-1, something like that again, they'll be in a very safe position, in my opinion, to end things here 3-1 in their favor. We'll have to wait and see how this first round goes, see how M80 look to subvert that and make DarkZero as uncomfortable as possible on this defensive end of it, and maybe pick up that share of rounds for themselves. But in terms of what they've brought to the table, it's nothing too fancy, just the usual set of Thatcher as well as Hibana to quickly knock out all the hatches. Yana, of course, to be the usual front-running aggressive player. The Buck to open things up around that kitchen hatch and anywhere else where they feel they may need the top downs, and Kino sets them up once they get down to the site.
Now, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of Yana for this game just because Dokkaebi is going to be pretty sore loss. Likely decent amount of Thatcher play as well, as Doke usually is able to fill in that gap with those secondary EMPs. With a nice little play here. I've been seeing a lot of the yokai play recently around these drone holes. Been loving it that people have been getting a little bit more creative with these things. A bit more aggressive with them as well. M80 working on these couple of floors. DarkZero playing this one in a full turtle. Everybody going to be downstairs as they'll just be flicking through default cams to see what's going on in the mid floor.
Only a minute in, so still plenty of time for M80 to shape up. And considering the DarkZero are not playing aggressively really at all, M80 have pretty much the entirety of the full 3 minutes here to try and set up their play appropriately. Canadian going for the late electrical toss here onto the church wall. Now that they realize that's probably going to be the spot to place it. In the first attempt to try and pop open things here on the kitchen hatch, also going to go through. Once again, don't believe there's much room for interruption to come in. We don't have any impacts on the defense anyway, so impossible to trick that one out. It is going to be open without any interruption. M80, that'll pretty much complete the set here. They've got the next minute and 10 seconds to actually work their entry. It looks like Diaz maybe moving out here to try and quickly pop open Dirt Tunnel, but Achieved should be able to realize that now and maybe directly counter it depending on how forward the rest of M80 wants to be with this blue pressure or their actual push into the site, wherever it may end up being.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
There's some time for M80 to work this. Not a lot of room for error, though, is there? Some frag grenades out from Spoit. Still feeling confident in this. Lots of drones still to be had, too, but 2 of them already going to be lost. A third to NJR as well, so he'll start to get overwhelmed, but Warden can just eat these flashes all day. It doesn't matter to him. The goggles will keep it done. NJR able to take down one. Gomez, well, he's able to plant. Oh, no, he gets off. He cancels it the last second. He didn't trust the Overwatch. Another one will go down, though. This round still looking palpable. M80
coming in big here for
able to confirm, so dangerous. Gomez, he'll finally get it done. Achieve rotates in, downs one at range. This shotgun, you've seen it time and time again. It's the same one that Hibana has. Nice little 180 DS, Lucas. Little 365 to that.
Is it just me, or did everyone realize? I think it's the Supernova, right? That's on that operator right there. Is it just me, or has everyone only just now realized that gun works in the past like 3 to 4 weeks?
Okay, it might be that, to be fair. I haven't been here in the last 3 to 4 weeks, so I really wouldn't know, John.
It's only since the major that we've been seeing like everyone pick this thing up.
I think it's this. The gun has always been kind of a meme, but the thing about Siege with the shotguns is ever since they nerfed the shotguns like centuries ago, like when semi-autos were mad busted, right? The pump shotguns have always been super broken, the primaries at least, right? Even the ITA, that shotgun still feels pretty good. But this one in particular, I can't remember the name right now because I haven't played the dang character in forever. But the shotgun that both the Japanese characters bring is fantastic. So, like, I honestly don't think it's all that troll. And to be real, it works really, really well on Hibana, given the circumstances of her kit. You got the Bury 9 secondary. You're a hard breacher. You have stuns as a secondary usually as well. So you can kind of set yourself up and kind of get, you know, those closer engagements built up for yourself. Honestly, I think it's a fantastic addition to her kit. And I think that people just through scrims and kind of having some more of those moments where they're like, hey, let's just try something fresh and new, have realized that it's not as troll as it seems. And they're more and more willing to bring it because of it.
It is the Supernova, by the way, just to confirm that. I looked it up.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Nomenclature was incorrect, so that is also going to be the same shotgun that we see the Gara Hook Operator bring to the table, too, and that's another area we've been seeing it used quite a bit. Fast opening of the primary platform wall here for M80, but it's not going to lead them directly into the site, as obviously we are playing over in Gym from the looks of things at the moment, so DarkZero still with a bit more work to do in that department, or a bit more work that they can prevent, I guess it is, as they're on the defensive side. Unsuccessful at stopping it in the first round as M80 sneak their way through with all that free prep time they had to get ready for the basement descent. Now we'll look to do something similar here upstairs, but DarkZero will be a little bit more in the way, as it was this time, as you can already see with the pressure extending out from both construction and with the wall they've opened up as well into cash.
Pamazoo, lots of pressure in on him.
Big play.
Huge cross here from Pam. He'll be able to get one. Takes out Iconic. Has another one, but also an addition down below at the bottom of the stairwell. Gomez will be able to tick him off. That'll be yet another nice pickup for M80. 4-4 right now between the two. Able to at least snare in some utility. A little bit of map control under their belt. And that kill. First minute and 30. That's why we'll end up losing that Rotero drone, which could have been a key and pivotal piece going into the later portion of this. Have to try and push off of this, though, now. Spoil will try this over again.
Would have been a nice steal if the player down in bar was able to complete the set against Gomez there. That is most of the XQ utility this team is bringing to bear. That would have been gone entirely. Gomez still alive and well. Has used out the first of his incendiary bolts already, with the micro smoke still yet to be used. Now throwing out that second one. Kino, primed, ready to go by the windows, though, is going to be able to catch out Achieved, and even if he wasn't ready for the shot, had another teammate that could pull it off as well. There is a lurking issue down below through that hatch going over into billiards that they'll have to be careful if they try to go into the gym window. Still 30 seconds. That's plenty of time in siege terms here. Cavani, nice cut as well. Spoit thought the angle would not have worked out in his favor, but he makes it happen anyway. And now NJR tucking himself away into this corner. I think he may have had to hold the S key to stay in that spot. He is able to take out at least one player. Diaz trades it back into his favor, but now, oh, look at this. Canadian free denial onto the plant, and he's even going to wait it out to draw the timer down even lower. Beautifully done. Has to back away to give some respect over, so that will give a chance for the case pickup to reposition itself, or at least it should. Diaz, are you going to go for it? No, the timer is unfortunately going to run out instead. And Canadian's patience pays off here as he is able to win it out of the impatience of that player from M80, trying to go for the kill instead. Timer expires and our defenders pick up the round.
Perfect timing from him, and really unfortunate for M80 as they try to slam that case down on the mattress. But obviously ill-advised, is probably wanted to play it a little bit closer to where the other player was, maybe weights or something along those lines, but you still have to try and deal with the hatch in there as well. So especially with the lack of information on Canadian, more than feasible for them to try and place that there. Just sad circumstances that they didn't exactly have the cross covered. So 30 seconds remaining here for M80, or rather DarkZero, to get things set up in the basement as they'll try again. That's what M80 was able to deliver on the first basement offense that we saw.
DarkZero back into it, and like Stokes said, a retry of the basement hold now. Things go a little bit better for them this time. I believe the mirror will be a new incorporation. I don't think they had it back in round number 1. So we'll see what those extra angles will potentially give over in the way of being able to fight back a bit more directly against some of the early contentions that M80 are going to fight for. Oh yeah, that definitely should be a new addition here. We're going to set up the mirror window directly to counter out a moto push, which is what M80 used on the last attack as well here. So we're going for some hard counter adjustments, assuming M80 are going to approach the same way. But obviously M80 have a few adjustments they can approach towards here for this site. For those who don't watch Siege all that often, Clubhouse is a very played out map, and that most players are going to be aware of a few very base set of strategies to attack every single site because it's been the pool for so long, and this is certainly one of those where M80 should have some alternate routes to work their way down here once they realize the amount of disruption that's going to be placed over by Moto.
M80 will begin processing the top floor. Drones in. Nobody home for DarkZero. Once again, they'll be dedicating themselves to the basement, well, mirror setups and what have you, but this is all beneficial to M80 if they can actually get control of it. Really just have to figure out how they want to try and address the basement first. They have full control over all of this. This is really just DarkZero's, you know, looking or a chance to look for an adjustment once M80 actually comes into contact with them. It's really up to M80 to try and choose which direction they want to go with this and figure out from that moment on. DarkZero wants to do with this utility. Got a lot of ways to try and deny this out. And JR still with a deployable shield in his pocket as well, so that probably just is another layer of that, him just waiting to see where they want to try and push this in from, and then use that deployable shield accordingly. Nitro cells to try and delay. You can see Canadian going up for the lineup at the bottom of main stairs. This is one that could deliver a little piece. Yeah, they are going to break it off there. I was worried about that for just a split second. I was just pinging it out. Make sure that that Nitro cell can't end up hitting the bottom of main stairs.
Can opener attempt here on the kitchen hatch. Once again, we don't have impacts for the defenders, so we'll go off. Step one is done. A few other steps also have been completed here, but just the hesitance from M80. For the same reason as round one, DarkZero play fully into the bunker. They, just like DarkZero's normal attacks, want to spend as much time on drone work as possible to confirm every facet of this defense, such as NJR's position, which is once again going to echo what we had back in round number one. Very late deployment of the shield, but he does sneak it off here, and that is going to be a pretty big thorn in the side of the push from M80 when it comes through. Speaking of which, Achieved cuts off Gomez as the first player tries to work their way down towards the bottom of the stairs. Gavini to strike next. The hold looking strong for DZ this time. As like we said, the adjustments made in the operator department as well as the strategy department give them a lot more advanced intel as to this push. Kino, though, taking control of Arsenal all on his lonesome, fends off two other members of the opposing team. Iconic finishing off the second one for him right there. Bursts M80 back into this game, and Iconic continues to dominate. Has the intel on now a third personal kill for him. Achieved is all that's left, and while it looked great to start, Iconic shattered the entire defensive matrix, giving another round over to M80 instead.
LeBronic showing face at the tail end of the round with a nice little smooth quad, shutting down every single DarkZero member, slamming it home for M80. A nice pickup for them as they are not going to go quietly into the night. DarkZero are going to have to put them away forcibly. The basement defense not standing up to what M80 had in the chamber. Couple of interesting things, at least to start here for M80 on this round, but we won't get that. We won't get too far onto that yet. M80 mostly able to create space over on the armory side in that last round, and that's where things really started to spark off, is they were able to dislodge a lot of the back end players inside of that space and make it to where the dirt player for DarkZero really couldn't do much. They had way too many eyes on, can't swing out of that door, you know, in fear for their life, just try and play things out and hope you can potentially get a one-on-one that goes your way. But none of it was doing anything for DZ. It was constantly the way of the blue. We'll have to see if round 4 goes the same way.
M80 out and about yet again. Once more going to be challenged with the new site territory. DarkZero unsuccessful now in their second play in the basement. Can at least go to their third and potentially final rotation point and hope that they can even things out there. Had some great success on the defense upstairs on the inside of Gym, but Cash can be a very different beast, especially when it comes to the defense's ability to change up positions once attackers start to get map control, starting from this West Plat area that'll basically cut their setup in half, meaning they must keep downstairs control to have any hope of rotating between those 2 points in Garage and the top of Red. Gavini gets the trick off, but it is going to be a bit of a bait trick, and that they wanted to distract as well so that these Selmas could go onto the wall. However, now an impact finally works its way into the lineup there as Panba successfully chucks one of those out and tricks out the second opening of the Selma barricade. There's no hopability just yet, just a sight line currently for M80 on that main plat wall.
attackers have located a bomb.
Drone economy is not looking all that hot for M80 right now. They've been checking out a lot of things, and DarkZero has at least hit their mark in that regard. EMPs for Gomez will be able to put out at least another one. They'll get access to the bottom of Garage with another creative angle up towards the rafters, making sure that they can keep things locked down on the window. Should be able to get default from here as well. And you will. Canadian prepping things for a hop out later on too. He's been so very strong in the clutch thus far, and this could be another time for him to shine. Oh, well, that's a caster's curse if I've ever seen it. Iconic will take him down. Canadian, no more room to breathe in that moment.
Iconic slapping Canadian right in the face there with that hop in. Doesn't even give him a second to breathe about it, but Iconic gonna get pinched out by two other members of the defense a few moments later here. They strike from the bottom of red and the garage hop over, quickly making up for that deficit, bringing us back down to earth onto a 4v4 here. 50 seconds to go as well, so M80 continue to grasp at straws for a way that they can get themselves into this site. A good start to things for Iconic, but they've fallen flat since that hard breach now going down. Thankfully, we're past that phase of the round. A bit of a aggressive push forward there from NJR. I think he was hoping Split would have been a little bit closer to him. Pays the price for that as another trade comes forward. M80 keeping themselves in this due to the aggressive pushes from DZ. Achieve may be forced into one, and indeed he will. Good utility work coming in there from Kino. Gets a good supporting star for the kill that Spoit finds. Gomez gets a second pickup, leaves Gavini alone, but only have two more targets to take down as he does snipe out one trade in the process and begins the process overall of clutching down this round from a 1v3. There's the second pick. First one goes right up on top of that as well. Rather, the third one goes there. The Nitro to send it right past Gomez. He's got the angle for the peak on Gavini, and once again, M80 steal this round right out of the hands of DZ.
Canadian with the immediate timeout call as M80 are clawing away from DarkZero right now, creating a dredge here in between these two. Nice little trench. We'll see if they can continue to expand this divide. DarkZero trying to get ahead of it early on as there's still 2 rounds to go on this side, and M80 have so far looked dominant on this offensive end, especially Iconic. 7-3 right now. So very strong. 0 assists as well, just all doing it himself. Granted, 4 of those kills did end up coming from that one round, but still able to practically guarantee one for them, all things considered. So DarkZero will try and adjust some things on their end for these last couple of defenses. Where do they want to go? They're going to go towards, oh, well, they're initially considering Church. Now they're going to head over towards Gym Bedroom instead. Don't see a Frost in this lineup. I do see quite a few aggressive guns, like the Castle pick coming in here from NJR as well. I want to see where they end up putting these barricades.
All right, DZ now making that return. The only site they've found success on so far between this cache and the basement. Not going to go as too much of a treat when it comes to their operator lineup. The basics they brought to the table last time should work out just fine. A pretty straightforward kind of individual focused lineup here that gives the site the setup it needs, but is not going to overwhelm any individual member of the squad with too much responsibility when it comes to using said utility. Achieve will really be the only one that has to hot drop that utility in the midst of the round if he's going to be called to trick, but oftentimes, ooh, like some team damage and everything, but I think we got it off right now. Either way, Achieved may not even necessarily be tricking the panels here, depending on how he wants to set himself up. He's going to be a more passive play on the inside, like the bathroom cubby, for instance. Just may not really be possible to trick, and he might just be throwing these down and forgetting about them. But we'll see, as M80 have spawned out. And they've got a bit of a walk, of course, for their first step to opening up these angles for themselves, which will be on that jacuzzi clear, which may be stopped by Achieved, depending on the utility that's going to be used here.
M80 will be occupying red, at least for now. Holding on to cash and the reinforcements that hold up the walls around him. M80 trying to get control of the roof. They got to get these hatches open. Gavini doesn't actually have a nitro cell to play out of that, but the shotgun will suffice. Be holding on to Logi for some time. Bandit tricking here from Achieve. The follow-up EMP. Nope, the stuns will come through at least. And do at least think that, yes, the Selma will be able to get the left panel there. So a little bit of a misread there from Achieve, but it was double duty coming out of M80. So practically impossible, especially with the stun grenade pouring in there to cover both ends of that. So Iconic will end up getting one actually onto Gavini. A nice pick for him. Nice discovery for round 5. That'll hopefully lead to success.
M80 continuing to assert dominance in the early phases of this round. Panda, oh no, second guessed himself. If he went for the shots in the first peak, may have very well gotten the pick against Iconic, but Iconic, Spidey senses activated for a second there as he flicks over and catches that player on the secondary swing. And as a result, is able to take that player down. Gomez now getting into the action too as he catches a lurking Canadian over underneath of the cache site. Not really much left for DarkZero to defend this with, and not really a whole lot of damage prompted on anyone else except for Iconic on the M80 side of things that they can leverage in easy kills. When this execute comes through, it is looking bitter and not very sweet for DarkZero here as they try to leverage back this 2v5 achieved. We'll get a very awkward Nitro. I think it was mid-blinded in that too, walking away from it, but Kino none the wiser as a Nitro cell blows up right in his face from behind that castle barricade. Gomez, though, quickly re-equalizes to where we were at before and Achieved now gets caught trying to get aggressive this time, pushing over towards that jacuzzi breach, prompted by the tracers here, of course, and is able to shut down the round. M80 looking to take full control and what could very realistically become a 5-1 here with one more round.
DarkZero reach for the ledge, but doesn't seem as though it's sturdy. Immediately snaps off and they continue to descend in free fall. No real opportunity for them to try and slow things down anymore except for the halftime switch. We'll head back downstairs to hopefully find their first successful round in a very, very long time. M80 already spotting the adjustment from DZ. They are going to shift a lot of this lineup, bringing the secondary hard breach as well on a few of these, I'm sure, past the Habana that they'll add via Diaz past the Thermite. He will throw back into the closet. Sploit's also going to be bringing the ace. Kino switching things up on me as well. He's going to bring the Monty, and this is going to be a first for M80 here, as they will add a little bit of spice of life for round 6.
I think this is the first shield off the whole series, actually.
I think it actually is as well. Didn't we
there was someone flashed a blitz on map 2 or 3, but I think they picked away from it. So I'm pretty sure this is the first actual shield pick in the series so far, which is kind of surprising based on the previous 3 days of games, where it's every single game had at least one.
And especially given what we saw at the major as well, with so much blitz play. So
true. And I don't even think we've had that many shield bans this series either. I think Monty got banned once, but that was it, from what I remember at least. So
yeah, it was a very respectful ban though. You know, very tasteful. When you're going up against DarkZero on a map like that, why not ban Monty?
We'll see. Gomez actually does pop off one of his drones there. Not too many lost just yet, so that's not a huge deal. We can check back in on that later if it does become a problem. So 1 or 2 extra drones might end up being very welcomed and needed. Achieved is pretty close to that pop breach just made there in dirt, so may have some possibility to play out from that if he wants to really get adventurous, but for now will more than likely be holding himself back. DarkZero, to be fair, they've tried this already 2 different times. Quite a passive hold, so maybe aggression is the way forward here. M80 is still going to clear out the second floor anyway and give respect over to that possibility, so it is going to be a little bit of delay as they try to set themselves up for that descent into the basement one final time, where they will attempt to make it a 2-1 record for themselves before we switch sides and M80 get their chance probably to defend this very same site more than likely on round 7.
Very presumptuous of you after seeing what M80's been doing with their defenses in round 1 for them. Mostly just going off to random things, just trying things out for themselves. And I mean, hey, it's been working so far. So, but hey, maybe that's a big change for them on their defense, right? They've been throwing them for a loop every single time on the first round. Now they go back to the default strategy here.
Just that one final minute to go here for M80. And no one has even set foot into the basement just yet. Going to change very soon. Canadian, though, he's got the Nitro cell time, and the shot will prompt it. A bit of a bait, and it works. Gets the Nitro out, and Spoit was more than ready to back away from it. But as they try to throw the Selma at the wall, you'll see it's been EMP'd out. They don't have a clean way to work their way past it. That may have changed over the last few seconds. Spoit is actually, never mind, trying to work on the top down, so he's going to attempt to open things up there as well. Bit of panic for M80s. They don't get the initial access point they thought they would have needed, and Kino might be held back here. No, forces the issue. A second one. No, we'll down him. He's not going to be able to sustain, and instead Panba will maintain control of Dirt Tunnel, but Gomez is halfway through the plant regardless. They're forcing the issue onto this site, and it seems as though DarkZero was none the wiser to it, too distracted by the Monty play and the other attempts to push their way into this site. Now plant is down. Gomez continuing to maintain post-plant positioning. DarkZero trying to wrap their way into it. Panba battles his way back outside of Dirt, but there's coverage from everywhere as M80 take control yet again for a 5-1 lead at halftime.
A devastating offense from M80, constantly in the lead, whether it be man advantage or round count. Nothing really DarkZero could do or muster at the end of the day. M80 was planting on command, it seemed. DarkZero would still have all of their players up. The plant would start going down and bodies begin falling. No real way for DZ to stop M80, and that was our real concern, is that once DarkZero burned that time out, we really didn't see them end up trying to regain. Well, the signs were kind of painted across the wall there. M80 with a heck of a lead now coming in the defensive side, and as you predicted, John, they're going to head downstairs.
All right, well, that'll be the case for M80 as they work themselves into a basement setup here. Try to set themselves overall up for success here with only 2 rounds needed. They can pick up the first one here and now. What is usually a pretty safe bet for the defense. Wasn't the case for DarkZero, though. They had only a 33% win rate on it inside of that first tap, so we'll see if there will be similar struggles for M80. Or if DarkZero is going to bring a resounding amount of success to this attacking side. Away from that, DarkZero now out, so it's going to be that little bit of delay while they build up the confidence to move forward here. And M80 do show some face outside of the basement, as you may have noted now by the silhouettes. An ascent is actually just made over by the red stairs, and we'll probably be grouping up by the gym and bedroom position, where we've already got one player on M80, I think, positioned towards Logi. So M80 definitely want to test the waters a bit more where they're on the rest of the map here. That is where DarkZero pretty much ignored this part, or this potential way to play the defense entirely in the previous half.
Tackle track upstairs. Gavini have a mark. Nothing can really act upon, though, as Iconic will quickly skimper back towards Spoit. He's make himself tradable. Now they know there is a threat on this top floor, and quite a scary one, in fact. M80 will have the opportunity to fall back towards the main stairs, and they might opt for that instead. But actually, a second glance, Iconic's repositioned for the hatch. Spoit set for war as well. It's really up to DarkZero now. Do they just want to try and go direct to site? That is an option. They really don't have the greatest flank watch operators. It's going to be up to the drones and simple gunplay at that point. Gomez is going to drop off. M80 going to try and keep a few bodies around. Gomez, he's actually going to go down to Canadian as he hops right into blue. Diaz will at least be able to recognize part of this. Looking for one. Oh, he can't find it. Gavini finds him from the hatch. Instead, M80 down 2 men coming into the tail end of round 7.
The aggression getting the better end of things for DarkZero here. Panba was down in a trade, but there's not a great way for M80 to necessarily confirm this player. I do believe that the mirror window for Arsenal is now dead. So that means that that player can actually back all the way down to the very edge of oil and get brought up in one of these little cubbies here. So we'll see that happen. Full 5-player strength still alive and well here for DarkZero, and still over a minute to execute as well. So DarkZero in amazing shape, given that they've found these first 2 entries relatively clean. Panba obviously notwithstanding. NJR now forced into another duel here. He'll lose a little bit of HP to some of the adventure and the insight player in this circumstance with Spoit. Spoit trying to get real crazy with his positioning there for a second, but realizes that it's probably going to work out the best. Backs away from that one. And DarkZero now potentially ready to make that full commitment to it. As usual, they are going to leave it down to the final few seconds, which poses its own set of issues, but it's the trademark execute method for the squad. With that exchange, things are working out okay, but Spoit certainly making him work for it as he finds 2 trades before finally going down. Kano snipes one away as well for ducking back behind the bomb chassis. Plant going in for achieved at the moment here, so Kano finally feels safe to make the play forward.
No way!
Could actually stop the plant, but no. Looks like he got shot out more than likely, and Gavini finally shuts down Kano himself to end the round. DZ are back into it, and while they've got a bit of work to do to bring it back from 5-1, 5-2 certainly looks a little bit better.
Well, that was kind of scary. I'm going to first say that. That was a little terrifying with that Nitro cell getting sailed in there, but, well, it seems like a ship sunk, hasn't it? Well, M80 still with a lot of opportunity to be had to try and get onto the penultimate point on this defensive end, but you can see DarkZero a lot more capable when it comes to this offensive side, at least as of now, and not really phased with the score line at all, so can really see this starting to come back into their favor. And the, even stronger thing past that is that they still have a chance to misstep. M80 isn't all of a sudden just going to win the round because they're already at 6. So DarkZero really wants to try and strike while the iron's hot. See if they can run this count up before things go awry due to an M80 adjustment.
And a similar hard-headed approach to the site selection, at least for round 2 here from M80. We saw this become a little bit of a problem back over on Bank as well, where they really only had 2 sites realistically to play into that they felt comfortable rotating towards. Of course, that was open area and basement. So we're going to see them reselect this basement site yet again. Even though it was a pretty one-sided round to DarkZero, in my opinion, they feel there's some quick corrections they can make and win it back out on a second attempt. So we'll have to see if they're going to be right. For DarkZero, they'll approach things in a very similar way. But we will see the E1D as well as, of course, the Capital utility be brought to the table here for DarkZero this time to hopefully burn those inside positions out a little bit. That was the main area where DZ struggled, mainly for Spoit rotating around blue, caused quite a bit of delay for the overall DarkZero attack. If they can get directly in the way of that time by just placing an incendiary in the way, then that'll probably make it a pretty much perfect attack. Assuming everything else goes according to plan, of course.
If they do everything right, and they don't mess it up, it just works. It just works. There it is. Gavini, he'll take out Spoit. One of the roamers down. Another one to go, but Iconic, he's hightailing it out of here. NJR right on his tail. Iconic, he turns it on a dime. Gavini, he gets another as well, though, upstairs. Back and forth we go. The dance of death in between these two. DarkZero, well, they're in the lead.
A nice little Deagle top up there from Iconic. Always nice to see. As he escapes down from what I believe was Motor or Blue Hatch to be able to make it into the actual site. So a bit more of a winnable contention this time from M80. They were pushing to a 3v5 in the last round. This time they at least take a player with them on their way back down from the second floor. But not much to spot, unfortunately, from this Gemini. He's just going to let some of the time expire here. But eventually pushes himself down into the depths of blue itself. Still a few more, I think, small hatch openings to make. And Gavini, a little careful here. It almost gives a direct angle over to someone from M80, but they choose not to challenge it, so no immediate worry thankfully needs to come true. A lot of pressure building up quite quickly here for 3 out of 4 of the members on DZ. Flash dumping into the door, but that's just to deal with any of the mitigation downstairs, mainly the magnets that would have been pre-deployed by Spoit, who is now dead. So that is an additional issue that M80 have to contend with, as they won't be gaining those magnets into the late round positions any further here. DarkZero, as usual though, giving us that expected amount of hesitation, as they really commit themselves heavily to the drone intel here to make doubly, if not triply sure, that M80's setup intel has been fully realized.
Trust the process. Trust the execution. First of all, trust that your opponent is going to peek you. That's what DarkZero mostly base all of their playstyle off of, at least what I've seen over the years, especially when Canadian is at the helm. Usually it works out, as a lot of these players are very aggressive. Iconic, he's going to go for the big swing off of the dummy box. He'll take one down, but Pambazoo good for at least one as well on the rear end. Kino going to take down one of his own. Downs Canadian, and this might be it for M80. The M590 gets it done. A story we've seen so many times in Rainbow Six. Just another chapter added to its tale.
Beautiful play from Kino right there. Holds the clutch to a T. Nearly misses this player directly above him as well. A bit of an awkward moment there. He was staring right at him for a few seconds, but I think he may have wanted to hesitate for a few other reasons. After that, though, reels them all in on DarkZero, hook, line, and sinker, and shuts out the round for a massive clutch. Pushes M80 up onto map point now. Possibility to tie us up at 2-2 and trigger. That 5th and final map of the series is alive and well. So we'll have to wait and see if they can complete the set. Like you said, they need 2, not 1 here. DarkZero went on a little bit of a run for themselves. Realistically, could have won that too if they contained Kino a bit better. Just allowed that one solo player to get away with a bit too much in the clutch. Now they have lost their edge. It's 4 rounds in a row from DarkZero that are needed to trigger overtime and still keep hopes of ending this game here and now, alive on the 4th map.
Activating camera.
M80 can quickly send us on to map 5. It's gonna be a late night for production over there in Europe. I can tell you that. Those poor guys. It's gonna be back-to-back full-on best of 5s. Usually it's just one of those on a championship Sunday. They did 2 of those. M80 ended up closing this out. So hats off to them. They definitely have the objective survive on their HUD right now. Let me tell you. And JR. Rest of DarkZero looking to extend us on into the night, looking to push this to overtime. They can still close this out. M80 are not out of the thick of it just yet. They're just only near the tail end of the forest. That's really what's on the table. Beanie still has quite a bit of utility to expose and try and use up against M80. Lots of time for them still here as they are on match point.
DarkZero obviously with still a bit to build up towards, as you're going to see Achieved quickly work on the main plat wall opening now. No way to stop it this time. M80 are bringing a much more passive hold to it, but oh, the Glaz setup also prompts their entry. Spoit hops out though and counters that very same Glaz. Gomez was down and more than likely is going to be irretrievable because of his garage positioning, and a very uncooked nade just slowly bleeds him to the end of his life there. Pan will take full credit for that one. And we are even into a 3v3. DarkZero, I think, calling off their current assault. They wanted to go for a very quick take right there, I do believe, but you can really justify that by the fact that the case is down in the breach, but obviously, you've had to call that off, not only just because the case went down, but things got very, very tense there, and that's not the environment that DZ wants to execute into. They want full control over these scenarios between the hop out from the gym window and the overall loss of their player count. I think it's the right choice being made here, but now the question is, do they have enough to reattempt that again? And thankfully, the answer should be a resounding yes, as long as Gavini doesn't get randomly picked by someone here. He still has 3 out of 4 of his charges. They can absolutely make another execute attempt at a later point in this round.
3 versus 3 with a minute remaining. Solid positioning from DarkZero as they have been able to at least garner garage, and that's one of the key stepping stones when it comes to attacking this top floor site. DarkZero do still have everything in their arsenal necessary to try and get this plant to go down. They have the cover, they have an extra nade, a little extra hard breach if necessary for something like the construction panel. The world is their oyster. Speaking of the construction panel, achieved just in time. Thank you, sir. Pop that open. Forcing M80 to respect both sides. That's the key thing here. You're trying to distract people, force eyes on everything so that you are able to slip through the cracks, potentially get this plant down, and potentially get a kill. Gavini with the big one there. Opening things up. That nitro cell is not going to land on much. It's up to Spoit to try and stop this, and I really don't think... Oh, I guess I will second guess myself. I can't believe it. Wow, incredible. I thought there was somebody there to pick the case back up as well, but neither one of them was close enough. They thought they could get the kill on the construction side, but clearly not. M80, I'm at a loss for words as to what we just saw. 7-2 as Spoit is able to reclaim the planter through the window on the far side.
Well, if M80 are going to win a map, they're apparently going to win it in dominating fashion as they take map number 1 of this series and now map number 4, both of which being won in 7-2 fashion compared to DZ's 7-5s that they took on these 2 maps before this one. Map 5 is enabled for the 2nd time today, ladies and gentlemen. You're getting the full suite of games here, so we're not going to waste any more time. We got a quick break coming up, and then when we come back, it's your analysis desk to get you ready for the 5th and final map of the day.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We have made it. There is one final map to decide this best of 5 North American final. One team will go to Gamers 8 and one will go home. There's $125,000 in charitable donations split between this next map alone. Jacob, these grand finals today have been so close. We're essentially getting a repeat from Liquid NIP earlier.
Yeah, I think we actually opened up this game by talking about Liquid NIP being like, that's the best way to open up for a best of 5. And then we get a best of 5 that actually uses all 5 maps. I don't know how you're standing at 6 in the morning, Banks. Thank you for still being here with us for the duration of this shindig. It's been a fun one, but I just don't know how DarkZero give up Clubhouse that easily. I genuinely feel like if you lose that many church defenses in Rainbow Six, I don't really know how you're a pro team. I don't get how you can't iterate on one site defense that's as staple as church and not be able to win at least one time out of 3 different attempts. That was a very poor showing from DZ.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the site positioning was a bit of a problem for them. I thought that NJR, despite the fact that he was getting some frags in a lot of these, like, you know, anchor positions, oftentimes, like, his positioning then afterwards would just not be there. There was, like, a top floor CCTV bomb site where he literally gets a big 2K playing red stairs and then he swings the breach. And it's like, man, the decision making on some of these rounds feels really, really rough because you're not playing badly. You know, you're getting this advantage, but then it's constantly throwing that away, which is the problem.
Yeah, I feel like DarkZero, they've just got to be kicking themselves at this point. They could have closed this one out already. M80 just keep resisting, but surely now, thinking about momentum, it is now in M80's favor going into the final map, Jacob.
I definitely think so. I think map 3 is one that favors neither side. Both teams have played it a lot over the past 2 months just by itself. Both of them, I think, like DarkZero are 3-2 on it, M80 are 3-1. So it's very, very close in terms of who actually might come out on top. But if you're DZ, there will be a couple of rounds at the very end of this Clubhouse map that you are going to want back. The Kino 3K clutch on Church and the time that Sploit jumps out and denies the plant on Plat Wall with about 2 seconds left. Those last 2 rounds to end a map going into map 5 are enough to chalk basically anybody. So you have to forget that those exist as fast as humanly possible to reset and go into this next map because it is fairly even for both teams, I think.
Yeah, man, I mean, Jacob, you said it. The 1v3 with 2 seconds left, 2 seconds left. That's the problem. We're beating a dead horse here, but a 1v3 is exponentially easier as a defender, as a defender. When you can just deny the kit, right? When you can play that time, when you can come around and
you just have to kill the one guy.
Down. Exactly. And both of the 1v3s back-to-back rounds, 8 and 9, both times it was M80 on the defense, one player, the right position, the right time, clutches up, and it's all because of that clock. DarkZero, if they want to win this series, they have got to speed things up.
Yeah, I mean, Iconic popped off, as you can see at the top of that leaderboard. He popped off as a bit of a carry from him. Kavini was scrapping to try and keep DarkZero in the fight, but it just wasn't enough, Jacob.
No, it wasn't. It was close, but I feel like the problems just kept on mounting on defense over and over again. I feel like even like there was a time where Kino is playing Monty. He's in dirt. He gets absolutely shafted by the smoke playing in dirt, but that's enough of a distraction. That means that smoke is no longer able to help deny the plant with those toxic babes because someone's already dropped kitchen hatch to get that plant down. It feels like it was just mistake after mistake for DarkZero that happened over and over again on some of the same consistent sites that they had in that first half, and they just couldn't keep on innovating to the same standard to keep M80 at bay. That felt like the primary problem. We've been talking about DZ's attacks all night long. We saw so few of them in that map that it's hard to figure out if they were still on track from how they won maps 2 and 3. So they could still be great on attack on Theme Park. We don't know, but if they play the same way defensively on Theme Park, then this puppy's over. She's wraps already.
We have our head-to-head, as per usual, in this little analyst segment. 2 best players going to face off, and like we've already mentioned, Iconic and Kavini putting up really incredible numbers. Our head-to-heads, you know, they're typically like KD, points-orientated, but who was your map MVP, Jesse? Was there anyone that stood out for you that was making the really, like, important and crucial plays?
Ooh, the map MVP. I mean, I probably do give it to Iconic. Big 4K in round number 3. Always like getting in and being able to help out his teammates with the trades. Thought he was pretty consistent throughout the round, so I liked seeing that from him. And Gavin as well. I mean, you go back to a couple of those attacking rounds from DarkZero. The first 2 rounds that they played on attack, both on the basement bomb site, he does really well to get DarkZero a very early advantage, to get them going in those rounds. Second time ended up being a 1v3 against him, so you know, didn't end up getting the win that time. But I think those are probably fair picks. I will say, like, you're really gonna want to have Gavin put it on another star performance. He kind of did live up to our expectations on Bank last time. I believe he got 11 kills, a little short of the 19, but still very good from what we saw from him last time on Bank. And so for him coming into Theme Park for this final map, we really want to see another big game from him. DZ kind of rely on him maybe more than they should, but I mean, hey, rely on him if you got it, because he has been so good for this team.
Well, the deciding map in this best of 5 grand final is going to be Theme Park. So, Jacob, who's going to close this out? Who's going to take this victory? 300K on the line and a Gamers 8 ticket.
Look, Banks, I don't want to scare you. The last time DarkZero and M80 played on Theme Park was back in a best of 3 in stage 1 of the NAL. M80 won, but it was an 8-7. So it might happen again. I'm just saying, we could have a repeat of what happened for Liquid NIP, down to the fact that it needed all 15 rounds. It could happen. M80 barely won that bad boy, so I'll throw it up in the air and just let fate decide on round 15.
Oh, Jesse, are you leaning towards anyone, or are we just going to say let's fate decide?
Oh no, I'm no fate decider, right? I'll pick a stand. I'm not fresh. No, I'm not a fence sitter. Go with DarkZero. I think. Listen, the momentum has not been a factor this game. We've seen maps ping pong back and forth, and DarkZero, I really do like their theme park. They've been very good at this map historically. They play it all the time. M80 good at it as well, but I just love DarkZero on this map. I'm gonna take them. Maybe it'll come back to bite me, as it did when I picked them over Sonics on this map, but I'm picking DZ anyways.
Well, before we throw into the map, I just want to say a huge shout out to production. We began this at 9 p.m. today. It is currently 7 a.m. the following day. We're approaching 7 a.m. So thank you so much to all of you. We're about to go into our final map of our best of 5 grand final in NA for Gamers Without Borders. So Blue and Stokes, take us in.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a very long day indeed here on the broadcast, but it's all coming to a close here and now with one final map between these two very brilliant teams. Only one more slot available to qualify to Gamers 8 in just a few months, and alongside of that, take the lion's share of our charitable prize pool donation at the end of this event. Will it go to the New Blood in M80 or the long-standing legacy roster in DarkZero? Let's find out as we go live now with the final map of the evening. Getting ourselves into it. Will DarkZero be able to rebound, or does M80 bounce off of that victory from the last map and finally carry forward to pick up the third and final map? We'll be finding out very, very shortly here. Stokes, what's your take on things as we load into that final map, which, as you can see, is going to be Theme Park?
Oh, man. I'm feeling it overtime. I'll at least tell you that. I can't be a fence setter either. That's the crappy part. I'm probably going to have to go with DarkZero just because they have been playing so solid. I feel like M80's been a tad bit streaky, and some of these maps have not exactly been kind to them, and I feel like Theme Park could definitely be one of these more fickle beasts. But I will say this, although not a fence sitter, Jesse is definitely not a Stanley Cup finalist either, because John, the Vegas Golden Knights have beat the Edmonton Oilers 5-2. So congratulations. Oh, Jesse, not so much. Sorry, man. That's a little rough.
Imagine losing to a desert, you know? Just
imagine losing to a place that doesn't even have ice. That's crazy.
We see snow like once every 2 years. That's
they'd double your shots on goal too, and they still couldn't even score, which is just sad. That's just sad. But that's analysis for another day, and I'm sure Jesse is hating every moment of this. So we'll advance past that and get to the real breadwinner of this entire situation, which is this best of 5 that we have somehow gotten all the way to the end of. You know, I will say this: when DarkZero ended up winning Bank, I knew for a fact we were going the full 5. I knew it right in that moment. M80 had their opportunity to try and shut things out on Bank, but nothing doing, man. Now we're on Theme Park. DarkZero almost out the gates here, about 20 seconds in, as M80 will be setting up drug and storage. And once again, M80 going for these more altruistic sites, not exactly the prime line that we usually see, as they'll be headed down to the base level to try and figure things out for the first round.
In terms of what we'll see out of the setup, it's nothing that's going to really break tradition as far as the defensive matrix of M80 is concerned. Here, getting all the usual suspects, the Frost for Gomez to reinforce out the windows in some of these more trickier spots that DarkZero may find themselves accidentally backing into. And alongside of that, a lot of roam presence still to be detected all throughout this team. So we'll see if that is all going to build up to enough here for them to be able to take control of that first defensive round, and more importantly, if they're going to be able to capture the massive roam potential that comes from the fact we are now playing onto Theme Park here. So much they can do inside of the early round, but DarkZero, to be fair, has caused a lot more respect to come out from the M80 side of things over the course of this series. So M80 might have kind of cooled their aggressive game off a little bit to respond to the very slow, very measured game of DarkZero. Might need to be a little bit of a wake-up.
Canadian on the tried and true. We open up the wall here at the initiation side. Secondary hard breach, extremely useful in a situation like this. With a nice little pick up there. Nice two, actually, coming back and forth. Able to take down Spoit. Iconic with a huge rotation outside. No real window available to him, though, as I think Dokkaebi will be able to pick him up. Yes, NJR will shoot him down in the streets.
Stay behind me.
They'll be able to at least pick up one more frag. A perfect round so far for DZ, as M80 hasn't been able to find a single body. So I'll have a roamer as well over inside a split. I believe Canadian has just found him here too. This has a few angles. Just trying to see what's going on over on the yellow side. Quick breakup over the floor from NJR with the Rotero drone as well. Trying to get a few things in towards initiation. Things a little bit more difficult. The defense to try and hold on to. A beautiful frag grenade will dislodge Kino from inside of storage. So I'll have to rotate around towards the lab side. Canadian gets caught off guard. He'll get gunned down from Kino, but this is all the wraps. I mean, for M80, at least at the current moment, the case is down outside. It looked like a DarkZero round, at least initially, but M80, oh my. DarkZero, all due to the delay, can't get anything done up against M80's last-ditch effort to hold on to these entry points. And they're manipulated. They're stunted. They're taken down at the end of the day. So very well done for them. A round going the way of M80. Well, guys, it does seem like we're having a little bit of an issue right now with Blue's microphone, so gonna get that fixed up. So I'm gonna stick with you guys here for a little while as we're gonna throw things down to the basement, working things with Trophy as well as Throne, rather, Throner and Armory. M80 with a solid defense to start things off there. It really wasn't the roam game that obviously stood tall, as DarkZero dismantled that side of the opener. M80, though, able to really get a lot done with the backbone of the site. Love the aggression. That's all you really need in a situation like that, is, well, really, it's all you have. You end up trying to sit on your hands, and really nothing's going to come of a situation along those lines. So DarkZero is more than likely just going to bowl you over and get those last two kills. DarkZero will more than likely be pretty disappointed with the outcome of that round, as they'll be looking around too, and some big adjustments Not at least in the operator lineup, not at least for Canadian, to say the least, as he'll be back onto the Monty. Won't have the secondary hard breach this time, but he will have the EMPs.
All right.
Hey, welcome back, man. I was just about to look down at my phone and see if I could shut up or not.
I think I'm good now. So sorry about that, folks. Had a little bit of a glitch there.
You're okay. No worries.
Unfortunately,
Jesse messaged me and he said, "I hope John never comes back and you lose your voice from this."
Oh, good now. Yeah, I just had a little bit of a glitch with my my microphone there, so we were able to fix it nice and quick. That's the nature of online broadcasts. Not everything goes according to plan, but we're all good now. As once again, M80 have taken that initial control for themselves, and DarkZero, of course, are looking to subvert that here. Skyscraper nearly lines up at winning angle here to start things out, but is forced away from that a few seconds later. Big push coming in here as well from Canadian to try and make the push work. He's been able to find insight positioning, but there's way too much harassment against him. He's going to be down, out. As a result of that, his teammates will now have to pick up the slack.
One's case down as well. Breach open. McKenna will pick him up. 5-4 in favor of M80. And, I mean, you'd hate to see DarkZero come so far and get trounced here at the very tail end. M80 so far have put up quite a few rounds in the last 2 maps. Just with the current count sitting at 8 rounds, this would be the 9th round up against DarkZero's 2. Okay, might have a nice find. Comes in through waiting. Ambazoo, though, with the find instead. Spoil will get one of his own, though. Maintain that man advantage from M80 going into the last minute.
And so as we continue to wait and see how DarkZero will look to make up for this player deficit here. Bit of a swing from Sploit to try and throw his weight out, but will not end up working out. He'll end up actually revealing himself because of that. Diaz, though, comes back in and is able to get at least some revenge for the exploits of Sploit right there. Sploit actually not confirmed just yet, but I do think he's kind of off on an island, so very minimal chance, yeah, that he's going to get himself retrieved. NJR indeed confirms him just a second or two after that. So DZ still back in the fray of things, even with that trade being considered. Gomez, though, smites most of the chances they would have with Achieve being downed out there. NJR sits alone here inside of a 1v3. Immediately gets dounced as well. Loses a large majority of his HP. And is finished off just a few seconds later. Solid hold here from the DZ roster as they continue to exercise their own capability out. Continues to give M80 rounds, unfortunately, at the end of the day, but still works out in the favor of M80 as they take the 2-0 lead over DZ.
Just to make sure, yeah, Theme Park, not only the least played map at the major, actually, only 6 plays, so you guys didn't see that all that often, did you? But 67% overall defensive win rate, which I do believe, yes indeed. Oh, wow. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, Oregon. All right, Oregon. Oregon at 69% defensive overall, and it was the second most played. Man. That's something else, but still, Theme Park 60. Yeah, there was a lot of Oregon. The most played was Chalet, but that's not surprising. Clubhouse was 3rd most. Borders starting to work its way out a bit, but anyways, back to what we were actually talking about here, which is Theme Park. Even though it was the least played there, still a 67% defensive overall win rate. So M80, if they don't get 4 to 5 rounds, then I mean, they're probably not exactly doing the greatest. So M80, at least for right now, right on track with what you would normally see. So DarkZero are most definitely not out of this yet. I just want to make sure things have not changed from, what I known about Theme Park, at least for the time being. Just hadn't seen too many maps of it at the major, so it seemed like things are at least sticking with what history had been like. And in fact, it seems a little bit worse.
Certainly the case. M80 looks to really dominate from that defensive end of things. Lock in a massive advantage to hopefully take this entire series with as well. A lot on the line for these players, even if it's not directly today, but in a few months' time, can convert their qualification into some massive winnings. As those who saw Gamers8 last year, it had a pretty big prize pool, and I believe this year is going to be something similar as well. have to win out this game in order to get to that point. Slow play as usual. DarkZero's attack here, giving M80 all the time in the world to set themselves up for possible success, and DarkZero, of course, to use all that additional 2 minutes or so at the beginning of the round to try and take out as much of this utility as possible. You're going to see NJR, of course, deploy heavily with these Rotero drones, so a lot of the eyes are on him right now to see what he can snipe out with this count before he has to focus up on the execute with the rest of his team.
DarkZero attempting to get rid of a few other pieces of utility for M80s, circumventing these window capabilities that M80 have set up. Bamzu with a nice frag of his own, and now DarkZero, sensing blood in the water, will hop too. Immediate run up arcade, but looking the wrong way. Some nice shots traded back and forth though, and DarkZero end up on the top of the pile. Canadian, though, still have a few EE1Ds that you can try and string along. Nice shots with the 417, but it's really just the headshot that ends Kino at the end of the day. Well placed and well struck. M80 now down to 2 inside of this 2v4. The minute remaining, DarkZero with a lot of bodies to play this situation out, getting quite scary.
M80 now just 45 seconds left to hold the line, but they are running out of players to hold the line with. Thankfully, one of those two is going to be Spoit. The other one's still sitting at 4-0 right now in the form of Diaz, so do not count M80 out of this round in any capacity just yet, despite the odds that have been set against them. 30 seconds now to go. Premature nitro from Spoit. It partially flashed out. Pressure against him, but he's ready for it. Now an even conversion due to Spoit's pickups. Diaz hasn't even needed to frag just yet, but he's going to be in shape for it as well. Another pickup found from him and a 5-0 lead so far. NJR now shaking in his boots here. 15 seconds to go, and he's gone from having a massive advantage to not one at all. He's gonna have to swing out towards arcade just to be able to pick up the case. Succeeds in that, but does he find the second kill over to the sidearm for it? Now here's his opponent around the corner, and he just barely gets it. Diaz's first death, and it'll cost his team the round, unfortunately.
NJR hunts him down at the very tail end of the round. The pistol able to finally get him as he tries to make a break for it to the arcade balcony. DarkZero finally able to get around on the board, and one that they needed desperately as M80 was knocking on the door of having a perfect site rotation. 3-0 to start things off. Not exactly something that DarkZero would want to face for an extended period of time. Already a strenuous series in between these two as we've gotten down to the very last map. A lot of siege to be had as, well, that well's starting to dry up. One of these teams has to try and make a run for this. See if they can try and close it out in regulation.
Quite a few repicks coming in from DarkZero here as well, including the Montaigne. Oh, never mind, not the Montaigne. Canadian changed his mind. The Ying is instead the polar opposite of a Montaigne in terms of effectiveness of stunning your opponents here. It goes from a wall that you see coming from a mile away to something that you won't be able to see if you do see it in the first place. So we'll see how that works out for DZ as they work themselves in. But aside from that, though, nothing crazy in terms of the lineup. They've kind of got the backup hard breach in Gavini right there. Canadian also with the secondary hard breach if Gavini goes down, and they absolutely need to pop something open. Aside from that, of course, usual spread of anti-roam, soft breach, and potential counters to the insight utility. Mainly those electric claws coming out from Gomez there will be hard countered, of course, by Panva the Thatcher.
Drone game for DZ spinning up for round 4. This will be setting up on the cache side. Pambazoo waiting for anybody to try and check him on the cache balcony. Nothing coming, nothing doing just yet. Chief will end up popping the top hatch here for yellow. M80. It's a solid setup, especially when it comes to trying to hold down this info game. Few pests strung along. Little info game of their own here as well. And DS Lucas, one of the mainstay offs as well. Let's see if we can get done with this. Majority of the round remaining here. DZ look to try and push themselves off of NJR's utility. This EE1D coming through. Canadian back to the secondary hard breach. Not on Monty this time, though. As the Ying instead. Those Candelas will surely be useful when execution time comes.
DarkZero not really at that point just yet. We can see Gomez trying to preset this Nitro, though. No one in the neighborhood in any sense of the word. So very, very early on that, but still could be a winner later on in the round. We see it go off right there, though. So unfortunately not going to sing any serious songs against the exploits of DarkZero here. But another one also goes off too. M80 creating a literal minefield all across the map that thankfully the members of DarkZero are dodging at the moment. But aside from that, achieved and the rest. These players continue to hold themselves back. DarkZero specifically looks for a path onward towards the site, but is having trouble finding it. The hop down perfectly placed as well. Spoit just hears that like falling sound from the cartoons, like that whistling, and unfortunately won't get a chance to really fire back against it as he's immediately smited at the moment. A member of DZ hits the ground. Good spot indeed, and starts the round off well for the DarkZero's fragging game, but now they've got to carry it forward into the site. And as usual, they don't have a whole lot of time to do it.
Verticality working handedly to DarkZero's favor here. Candela's out from Canadian, a blinded Kaid. Lots of opportunity to be had, but only 10 seconds remain. DarkZero, they're playing it down to the wire yet again. Canadian will run in, be able to tag one, and it's a flawless round for DarkZero just like that. We only get to see it from one POV, but I mean, you can be rest assured that everybody on M80 ended up catching a bullet.
Convincing shutdown to be sure there, coming in from DarkZero, and a nice way to even things back out. The 2-2 scoreline re-enabled here as well to see who takes the overall edge on things as we enter those final 2 rounds of the half. M80, of course, now still on the defensive end of things. Looks to try and take the most out of that, so we'll certainly want a clean run of it, but DarkZero has not been making it that easy. Their slow, methodical play continues to cause serious issues for M80's capability to find impact in the early round, and as a result of that, M80 has to get more and more respect over. Thankfully, potential return to form here for M80 as they do go back over towards Throne, which should be a nice, easy site to fall back on to potentially take control over this 5th round.
Supernova in the hands of Kino. And this thing really has started to become a mainstay, hasn't it? We're really starting to feel favor for that thing.
It's like everybody.
I mean, dude, you have the secondary SMG, right? I mean, might as well.
I mean, it's not a good SMG, though, is the problem.
The bearing? You don't like the bearing?
I don't know. It's like...
Okay, to be fair, they made it kind of low-key trash for a while, and then they brought it back. So thank you to the devs at Ubisoft for doing that, first of all. But there for a tad bit, for probably like a year and a half, that gun was hot garbage. You're absolutely right. But ever since they kind of brought back the machine pistols, that wasn't, you know, the ones that weren't the SMG-11, things have been pretty good. So I don't really think it's all that outlandish, just given the circumstances, how strong shotguns are in Siege at the end of the day. And, you know, the rate of fire being really strong on the bearing makes it a pretty solid choice.
I just have always struggled tremendously with the spray on that gun right there. It's been a pretty tough one to use in the past, but either way.
SMG-11 gamer, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, I love the SMG-11. The SMG-11's great.
Yeah, you just didn't get the good
just
times
a line.
with the
I mean, that one's just like a straight line. So that's like it's a high kicking line. Like it really kicks up, but you can control it. Whereas the bearing and more importantly the SMG-12 as well. Those two guns just like kind of go all over the place by comparison, or at least the SMG-12 does. I might be confusing the 12 and the bearing. Either way, though, we got some forward momentum being played out here. Smokes. And behind that, a very empty site, it would appear, is DarkZero.
There's no site there. That's the other thing. So
yeah, that's right, yeah. My bad, I'm misreading the silhouettes. We're getting deep into this series, the two of us now. So I swear I saw something above that, but
no, don't.
My depth
come on,
is going away.
No, he spun the block for you, dude. He was like,
that's probably easy right there.
It's probably easy. Yeah. Oh man, the stun's coming out though for DarkZero. Oh, the gun's gonna come out to show though. Nope, they will for Spoit though. This will take down one. Canadian can only stand idly by and watch. Yes, this is a lot of aggression, but Iconic, he goes for it, he gets it, and he, finally he'll get it done. I was so scared for him, man. Oh my gosh. NJR will gun down Iconic inside of break. The hell is this round? 3 versus 2 in favor of M80. Ravini.
This is 5th map online play is what this is right now.
I think they've just gone crazy at this point. That's what's happened. the insane asylum for people.
Like I said, I can't tell.
Defunct theme park.
I can't tell depth anymore. These players just can't get their executes sorted out. It's trouble all over the place here as DarkZero continues to try and work out a third, maybe a final round on this attacking side. Still, the transition downstairs needs to be completed after the chaos that was that clear over by initiation about a minute or so ago now. And M80 continuing to spread their remaining assets out. We'll play it down to the wire here. No need for them to get aggressive, as they know that DarkZero is going to show up in those final 5 seconds anyway. gamerswithoutborders just primed and ready to take one down as he works himself in, but also focused here, as he had a second target he could have gone for. Unfortunately, misses the rotation from Kino, and with that down of gamerswithoutborders, the timer will expire, giving this one over to M80 and giving them the potential lead, or at least a guaranteed tie now at halftime.
M80 doubling back over and covering the site, at least for the plant. The real conversation is the absolute bloodbath and tomfoolery, we'll call it, on the top floor. There was so much back and forth, the Shield of Canadian adding an extra layer that I don't even think that we were all mentally prepared for, to be honest. I'm sure it'll be something that we'll see talked about on the analyst desk as to what exactly happened in round 5, and really, I'm excited to hear what they have to say about it. So, round 6, though, right around the corner, as it is next on the docket, isn't it? Huge line shift here from DarkZero, too, as they're making some big sweeping adjustments coming into attack lab once again.
One more go of it for M80, and obviously with Throne locked down, they go to the next best first floor choice. They have had much better success when they've kind of separated these fights between the separate floors and kind of had that natural break in combat, that second chance to breathe, as it were, because of that one. They're going to try and fall back on that one final time here and hope it gives them the 4-2 lead. Definitely something they're going to want to have for themselves, considering the DarkZero will be much better suited for the defensive side as well, but all that in good time to be seen. gamerswithoutborders, what's going on here? Just a little bit of a sprinting into the wall, but he realizes that and gets over it. The rest of the team will group up now to make their opening entries into the building here. We're not going to see a lot of resistance to that, at least not on Dragon's side, of course, from M80. As they reach that midpoint, though, things will get a little bit more directly contested, as M80 is going to fight, like I said before, for those extensions upstairs and then fall back onto the benefits of the lab hold itself.
Well, DarkZero going back to what we had seen a little bit prior. Canadian back onto the Monty. Something in a hard breach. Not real too much happening here with the secondary pass Canadian, but they do have gamerswithout, obviously, with the X-Kairos. M80 just to give them ease of access on top of that, but you can see Gomez ready for the bandit trick. Gonna open up a little window at the top of the rafters over on yellow. Be able to get the drone out there and recognize that Gomez will be actively playing this wall. So what's DarkZero's next step going to be? Well, Canadian will at least show us what he's showed us a couple of times on this top floor. This will be the 3rd time on the offensive side that he's ended up doing this with his secondary hard breach in this exact same position.
Rest of M80 working themselves forward here now to try and get in the way of the clear from DarkZero. Canadian nearly loses himself. Thankfully, NJR is there to watch over him. Saves his own teammate's life and thankfully gets another parting kill for that. So once again, the early round aggression from M80, has just not worked out. They're going to have to peel it back now, but even this attempt to do so is probably going to occur a little bit too late. Iconic still maintaining second floor positioning. They're just walking into these setups from DZ now, trying their best to turn the fate of this round back, but it's not working, and awkwardly enough, yeah, Canadian has already spotted out the last member there, just a matter of pinging it. Now having his teammates shut it down as he tries to hop over the railing there to get himself onto the first floor unsuccessfully. So it's going to be a lead for folks over here on, or rather, it's going to be a tie game, excuse me, as we reach the second half with DarkZero converting that final round to themselves.
It's been a competitive race in between both of these teams the entirety of this best of 5. They have been neck and neck on round count. Really only one map where a team was utterly dominant. It was M80 on Clubhouse, where DarkZero couldn't hold a candle to them. But M80 allowing this thing to get tied up now on the defensive side, able to jump ahead initially, but not able to maintain the lead at the half. DarkZero tie things up, now go to the advantageous side, as they will end up picking things up and headed towards the top floor. Extended hold out towards the eastern side of bunk daycare setup. What DZ can get done with this, especially like the Echo fold that's coming in here. And Gavini on this Frost.
Quite a few repicks going to be prompted to M80 because of this site choice. They'll bring the Monty in, much like we were seeing out of DarkZero as well. Just a nice way to exercise that additional control, especially over the side lanes for these pushes upstairs here. It's a pretty straightforward route that the attackers have to take, but sometimes DarkZero or whoever the defender may be can subvert that if the secondary push is not being properly watched. Away from that, M80 themselves are looking to make a defiant stance here for the first round, but a measured one too, is one's really going to take that immediate initial control for themselves. They hold back a little bit of intel to be stolen away for Diaz specifically. Oh, a little too fast there, Diaz, as he moves away from that default, but I think it was, yeah, to dodge out a cheat. Ultimately, he swings the drone right into his face anyway. So might have been able to stick around to at least get that default, but now he's got nothing. Thankfully, he does have another one of those drones at least, so can go for a second attempt here in a moment. And the Rotero drones are also rolling too, but Canadians also countered one of those out. 0 for 2 on the utility drone usage, but as we see there, that second Bravo drone is going to find some usefulness. It will now basically take out that Echo drone. The defenders themselves immediately spot it and counter it. Now Panba gets all angry. You've stolen half my utility. He rushes out there and thankfully takes out the Bravo drone to stop it from doing anything else.
A lot of utility exchange, but no kills coming just yet. Zero drone out. Look at that shield. I don't know if it did at that range. Might be a little close, but either way, it will force the DarkZero member off. Gavini with some nice crosses to consider, as Kino will be the one manning Monty for M80. They'll continue to push themselves through this top floor. The Rotero drone out will finally dislodge that shield that we saw earlier, and that was not a lost cause actually for DZ, but now will be. I'll force another one of those drones to come out. Gomez only having one remaining now. Speaking of drones, M80 already threw half of those as well, but in due time with the current situation, NJR, he gets locked up on the rotation, John. It's not clean. And his feet end up getting locked up on the basis there when he stands up. Oh my. DarkZero, though, somehow able to recoup. Canadian finding a lone soul inside of the bathroom. Iconic. Not quick enough to the trigger either. Now DarkZero with a huge chance in round 7 to take the lead.
Tampa as well. Free capability to actually re-barricade the arcade window. Not that that's really going to make or break things for the team. It more just acts as a second warning for when someone attempts to retake that angle. If M80 are going to attempt to use it as all. M80 have had to back away entirely here. They've gone for their own little reset that I talked about before. They wanted these when they played on the downstairs sites, but now they've created a new one for DarkZero. And the fact they just lose too much. And that initial attempt to take some control over here. Away from the DZ Matrix over towards dorms. Iconic now ready to push forward, but no, is immediately shut down. The rest of the team, Spoit at least that is, in position to try and trade some of that out, but no, the drop shot from Canadian, or at least the pre-prepared prone shot from him, knocks out Spoit, and there's just not enough time left for M80's last player to attempt to make a play. DZ gets themselves started out on the right foot, and with that they will take the lead, but just barely here at 4-3.
Well done from them, but you can see that one coming from a mile away from these early round exploits. Now they're able to battle out against M80's onslaught from that initial execution over towards the office side. Loved the play from Canadian, especially as he was really the nail, or rather the thorn in the side of M80 for a majority of that. Leading to a DZ victory. 4-3 now in favor of DZ as they'll throw us into Armory for round 8.
Some interesting optics here for DarkZero. Not necessarily ones that break from the mold too drastically, but it's a pretty varied number of them here as well. The Echo, of course, and the Thorn alongside the Solus. A lot of new ops coming into the fold here. It still creates that same sort of balanced lineup we love to see, especially here on the inside of a site like Throne. We're going to play heavily in that site once push comes to shove and M80 take the, I however small of an amount of map control they're going to take, it eventually leads itself over there towards that usual throne execute by the dragon area. Attacker's pretty much always getting at least that first staging ground to build off of, mainly out of a mutual amount of respect coming from the defenders, as they too don't want to be in an exposed position like that. The final 30 seconds or so of play. But here comes M80, they're spawned out yet again. So let's see how they try to take advantage upon DZ's setup. That means there's a lot of things to steal away if you're Brava, though. Important to note that, so Iconic is immediately going to bring her back into play. This will be alongside an OSA push as well from Kino, trying to make that electrical push just a little bit easier to get access to the primary wall into the site.
A little bit more shield play, as you were touching on with the OSA coming in. Conic's got the Brava drones out, looking to steal a little bit of extra info game, as well as some key utility on site. Recognizes that there is a Thorn now. Oh, doesn't want to overplay this, but he runs right into the Warden. Not the actual Warden, just the drone Warden. It's Solus. She's right around the corner, taking down the drone, and M80 a little worse for wear when it comes down to this drone game. They do still have 5, and they have actually had a pretty solid drone game across the entirety of this matchup thus far. Although sometimes they do end up on a decently low drone, drone count near the tail end, they are benefiting a lot from majority of the usage. So not the biggest deal here. This round, not exactly a great showcasing of that. Is not really too much to go off of, minus some stolen utility and a little bit of map control that they've gathered. But, oh, Pambazoo, no way he gets away with that. I thought Sport was right around the corner.
The drone was right there. It was looking right at him.
Split. Oh, there, he gets it now? Okay. Well, he sticks around. That was just such a very awkward situation up top. Guess he just didn't really feel the confidence coming in. He did actually have to round off there. More than likely, we would have gotten the audio cue, so just look for something a little bit different. But either way, all of the drones practically gone now for M80 and an equal man count in between the two.
Only Spoit still has an active one, and Spoit's probably going to be a little bit busy here when it comes to the actual execute. He still has the Gemini, which he can throw out as well, but he's actually overwatching for upstairs pressure, so he can't even contribute to this when it comes to the drone game. Iconic thankfully strikes true. When it comes to the actual site entry, makes his mark immediately and prompts any of the Arsenal players in the back to not try and test their luck due to the smoke covering the divide in the middle of the site. Plan is clean because of that. M80 officially have their chance to lock it down, especially with the +1 advantage that Iconic gave them. Now +2 as Diaz strikes true. Iconic to get 2 more as well at the end of this round. And with that, that's going to be M80 taking their response round here to start things out a little bit better for themselves in the second half.
Well, they got to give us all the rounds, right? And so far, so good. 4-4 in between them. Round 9 around the corner, but as for that one, M80 finally able to get it over on DarkZero. Initially, the nice little back and forth in between the two, but M80 able to establish strong foothold and transfer that into some solid gunfights in the end game of that. So now for round 9, Kino's going to be back onto the Monty. Gomez is going to flash the glass. I highly doubt that he sticks to it, though. We haven't seen anybody actually stick to it in this game just yet, but could be the change here. And now, as soon as we talk about it, he will end up switching off of that. Kino not feeling the Monty anymore either, as it's going to be a full line shift minus Iconic for round 9.
With both teams being pressed up against the wall here, a very long series having sat before them. We've been playing for about 4 to 5 hours now. So these players are going to start to get stressed a little bit, keep themselves in tip-top shape, but they're going to have to do so if they want that qualification slot at Gamers8 and the chance to earn actually a massive prize pool at that event. You can see the premonition of Solus there as well. Immediately spots out the drone that was being pre-placed towards Gong and just slaps that one away to drain the count a little bit. 3 out of 5 with those pre-spawn drones getting dealt with already. And also a nice premonition here from, I believe that was NJR, spotting or rather hearing the Rotero drone working its way through the hole and just popping it before he can take out anything serious in the midst of the site.
What is happening to these drones? I mentioned the drone game, and then he's like, nah, Stokes. Nah, Stokes. Burn it to the ground, Stokes. Nah, you're right, it is Solus. I'll be honest, that Solus makes the drone game of like Siege so heartless. Like she destroys everything, man. She finds it all, no matter what you do. As soon as you check that drone, it's gone. It's destroyed. Yeah, it's just, oh man. She is such a nuisance. You can't, dude. She's literally like the Black Plague. Like, you literally cannot. You're just watching the drones die around you, and there's nothing you can do. She's shooting them through walls. Just like, was that a bullet? And you look at your teammates, like, yeah, that was a bullet. And your drone is gone. You have no idea how it happened.
Big potential execute coming out here from Gomez. Has he been prompted for it? Just chucking the Candelas in, but it works. NJR the first to fall, as they knew he was playing this alone earlier from the Rotero drones that have been set on the inside of their pan, but tries to get a pixel angle against the player on the very edge of downstairs arcade, but it does not work. M80 slays out on this site take, bringing it all down to Achieved, who has found the one and only exchange against M80 so far, but the next four are going to evade him. Spoit already pre-placed himself in barrels, counters out the drop, and closes in on another round, and the lead here for the members of M80. Just 2 more rounds to go, and this matchup is going to be theirs, but we'll also get the timeout. I do believe we'll get the timeout. Indeed, it's coming up right now here from DarkZero.
M80's got the timing, or rather the setup. Therefore, on an off timing, go for the execution. Works swimmingly for them. Catching DarkZero completely off kilter and pulling over the site setup, able to muster a plant quite quickly inside of lab. And past that, not really anything that DarkZero had to say about that. They just had the opportunity to drop down a hatch, but that was just simply a gift over to M80 of round 5 at the end of the day.
Timeout will come to a close here. You can see once again, big props to Gavini as well. Really made himself an all-star over the past 2 days here of play. Both between the series yesterday and today, he's continued to slay it out. Really only one sour map for him, and I would say it was map 1 of this series. Other than that, he's been a massive contribution to this team's success, even if it was in limited remarks on pretty much every single map played, even going into yesterday's game versus Beast Coast 2. Really, really solid stuff coming out from him. And hopefully we see that once the NAL, or even, of course, Gamers 8 potentially brings this team out yet again. For M80, though, they're still looking to potentially steal that at least Gamers 8 possibility of seeing the play. Guys like Gavini here, potentially given that opportunity to some of the all-stars like Iconic, Spoit, and Dios instead, who have really been playing lights out here today for their squad as well.
Yeah, Spoit's really started to let the world on fire here for Theme Park. A crucial moment requires big plays, and Spoit definitely delivering on that front. See how well they can continue on as we trudge on into the night. Although round 10 already, do have the potential for quite a few more rounds. If look at it that way, only 1/3 of the game remains, but still, large portion of the game still left to be played for both of these teams. Terror drone's out now for Iconic, as he'll be looking to clean some things up downstairs, but Jäger not going to be able to hear that, I don't think. He's actually going to get it all the way up the stairwell. Nothing to really find, but I actually lied. There's barbed wire there. Achieve tries to get to it, but sadly he can't.
Technically, it's like one of the most inconsequential things it could have found, so more just the wrong spot to send that in, but Canadian is able to hop out, apparently, whether it was from upstairs or the just downstairs window. We did not get to spot that entirely, but it works out on the long angle to quickly smite a player playing just outside of the lower arcade window. Nicely done indeed for Canadian, making his name known right from the start of this round, but Gomez is on the hunt for a revenge pick, and he may very well get it against the very same player that just stole one from them. No! Canadian's got the reads and sees Gomez coming apparently from a mile away, pops himself into the corner. Get ready for that one. It's Dios instead that'll finally take him down with a little bit of assistance coming in there from Kino on the Monty.
Yeah, in all reality, Canadian was actually real close on that kill, too. That one, he was breathing on his neck with that bullet, man. Oh, man. Well, DarkZero able to pull ahead for now off of Canadian's efforts, but they have to make good on this promise. Maybe still have an opportunity, especially with Kino on the Monty. They can get a lot of info built up upon this. Has some smokes to play around too. Spoit, he's lost both of his drones, but he's got Hard Breach to open things up. Diaz will equalize things too. And this is starting to look more palpable, more doable for M80 here for the tail end of round 10. They have a minute remaining. Nitrocell in the pocket of NJR, and Pamazoo still alive. Have to be looking to see if these yokais can have any influence.
50 seconds to go. Time continues to drain here for the M80 roster. And they want to try and at least flip the script a little bit. A random Echo drone just goes out to aggro peak there too. May have been trying to set itself up for intel or maybe a play later on in the round, but does just end up getting spotted out by M80 here, so pops off that stun charge it can. I believe one more Candela. No, 3 more Candelas still in the pocket of M80 here, as I thought Spoit had used more of them, but apparently not. In they go, and it's going to be the shield kill from Kino. Knocks out NJR. Spoit now takes another one down. Diaz does get traded, as he was lost on the way into the site, but achieved, of course, is to have a load in the 1v2 because of that one. Can't find the plant position here either. Doesn't even know he's right in front of him. Does finally catch it, but it's too late, and it's prompted the swing from Spoit to come through on initiation side, where he will clutch it out for M80 instead. Massive entry power coming in from Spoit, and he saves the day here, pushing M80 onto map match and Gamers 8 qualification point.
It is hour 5 of playing Rainbow Six Siege in a highly competitive environment, and Spoit looks like he just got fresh on the field. Guy looks so disgusting right now. Amazing round from M80. Looks like a couple of things happening for DZ here. Potential rehost coming out, sounds like. It's like we are indeed going to get that. So, going to come back on to us. But what a moment here for M80 as they're able to build upon some of the earlier map aggression from the Lone Souls that were trying to go for some fights up against DarkZero. And although those did not work out, it definitely worked out for them in the end, as M80 once again able to make a mountain out of a molehill and claim that round, putting them on the penultimate point and championship point here inside of this best of 5. Iconic looking for that revenge finally up against Canadian from way back in the day in Charlotte.
A little bit of a tactical advantage going to be given over to DarkZero. It's always worth mentioning this because it is the truth. Because of the fact that we step into the game at this point, they are going to be given that opportunity to kind of reset themselves really quickly and figure out what's going wrong. So they will have those few moments, hopefully coming back into it with a winning strategy, as indeed now we've seen M80 push it to the bitter end of this series here. Just one more round for them to go. And they look to be in tip-top shape. Specifically, Spoit looks to be in tip-top shape with the way he was able to entry. And more importantly there, with the way that Kino is also giving out the comms for him. Great teamwork in that respect. You know the comms have to be really in sync for Spoit to look that good in the way that he was kind of cleaning up shop there, especially from the get-go of things. So really good signs there that M80 are still keeping themselves nice locked, and more importantly, working together as a squad despite the very lengthy series that these teams have now had to play themselves through. Should just be another moment or two, hopefully, folks, while we get everybody back into the lobby here, and it should just be a game restart. Doubt it's going to be anything serious to fix that issue, so don't expect too much of a delay here.
Should just be a rehost. If anything, the long process is going to be setting back up the lobby with the history of the rounds to make sure that everything's locked up properly on that end. And with that in mind, guys, we are going to send you to a very short break. We'll be back with the conclusion of our grand final.
My ace layout is, you know, the AK. I do 1.5 flash, vertical grip, laser sight, and then I run the P9 secondary, with muzzle brake laser. I run breaching charges. I think ace is really good on any map, you know. It's just kind of like a range breacher that can move around, so, you know, you just gotta take him whenever you need him. I don't think any in particular, you know, like, there's some times where, like, sites, like, they would vary, like, other hard breaches over ace, but I feel like ace is, like, viable, really, for anyone, for anything, really. I mean, in the prep phase with the drone, when you're playing ace, you know, you might want to, like, look at the walls that the other team's reinforcing, see if there's wall denial on it, if you need EMPs from your teammates, and then just keep that drone close to sight. Some uses for Ace's gadget. I mean, you can use it on castles. You can use it to open up doors in weird ways, and then obviously like just the range breaching. You can use it on. It depends on the map site, because whether it's like you're using like all 3 aces like differently around the map, or whether like you're using like 1 ace here, then like a 2 ace for like a full scale walking rotate. It completely depends on like what you want to do with the operator. Any tips or tricks for ace? You know, just it's a good gun, so you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you can just get in there and shoot. So it's a fun operator to play. The situations when you want to pick ace over Habana, Maverick, or Thermite is just like when you want the range breaching. Habana can provide the range breaching, but it's a faster version of the range breaching, and then you still get like the top-down capability with the breaching charges. Ace is kind of usually sometimes like your secondary hard breach, so like usually like you have like a Thermite paired with it, but I think Ace is kind of better than Maverick, unless like you're playing a map like Oregon where like you're attacking basement and you want to get hatches open. Like I feel like Ace, that's the thing about Ace, is like there's so many different ways you can play him, with just like how you take fights. If you're playing slow, if you're playing fast, there's just a lot of different types of like Ace players, you know, like there's aggressive ones, they're more of like the Ace players who play the hard support, who are like droning and acing, or like you have the people who use aces as like distractions to push off of. So it really depends on like how you want to play.
We're back once again, ladies and gentlemen, just about 30 seconds or so away now, hopefully, from the recommencement of this game between DarkZero and M80. If any of you are just joining us or recently tuned in, M80 is right at the brink of qualifying for Gamers 8, as well as winning the North American bracket here this weekend at Gamers Without Borders. Just one more round separates them separates them from that goal. DarkZero, of course, needs to do a little bit more work to put themselves into that position. Like we talked about, it's been a long series here between these two teams, and especially when you consider the fact that one of these teams is DarkZero, very infamous for their very slow and drawn-out style of play. It's been taking the full amount of energy out of these players to make it to this point in the series, but we have finally come to it. So it's M80's, I believe, 1 or 2 chances they have here to close things down in regulation before DZ closes that gap and sends us to another overtime. Now, keep in mind, the 2 maps that M80 have won for themselves, they've won them quite convincingly, both of them, I believe, being 7-2, whereas DZ has needed the full breadth of those rounds to take it, but when things have gone close to or at overtime, that's when DZ has usually been able to summon enough strength to be able to win it. Not sure if it's going to be the same here. Like I said, M80 looks very strong as of the most recent round, but just to give some proper context, normally DZ has been able to turn these longer maps around into their own favor.
Yeah, honestly, I completely forgot about Skyscraper there for a split second. That feels like it was about 10 years ago. But fortunately,
just 6 out.
Fingers crossed. Hold on. We're in.
Good.
M80. But the opportunity of a lifetime here. Not only that, but opportunity of quite a bit of cash in their pocket. Not only that, but a charity's pocket here as well, if they're able to claim victory. But also that sweet, sweet bid to Gamers 8 that everybody wants so badly across the globe right now. That's what M80 is looking to do. Punch their ticket. See if they can go earn a little dough in the desert.
Like we were saying before, 2 chances now for DarkZero to bring this one back. Or rather, 2 chances for M80 to close it out. Probably more appropriate to say that. DarkZero needs to win both of these rounds now just to trigger OT and keep their chances of qualification alive. Otherwise, it's M80. Their entire brigade heading over to KSA in just a few months' time, of course, for the Gamers 8 event. There will be massive prize pools on the line, rivaling that of even the 6 Invitational. Teams are definitely wanting to fight for their spot at it. We had some cool like bounty prizes last year, too. No idea if we're going to be bringing that back this year, but it was cool to see. If I remember correctly, I think Shaiko, or potentially one of the Falcons players, was the winner of one of those, as we had like a most kills in the tournament bounty. And
it was like 100 grand or something.
It was like 100 grand or something like that to whoever picked that one up. So made the tournament quite interesting, because there's quite a few kill-hungry players because of that.
That's so strange. There's this new player coming out of the scene named Stoax. No relation.
Either way, we're going to see that Bravo drone work its way in. Knocks out 2 of the EDDs. You can see the limitations of the Bravo drones here, too. For instance, use like 2 out of 3 of the charges, be able to knock out entire walls.
Oh, that could be an interesting one. Oh, he shot it off. Good man, NJR.
That one away. No immediate issues for the players over on DZ. And away from that, still a lot of utility loss, but hopefully nothing detrimental that's going to come back to bite them at a later point in this game. M80, though, really taking their time about things. Like I said before, they know they have an extra chance here, so they're probably going to play this execute really carefully so as not to make any chances of tripping up. That does, of course, bring away the potentiality for those individual players to kind of pop off at the unexpected play. So that could limit M80's potentials. They gain a lot of their rounds off of, like I said before, like I said a few maps ago, trusting their individual players to do their work on their own. Let's see here, Spoit trying to take a little bit of a duel on the top down as we have the horizontal extension from DarkZero deployed over towards Throne Room. M80 only just now realizing it, or at least only just now starting to deal with it. That could create potential problems for them later on in this round if they aren't able to properly hold a flank watch for that or just clear it outright.
The scary thing is that DarkZero's got a lot of potential with these nitro cells still in their pocket. Breaching charges out. Gavini already with the tape ripped too. Canadian, he's still all the way over inside of Throne. So much for them to do. Oh, the crossbeams really messing with Gomez's lineup. Not able to get rid of that just yet. Breaching charge will break up a little bit more of this floorboard. Can't find anything as of now. Going to readjust this with the nitro cell from Gavini. It's a double kill, double trouble for M80 now as they have to try and battle into sight with 20 seconds remaining. Down 2 members. 2 Frost Mats can't get it done, but Gavini sure can. All 3 kills going his way so far. Nice little pickup here from Canadian, and Pambazoo will be the one to be able to cap off this flawless round for DarkZero on their lab defense. What a round from Gavini.
Once again, what a series and what a bracket so far from Gavini as well. We already mentioned some amazing individual performances coming out from him, not just today, but yesterday versus Beast Coast as well. M80 now having to be a little bit more careful about things. DarkZero halfway there, 1 round 1, 1 more to go, and overtime will be triggered, and the chance for M80 to close this one down in regulation will then be lost. They can, of course, still rebound in OT, but so will DZ have that very same chance to do it themselves here. Let's see if it can be a clean victory from M80 or if they're going to have to work to the bitter end for it. A bit of a strange one there with the way they were approaching that attack as well. Just holding pretty much only their upstairs angles. Not really a solid plan, it seemed, to deal with the extension over towards Throne Room, trying to bully it out with top downs, but only giving away damage. I think it was 1 player from that choice. And then as well, with the double nitro, because of all that hesitation that had been built up from M80 just stacking their players together in the area surrounding the top of Yellow Stairs, well, it started a quick collapse of any potential execute they would have tried to make from that position.
10 seconds to go.
All right. In comes the last round of regulation. M80 have a chance to punch their ticket right here. Monty up and about for Kino and what could be our last round, and Spoit back to the tried and true with the Ying. Really can't wait to see the compiled stats after this game of everybody too. Feel like everybody's really been hitting their stride. Nobody really slouching in any particular area. It's been neck and neck, back and forth in between these 2 teams. Iconic might have finally gotten a big series over on Canadian. All know the one dating all the way back to the Charlotte Major of 2022. It was a key moment for Astralis' rise. DarkZero was able to win that out inside of that best of 5, going away to the last map as well. This time, though, looking a heck of a lot different. As although in deep water, M80 very, very prepared for this long journey.
Spoit was a hero 2 rounds back, set up this 6th and penultimate round for M80. But can he potentially give it to them again? Maybe on a similar site assault as well here. Just need to try and find a way to get past initiation. We'll see if they have that. Should have secondary impacts, or secondary EMP impacts. Indeed we do for Kino there, so they'll try to pop that one open. But the Electric Claw in. Oh, it's now a race. See which activates first. And I think the can opener's going to win it. Indeed it does. It's a very small breach, though, so not one that M80 are going to be able to use immediately for themselves, but it does allow for Spoit to support a swing around the corner for Kino here. Second electrical ends up going down on top of this, and actually Candela's beginning to flood in as well. NJR takes a chance on the peak and swing up with the spray. It works. Downs out Spoit, downs out one of the best entries inside of this map right now for M80, and severely hurts their chance of winning it inside of this final round.
How do M80 respond? You have a couple of different areas to work around. Opportunity on the back end that Gomez will find. Another chance, but Pambazoo nips it in the bud. NJR will go down to Kino with the aggressive swing on the Monty. Iconic able to hold down the back end as well. Kino starts the plant process, continues holding things down. The Monty shield coming back up in due time. M80, Canadian, Iconic. Oh, Pambazoo.
Time as well.
In the 1 versus 2, he can't get it done. M80 with the huge victory over DarkZero. They close out this best of 5 in regulation. It just takes all the time. 7-5. Iconic able to punch their ticket, as we'll see them later on down the line for Gamers 8.
As we finish out this series, just like our South American final earlier on today, it is a heater that nearly goes the full distance in regulation for 3 out of 5 of our maps. A little bit more one-sided for those other 2, but still you need to play out a pretty hefty amount of rounds to get there. A massive congratulations is warranted to M80, of course, for ending up on top of the pile at the end of the day. Was really looking like they were kind of draining themselves in these final rounds as well, maybe sort of succumbing to the issues of playing for this long of a series, but they were able to bring it back and hold on strong here to still claim it in regulation. The same scoreline that DZ used to win their previous 2 maps in the series now comes back to haunt them as M80 ends up taking control of this series instead. Any final thoughts, Stokes, before we throw it back to our studio one final time?
No, sir. You know, I think it was a great series in between the 2, and honestly, from the get-go, I could see this kind of happening in between these 2 teams. They're very, very neck and neck in their ability, but I think that's it, John. I think that's it for the both of us as well. We're going to toss you guys down to the desk to see what they have to say about this amazing series.
M80 have done it. They are your champions of North America and will be advancing to Gamers 8 later this year. They're also going to be donating $300,000 to a charity of their choice, a battle to the bitter end to crown our North American champion. Jacob, I think everyone involved has got to be proud that these were 2 regional finals. They were epic.
I definitely think so. When you have a series go all the way down to the wire like both of the ones today have done, it's definitely a representation of who the best team from that region is. If you're about to go to an international LAN event that has a lot of other teams from all across the world competing, you want to send your best. And in a case like this, we already have OXG going forward from North America, but to have a contest like this is genuinely the true showing of who was supposed to be going to LAN in the first place. So congratulations to M80. I have no problem seeing Spoit and Iconic go to another LAN.
Yeah, Jesse. I mean, it's repeating history, right? M80 again proving they're the better team over DarkZero. They beat them in the NAL finals. They'll beat them here to go to Gamers 8. I'm sure they're very happy with that.
Yeah, I think that M80, you know, they started so strong out of the gates. We were all so, like, blown away by how incredible they were in that first map. And then, you know, DarkZero started to fight their way back. They found their feet. They found some rhythm. But then in that last map, it just seemed M80 forcing DarkZero into positions that they just didn't want to be in, and the situational areas were just massively in M80's favor towards the end. Jacob. Sorry, I didn't realize I hadn't spoken to one of you.
You are fine, bro. It's past 7 a.m. I'm surprised you're still standing. Here's the thing. I think Marco has a lot to be proud of with this team. When he got this squad together in particular and then made the couple of adjustments to it that needed to be made, I'm sure there were a lot of people that questioned whether dropping guys like Spirits was the right play. But having the opportunities to pick up Spoit and Iconic, it's showing that that kind of investment in players like this is 100% worth it. In games like this that go the distance, you need to be at tip-top decision-making for a really long stretch. If you have to play a marathon out like this, then you need to prove that you have the ability to forge on when you get tired, when fatigue starts setting in, when a random tech delay comes up in the middle, like literally on match point. You have to find a way to stay focused. These guys on M80 already showcased that they had a lot of those qualities in play, but now that you combine all of them together, they become one massive, like, Power Ranger force capable of stopping anything in their tracks. Fantastic play from them all around. I would not be able to have that much stamina in a best of 5. That's why these guys get paid the big bucks.
That is true. And speaking of M80, we are now joined by Spoit from M80. Congratulations. You get $300,000 to give to a charity of your choice. And you're going to Gamers 8 later this summer. You know, what was the reaction from you and your team when you finally managed to clutch up that final map?
I mean, I don't even know where to start, to be honest. Like, best of 5. You know, all the way to, you know, that could have gone any way, to be honest. Like, I'm just happy we didn't finish it in OT. And yeah, like, I don't know, I'm just speechless, you know. I'm just happy, you know, with the way we played today. And, you know, I'm excited for Gamers 8 because I didn't get to go there last time because we lost with Rogue back then. But yeah, we're just happy. I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm glad to hear that your spirits are high. You know, I wanted to bring you back a little bit to the major that you guys just played. Obviously, in Copenhagen, not the greatest results for you guys. You end up going 1-3 out in the 4th day of Swiss. At the same time, you're a brand new roster. So what was kind of the mentality of that major, the loss that you guys took, and then how have you turned that into practice coming into this tournament and then looking forward to Gamers 8?
I mean, like Marco said as well, our CEO, he said like this whole team is like a project for the longer time. You know, things take time. You know, so basically with this team we had to, you know, manage to kind of put together 3 playstyles. You know, Koi, Astralis, and, you know, M80 Exa. So, you know, it takes time, like I said. You know, but, you know, we're just improving day by day, and I hope we can pull off a good performance over at Gamers 8.
Exactly how much better is it for you to finally be in a position where you're in person with your teammates as opposed to playing on a LAN center half of a continent away? It's obviously much better, but talk to me about specifically what the biggest difference is for you and how much better it's been.
I mean, just having everyone in the same house and, you know, just being able to hang out every day, it's like a part of the whole experience. Now that I get to see all the faces, you know, we have food together, we hang out together with the activities. It just creates a better like team bond all together. So it's good.
Well, Spoit, before I let you go, is there anything that you would like to say to your community or to your fans who've been supporting you throughout this entire competition and from before and then on to Gamers 8?
I mean, I appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart. You know, without you guys, we wouldn't be here in the first place. So I'm always blessed to be here. You know, we'll try our best. If bad things happen, you know, it happens. But yeah, we'll try our best. So.
Well, thank you so much for joining us in your post-series interview. Once again, everyone, I mean, put your hands together. I'm saying it like there's an audience there, but yeah, for M80, congratulations once more. Jesse and Jacob, it's been a marathon, hasn't it? How are you guys feeling? What, you know, have you enjoyed yourself for the past 4 days? You know, give me the scoop, Jacob. What was like your any favorite moments from that?
I mean, I've been enjoying myself. Yeah, no moment for me beats, I think, the way Clubhouse ended with the Kino 1v3 immediately transitioning into Spoit's clutch that then wins the map. Once we get the theme, it's back and forth enough that I'm like, hey, we're still seeing some really good siege on map 5. But the way that map ended was like probably the sign that this thing was going to end with M80 taking home the win. So congrats to the boys. They totally deserve it. Very, very good series from everybody involved, though. I don't want anything taken away from the way DarkZero played this one.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we really ended today with saving the best for last. You know, 2 best-of-5 grand finals, both of them going the distance, and to see DarkZero, M80, 2 of the best teams in NA, have such a competitive game where they're going back and forth every single map, winning their opponents' map picks. I was ringing the bell. I was saying it was over after map number 1, and eventually M80 did get it done. It took a little bit longer than I expected, but nah, it's great to see them succeed here and qualify for the tournament. Always tough for DarkZero, you know, but they, just like M80, are still a growing team. You know, they've just made changes recently coming into this stage, and I think they're still trying to work through some things. So, you know, they'll be back. They played a great game today. It was a long, tough series for both squads, and M80 out on the top today, but we'll see DarkZero again, no doubt in my mind.
I guess we can just say the predictions don't work at Gamers Without Borders, or they just don't work in this virtual studio. Something's going on here. I'm going to have a word with production. Also, a top tier moment for me has to be Stokes' comment of top floor tomfoolery in round 5.
Good
Don't know
accent,
what that was, Stokes. I absolutely loved it, though. That is fine. We have a very special graphic for you before we leave. Look, we have all of our qualified teams for G8. We've got Cyclops, BDS, the reigning champs, Ninjas in Pajamas, and M80 will all be going to Gamers 8 later in the year to battle for that lion's share of $2 million. Absolutely incredible. And also to everyone watching, we've managed to raise $2.5 million over the last 4 days for charity from just this Rainbow Six Siege competition alone. So with that being said, thank you to everyone who took part at Gamers Without Borders here. Thank you so much to all my Rainbow Six Siege talent. You've all been incredible, casters and analysts. Production, you're all troopers for making it through this entire time, especially today, finishing now at 7:46 in the morning. Thank you so much to all the players. You've been absolutely outstanding, and thank you to everyone at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite teams. Like I've already said, we've raised $2.5 million for charity in this competition, and four teams are going to Gamers 8 later in the year. My name is Banks, and I'll see you very soon.